HELIOSINTRICKERY by Gregory L. Garrett. This is an anthology. In this anthology of the best writings I could collect, including much of my own, I address heliocentrism and reveal the Jesuit Vatican shadow empire behind this over 500-year deception. The purpose of this book is to establish the Jesuit connection to the creation of heliocentrism, and show how they created it in order to destroy the idea of a living Christian God who is responsible for the creation. This creator has been concealed through Jesuit cunning and artifice for hundreds of years. In this book, I go over various proofs for an enclosed cosmological system as well as reveal much of the Jesuit shadow empire, and how they have proceeded through the ages to advance a heliocentric model based on natural law, Darwinian evolution, later aided by Jesuit agenter, Albert Einstein, and his Kabbalistic occult theory of relativity, to cement the idea of a wayward, random, chaotic, non-absolute, immoral, godless universe. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the holy judgment of material atheists who fell prey to Jesuit evolutionary theory and became Luciferian pantheists without them even knowing. Occult astrophysics and astronomy became their religion, while they lived deluded, destined to die cursing at God and convinced there is no evil or good, raped by Einsteinian relativism, and cursed with blind, arrogant ignorance, the fruits that their hate hath borne them. These are the unlucky ones who would rather hate God and Christ than worship that which created them. Their plight is forever and binding, a godless hell for eternity, a hell that they do not believe in, a hell that they seek to avoid by pretending it is not real, a hell that is their reward for ignoring all things spiritual, intelligent, biblical, and godly, in preferment for dumb, blind natural science. It's not that they were not afforded innumerable opportunities to explore theology and dig into the mystery of it all. It's that they spat at each opportunity, infected by Darwinian evolution and astrophysical naturalistic dogma. Their faith was strong in nature and tempered by the heartless, blind ambition of self-conceit and the biological mechanisms that they saw in amoebas, worms, and cockroaches, rather than in God's creation, man. It's not that they were not afforded innumerable opportunities to explore theology and dig into the mystery of it all. It's that they spat at each opportunity, infected by Darwinian evolution and astrophysical naturalistic dogma. Their faith was strong in nature and tempered by the heartless, blind ambition of self-conceit and the biological mechanisms that they saw in amoebas, worms, and cockroaches, rather than in God's creation, man. They hold in loathsome contempt the idea of worshipping the Creator, and prefer to exalt themselves as the supreme deity in their own lives. These atheist humanists are imbued with Luciferian brainwashing. These are the Richard Dawkins of the world, the Christopher Hitchens, the Lawrence Crosses, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the Sean Carrolls, the Sam Harrises, etc. The people who spend day and night formulating ways to, paradoxically, degrade themselves as mere random evolutionary probabilities, while simultaneously exalting themselves over God and hoping to lead others to do the same, in a Gnostic Luciferian worship of occult fantasy and material scientism. They have hardened their hearts to anything transcendental or truly moral in order to preserve an angry and self-righteous proclamation of impunity to God's judgment. They are wagering on God's impotence and non-existence in Pascal's wager. They have chosen the worst odds in their puffed-up pride and self-assured intellectual myopia. They, having darkened ignorance and blind conceit in their minds, seek to escape all holy wrath through pure ignorance and vain pride. They say, if I do not believe in the Lord or final judgment, then they do not exist. It is tantamount to saying, I shall jump unaided off of this 5,000-foot cliff onto cement and not be harmed, because I do not believe the impact that follows is as lethal as many speak of. They declare that nothing awaits them after the grave, and so how they live does not matter anyway. They have immense faith in their own eternal perishing. They could never bear to face what they are if there was accountability after death. Post-mortem accountability is their worst nightmare, and so, they reject the entire issue, so that life is tolerable, and there is some semblance of peace and rationality in their sordid and sheltered lives. They wrap themselves in a warm blanket of narcissist existentialism, and hide from the cold, cruel possibility of final judgment, protesting that if God was loving, there would be no final judgment. They insist, we should just be able to do and be anything we want, since if there was a creator, that is what a loving creator would allow. Do as thou wilt is their selfish, New Age atheistic mantra. It is the logic of an infantile child, a child who thinks he created himself and cares for himself, when all the while, his parents make his life possible, every step of the way. This is their logic. Is it unfortunate ignorance, or is it willful disobedience and vile and arrogant contempt for the Creator? Only time will tell. Evolution or design? Similarities between species does not connote common ancestry or random mutational-based evolution any more than similarities between automobiles mean a Camaro evolves into a Lamborghini, without the aid of builders and inventors. Modern cars use the same design techniques and part concepts for their construction, such as engine combustion, braking mechanisms, emissions control, nuts and bolts, etc. But this does not mean that cars are autonomously evolving into other cars by random chance. Rather, when we observe similarities between automobiles, we are looking at proof of common design techniques and therefore a designer. Similarly, when we observe similarities between species, we are looking at proof of common design techniques and therefore a designer. Additionally, we find carbon in a myriad of organic species, as well as some simple compounds, including carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, carbonates, carbides, cyanides, cyanates, and thiocyanates, and more complex objects, including tables, chairs, paper, pencil lead, car tires, and cell phones. But this does not mean that carbon monoxide is autonomously evolving into pencil lead, or that paper is eventually evolving into a cell phone without the aid of a designer, even given the evolutionists' clarion call to arms, given enough time. Without guidance and careful direction, objects do not increase in sophistication and design complexity without intelligent assistance. Common compositional characteristics merely means that both organic and inorganic matter exhibit design attributes and common design components and materials. The signature of design and designer is found at all levels in the modern taxonomic classification system of domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Additionally, when scientists see a blue jay nest, they know it was designed by a blue jay. And when they see an eagle nest, they know it was designed by an eagle. But they never confuse the issue to say that a blue jay nest evolved into an eagle nest. Quite to the contrary. They say both nests had a common designer, an animal belonging to the family, Aves, otherwise known as a bird. Common design elements point to common designer. Similarly, wooden chairs do not evolve into wood houses. They share identical compositional characteristics, which merely point to common designer. And living organisms have DNA, proteins, carbon, and hydrogen in their design characteristics. Again, common design attributes points to common designer. Finally, there is not one observable instance of information code arising from any randomly based system in all of recorded history. Whether it be computer code, or the infinitely sophisticated information systems of DNA code, or the human synaptic neural system, both of which generate information code so complex that it boggles the mind, the only explanation for their existence is designer. Nature simply cannot produce complex information systems through random chance by the very definition of random chance, regardless of how much time one sneaks into the equation. All random chance can do is provide a singular event or cluster of events at a time which would select one thing or another, while the millions of complexly irreducible and interwoven information systems that we observe in nature, including the human body and mind, would require a level of coincident random events so beyond statistical possibility as to be absolutely impossible. Simply stated, a system is a collection of objects that somehow interrelate with each other to function as a whole and produce some effect that no single object within the system could do on its own. The configuration of a system's parts can be physical, logical, or statistical. Nature is composed of an almost infinite number of hierarchical, interconnecting patterns and ecosystems. Energy is the operating currency of nature. Ecosystems are the conduits by which nature's energy is transported and transformed. Ecosystems are vehicles for energy flow and energy consumption. They cycle energy and nutrients obtained from external sources. And you simply cannot get such a level of interconnected sophistication of information systems from random events any more than you can get a Lamborghini engine from random events, even if given 1 trillion years. Both require guidance and careful design. And such a dynamo of creative direction can only come from a designer. Evolution between species is perhaps the greatest hoax ever perpetrated by modern science. And because of this hoax, a plethora of false doctrines and theories scurried in the door, including the heliocentric theory, gravity, and the Big Bang theory. Take evolution out of the origins narrative of the Earth and all the other hoaxes come crashing to the ground, and they have. Quotes. There is nothing to fear but sphere itself. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Silence is consent. Paraphrase of Plato. People forget that just because a model like the heliocentric model can be forced to kinda work, that does not mean it is correct. Gregory Lessing Garrett. The Gnostic Luciferian New Age and pop culture, in general, is nothing but a Trojan horse for ancient pagan beliefs and decadence. In the guise of the pursuit of narcissistic self-development, fun, carnal lust, trivial amusement, and sensual pleasure, ancient Babylonian paganism has returned as the primary spiritual core on earth, with Christ as the sole enemy of this path. Gregory Lessing Garrett. If you choose to accept the mark of the beast, however it may manifest, whether as a physical interface or a wireless electromagnetic interface, you will be surrendering your mind to the beast system. You will be joining your mind with the beast. His thoughts shall be your thoughts. His will shall be your will. His eternal damnation shall be your eternal damnation. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Art is equated to magic or spell casting to Luciferians, and has a very significant part to play in the indoctrination of the masses into the satanic reality, worldwide. Hollywood is a Jesuit creation intended for just this purpose. The Jesuits control the art, music, fashion, and film world, and use it to create a false reality in the minds of viewers/participants. By controlling art and culture, the Jesuits can condition people through predictive programming in every avenue of the arts, thus normalizing satanic behavior and preparing the world to openly accept their one-world beast empire and its final Antichrist dictator. Darkness is falling. It seems probable to me that God, in the beginning, formed matter in solid, massy, hard, impenetrable, movable particles of such sizes and figures, and with such other properties, and in such proportions to space, as most conduce to the end for which he formed them, and that these primitive particles, being solids, are incomparably harder than any porous bodies compounded of them. Even so very hard as never to wear or break in pieces, no ordinary power being able to divide what God had made one in the first creation. Sir Isaac Newton, from Optics, 1704, 2nd ed., 1718, 375 to 376, champion scientist of atheist, who was, ironically, a stanch theist, biblical scholar, and creationist, and alchemist. Freedom without moral responsibility will always transition into self-deprecation and depravity. No person can be free without morality, for without it, he will always fall into a moral abyss, self-destruct, and achieve his own doom. Gregory Lessing Garrett. To be absolutely truthful, we simply don't know anything conclusive about the sun and moon's true nature. For all we know, the entire firmament realm could simply be a hall of mirrors of virtual, reflected, inverted, projected, shifting, spiraling, and magnified system of seamless, water-enveloped gates, channels, and portals. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Perhaps the source of the sun, moon, and stars is outside the firmament, and we are seeing the radiant glow of the source. The sun may emanate from outside. It is a focal point seen within the firmament, which is why we see the appearance of a ball of light in the sky, like a magnifying glass creating a hot spot. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Refraction is the new gravity. I will not settle for refraction as the reason the selenium occurs. This is the bogus go-to answer, like gravity, for those without one. If it were refraction, then sometimes the sun would rise earlier or later, and never be predictable to astronomers. A sunrise scheduled for 6:30 a.m. is now coming up at 6:45 a.m. and nobody notices. The actual versus apparent location of the sun would never be clear, ever. Oh, I got it. Refraction is only a variable when there is a total lunar eclipse, or curvature on the Earth cannot be observed or measured. Yeah, right. Reflection has become the new gravity for heliocentrists, and people need to think for themselves about this one-size-fits-all excuse. Things are deemed impossible until you spin it with refraction or gravity. Both ideas are used to maintain that something that is impossible is possible. That way, you don't have to figure out what is really going on. You just rubber stamp it with refraction or gravity. Gregory Lessing Garrett. To assert that DNA is not the result of intelligent design is like saying these words I am writing just magically constructed themselves without any author. Gregory Lessing Garrett. Very few men studied divinity in Charles Darwin's time, 1809 to 1882, in Shrewsbury, England, where he lived. And yet, Charles Darwin had a Unitarian Christian background, unlike many young students in his province, and he eventually attended an Anglican school, with aspirations of becoming a clergyman. He went to the University of Cambridge for the required Bachelor of Arts degree, which included studies of Anglican theology. Darwin only had a divinity degree, ultimately, with no formal training in the sciences, nor did he ever exhibit any aptitude for logic and scientific method. Yet, the desperate and staunch evolutionist, trying to appease his Masonic family for his glaring lack of scholarship, plagiarized his grandfather, Erasmus Darwin's naturalistic work, Zoonomia. Before coming to Derby in 1788, Erasmus Darwin had been made an occult satanic mason in the famous time immemorial lodge of Canongate Kilwinning, No. 2 of Scotland. As author of Zoonomia in 1794, he proposed the gradual evolution of animals and plants, a wild fantasy he adopted from occult satanic Egyptian fantasy, the same fantasy espoused in the occult Freemasonry of his day. The fact that modern thinkers buy into Darwin's infantile theory is indicative of the power of brainwashing in modern science. When NASA says they are releasing the next image from a deep space probe, what they are really saying is that Chad and Cindy, down the hall in the NASA Photoshop Art Lab, just finished completing the next computer-generated graphics / hand-painted outer space images. Cindy gets paid $5,698.87 for her painting, and Chad gets paid $3,789.99 for his CGI airbrushing, and you get to think NASA is actually flying out in imaginary outer space. Pretty good deal for a week's work, wouldn't you say? Gregory L. Garrett. The universe did not fine-tune itself any more than a guitar fine-tunes itself. Gregory L. Garrett. Social media is digital Frankenstein of autonomous artificial intelligence. It is both a utopia and dystopian nightmare at the same time. Gregory L. Garrett. The 7 virtues and 7 deadly sins. What are the 7 virtues in the Bible? Traditionally, the 7 Christian virtues or heavenly virtues combine the 4 classical cardinal virtues of prudence, justice, temperance, and courage, or fortitude, with the 3 theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. These were adopted by the Church Fathers as the 7 virtues. Wikipedia. Chastity, temperance, charity, diligence, patience, kindness, humility. What are the 7 deadly sins? The 7 deadly sins, also known as the capital vices, or cardinal sins, is a grouping and classification of vices within Christian teachings, although it does not appear explicitly in the Bible. Behaviors or habits are classified under this category if they directly give birth to other immoralities. Wikipedia. Pride, avarice, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, sloth. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. In these last final days, an important work of the Holy Spirit will be to execute justice to those that oppose God. Many have and will suffer unimaginable torment at the hands of the Satanists currently in charge of the world. They will do anything to delay or derail you from fulfilling your divine assignment of securing eternal life through the sacrifice of Christ. Millions will mock you in this belief in the sacrifice of Christ, doing everything in their power to discredit, derail, and quell this divine plan. Nevertheless, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, a prophetic end-times message for all who live in the body of Christ, a message which not only empowers you, but also protects you. Vengeance for all the injustices done to you results from God's love of justice, and it is not revenge, a worldly principle unacceptable in the kingdom of God. The Lord is a just Lord, uninhabited with a spirit of revenge. The dark hate in mankind's soul fumes with the rage of revenge towards all those who would persecute and destroy what is pure, innocent, and holy on earth through God's grace. Christians are not impervious to this dark spirit of revenge for past trespasses upon them. However, Christians have available to them the mercy and love of Jesus Christ upon their sinful, unworthy souls to avail them all power over this dark spirit of revenge rising in the world. For who is without sin? Not one. The day of the Lord's vengeance will usher in God's justice and bring restoration in every area of your life. All Christians will be vindicated. All sins will be washed away with the blood of Christ. All else will walk into the beast system like innocent lambs for the slaughter. Work out your salvation with fear and trembling. Paul uses the phrase, continue to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. Many people confuse this to mean that one needs to do good works to be saved. However, there is nothing you can do to save yourself. That is the Luciferian lie from the garden, the current transhumanistic deception. To work out your salvation means you already have it. You are saved because of what Jesus did for you and your faith in it. But once you are saved, it doesn't mean you have no role in living out what it means to be saved. The word saved means to be redeemed or delivered. In our case, we have been delivered from sin, death, and the power of the satanic forces now acting upon earth to capture souls in a digital AI matrix. And so, since we are now freed from these powers and technologies that were created to rule us, we can use our power in Christ to assist other souls from the nefarious and wicked plight before them. Again, you are not saved by helping others, lest you should boast of your powers to redeem and save, and mock God. The Lord is not mocked. You will help others as the radiant gift of Christ's sacrifice dawns in your soul, in contradistinction to the dusk of Luciferian night about to descend upon all of mankind. Assisting others is the natural outgrowth of a soul that has seen the horrors of the occult, recoiled in trepidation, and attained eternal life in the faith of Christ's sacrifice for all who would accept it. The end is nigh. The impending Christian vision of the apocalypse looms before us. This is the time we all knew would eventually come. The time of the great external change is happening. You know what to do. The challenge is to stay in intimate touch with yourself and surrender your internal state of being to the absolute stewardship of God on high. Again, you cannot save yourself, you never could. We are all mortal creatures with expiration dates. At this time of radically fluctuating thoughts and emotions, with all of the varying external influences, cleave to the Lord. Hold peace. Hold calm. Check in with yourself moment to moment. Monitor and be responsible for your internal state and responses. Be the peace that you want to see in the world. Just keep telling yourself, no matter what, God is your life, and to God you shall return. It is really the only truth that has ever been, whether you knew it or not. And you are about to find out. 17. Never pay back evil for evil to anyone. Respect what is right in the sight of all men. 18. If possible, so far as it depends on you, be at peace with all men. 19. Never take your own revenge, beloved, but leave room for the wrath of God, for it is written, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord." Romans 12:17-19 New American Standard Bible. A Trojan horse constructed of Mother Nature and mankind's fallen nature to advance the Jesuit Luciferian elite technocracy's agenda for depopulation in a nutshell. COVID-19 is merely another piece of timber, communist plank, in the construction of the ultimate Trojan horse to cover up a multitude of sins emanating from the Jesuit Luciferian elite technocracy's nefarious activities. Their goal is depopulation, but they do not want to draw any really direct attention to this fact, or allow any really salient connections or correlations to their activities towards this desired outcome, if they can help it. They realize they flying under the radar and using a nebulous, unidentifiable invisible enemy is a far superior method of exterminating most of the world without having to face massive, worldwide revolt aimed at them, directly. And so, they do everything in their power to point the finger towards Mother Nature and mankind's fallen nature as the cause for all of mankind's bad misfortune instead of them. In brief, it is a Trojan horse constructed of Mother Nature and mankind's fallen nature to advance the Jesuit Luciferian elite technocracy's agenda for depopulation. Their lexicon of possible causes for widespread death are varied and unobtrusively difficult to track back to their doings. United Nations pushed climate change, a fake pandemic based upon an invisible virus, weaponized weather that makes life intolerable for millions, invisible 5G radiation, solar activity from the shadows, incite and artificially ignite civil unrest to get the multitudes to kill each other in riot and controlled wars from the shadows, introduce GMO foods, heavily processed foods, and toxins into the food production process, and make the water toxic, worldwide from the shadows, finance think tanks, Big Pharma, and psychiatry to create a world of drug-addicted, feeble-minded, dependent children who will respond to anything their governmental puppets say, e.g. there is a virus, so wear a mask and stay away from all other human beings. From the shadows. Finance all sides of battles and wars from the shadows, foster the creation of artificial intelligence and transhumanistic technologies which will eventually assist in exterminating mankind and replace him with a post-human controllable slave, in their full control. From the shadows, finance, music, fashion, and media that demoralizes the world and brings all people under the power of the Luciferian way of thinking from the shadows. Finance Hollywood to create movie after movie which pushes Satanism and unveils the Luciferian world that they want all to embrace, eventually. From the shadows, cause worldwide economic collapse, form overt overspending from the shadows, cause wildfires and blame them on drought and summer heat from the shadows. Fostering and practicing satanic human sacrifice and occult rituals intended to bring all under the influence of demonic control. These are the extermination methods, par excellence, that they really don't want known. That points the finger at the Jesuit New World Order plans for globalization, and the real people who steward that wicked ship, people that do not want to be seen as they work in the shadows to practice eugenics on a worldwide scale. In Wuhan, China, the indigenous people were rising up in protests over the horribly toxic environmental pollution there, right as this COVID-19 was announced as the culprit for sickness and death in that province. How coincidental! Additionally, one of the most powerful 5G systems was up and running there at the same time as well. COVID-19 was the perfect way to hide the fact that a combination of environmental pollution and 5G-based electromagnetic radiation was likely killing people. As a result, COVID-19 now exists as a communist plank in the perfect Trojan horse to enable the continued rollout of a wide array of lethal strategies for depopulation. After all, it is not the elite technocracy trying to kill you. It is your own bad behavior and Mother Nature's gone wild. The ultimate plausible deniability ruse, the Trojan horse, is constructed of activities and sources all said to be attributable to Mother Nature or mankind's bad influence upon nature, with a negligible attribution to the Jesuit elite's direct intention to kill over 7 billion people with any means possible. It is the ultimate plausible deniability ruse. If it is all natural viruses, whether gone haywire, wildfires, solar activity, or attributable to mankind's bad behavior, leading to CO2-caused ozone depletion from too many cars and factories, etc., the Jesuits lurk in the shadows unimpeded. And this is what I call the shadow empire creating a god of outer space. Charles Darwin was a figurehead. He was a high-level Freemason and didn't come up with evolution on his own. There's no easy way to tell people this, but all of evolution is a hoax. It's just a tool used to disconnect you from God. Do you honestly think Darwin believed the drivel that came out of his mouth? They knew that if the masses understood the reality of creationism, God, that it was game over for the entire control structure that binds all countries, near and far, no matter how big or small. You no longer feel inclined to be subservient to a government, state official, judge, police officer, etc. When you understand that there is only one being who is truly in control of everything. NASA is still promoting the Darwinian lies today, whether you choose to see it or not. Their CGI fakery of a vast and endless universe that is a black void, with nothing in it but suns, planets and comet debris, with millions of empty miles between those structures, supports a chaotic godless system made by chance, the Big Bang. The point is, there is no God or heaven in this system, or at least that's the conclusion they ultimately want you to come to. They know that if you even play around with the notion of God or heaven, their entire artificial fantasy and godless structure falls apart. Hence, their systems of astrophysics, astronomy, and cosmology are there to place a godless pantheon of planets named after pagan Roman deities and spinning, orbiting celestial bodies rather than focusing upon the creator of the heavens and the earth. It is the classic omission of the creator in preference of worshipping the creation by making a false god of the heavens, albeit a false heaven. NASA is simply mind control and social engineering on a massive scale. The whole authoritarian mindset of being subservient to the secular humanist state for the entirety of your life is what keeps totalitarianism alive. And it still works on most Christians and Catholics, because they still see NASA's version of our cosmogony as reality from a plethora of outer space propaganda, including Hollywood sci-fi films, educational institutions, and NASA CGI images. The application of outer space propaganda attempts to stress the idea that everything you are seeing is verifiable because you have been presented with computer-generated images, a Hollywood film, or technological idea couched in overly technical scientific nomenclature. They attempt to create the reality of godless universe based upon the premise that God cannot be shown, but outer space can, which therefore makes the godless universe real and a metaphysical and supernatural God a myth. It is clever sophistry, pushing fallacious arguments with the intention of deceiving. After all, the Hollywood-level astrophysical events, insanely huge stellar magnitudes, vast light years, and distant black holes, etc., that NASA relentlessly pushes are not verifiable by anyone but NASA. And so, they hold all the keys to the godless universe kingdom. Nobody can question what they cannot even research. Behold the birth of the scientism priest. In short, NASA falsely assumes that things not easily shown must be unreal in order to factor out an invisible God out of the creation story. And it is all accomplished by assuming God must be shown in the same way a meteor shower is shown instead of through the logical understanding of an intelligent design requiring an intelligent designer, or the fact that all effects have causes. Where there is no reason to assume that the universe would be any exception to this demonstrable fact. Intangibility science, as a whole, is just a way of understanding things and phenomena that already exists, because we as humans like to know how things work. So why isn't there a dedicated field of science for the Creator? In science, we study nature and natural law, but not the supernatural because our definition of the supernatural is something intangible and therefore exempt from study. Nevertheless, it is merely a clever ruse to define the supernatural as something intangible in order to extricate it from the purview of scientific inquiry. Spiritual intangibilities are taboo for science, unless they are secular and devoid of any moral implications. The idea of God is absolutely a moral concern, and it dethrones the tyranny of Darwinism, immorality, and ruthlessness, which science is more than careful to avoid. Theological noetics and, after all, with noetics, a branch of metaphysics concerned with the study of mind as well as intellect, we study things that are intangible, for you cannot actually see the contents of the mind. But rather, you can only measure the effects of its operation. And why would the study of the Creator be any different? By studying nature, are we not studying the effects of God's mind? We could call it theological noetics. Of course, if there was, none of us would feel inclined to pay our taxes, follow all of the stupid laws and regulations of corrupt tyrants, or be subservient to government on a state and federal level. We have a Creator in charge and in control of our lives, so we don't need all that. Is it sinking in yet? I highly suggest that everyone read the Book of Enoch, because it explains our entire geocentric cosmogony in full, and when you understand the utter realness of this, it will change you forever. You will cease to be under the spell of NASA and their trickery. I don't see myself as a guru or even a messenger. I am just someone who has a burning desire to know the truth of our existence, where we came from, and whence we are going, adapted from writing by Ian theorem that magic universe of light years of vast expanse is in your head, that magic universe of light years of vast expanse is in your head. Reality is what you're walking in right now. Above you are a wide array of luminous bodies, as astronomers call them. It's easy to get people to gaze up into the sky like a little boy looking at the fireworks in the sky at Disneyland. It's magical and hypnotic for people. They imagine that all those Hollywood movies and computer-generated images from NASA are actually real. The magic lingers with them as they feverishly devour video after video of outer space propaganda. High-paid actors are called astrophysicists, and the show gets more dramatic with each episode. Stay tuned as we give you the latest discoveries surrounding this distant black hole. And people eat it up because they were brainwashed at an early age to believe it was all so real. However, the Earth is the absolute center of the game. It is motionless. It does not spin. It is a vast expanse just exactly as we all see it. The moon, sun, and stars move across the sky just exactly as we see them. Everything else is just a Hollywood movie injected into your veins by slick Jesuit priests, long ago. The syringe was astronomy and astrophysics. The heroine was an imaginary outer space movie. Introduction Suite. All the world's a Jesuit stage. The Vatican Jesuits didn't just curve the earth with their heliocentric mind control in the 15th century, hypnotizing the world into a Copernican cosmological illusion. They also curved, twisted, and perverted the moral sensibilities of mankind, robbing it of any decency, indoctrinating him into a Luciferian mindset, and filling him up with carnal and satanic mesmerism and Gnostic transhumanistic filth. On every front, social media, entertainment, news, business, spirituality, science, education, military, medical, political, etc., you will find the hidden hand of Jesuit fingerprints. They lurk in the shadows and blend in to avoid detection and persecution, seldom if ever taking leadership roles, but rather, preferring to position their Masonic, Jewish, Illuminati, and papal pawns in the limelight to propel their sinister machinations for a Luciferian New World Order forward. You'll always find a Jesuit-created proxy war in a third world country where the Jesuits keep their hands clean, while their stooges and pawns fight to the death to perpetuate chaos and the Hegelian dialectic, resulting in reformation towards Jesuit goals. Additionally, though many believe the Jews to be the synagogue of Satan and target them as the instigators of the New World Order, as the protocols of the learned elders of Zion would seem to suggest, upon closer scrutiny, it becomes readily apparent that the Jews were and still are merely papal puppets to help front and manage the Jesuit agenda for a New World Order. Every leader is now a puppet. They are all in the same club, answering to the same master of puppets. An all-powerful, ancient, Jesuit-run organization is pulling the strings on everything around us, shaping local, federal, and international economy, starting wars, and pretending that they are enemies because that keeps them in power, so they can introduce even tighter draconian measures in each of their respective territorial dominions. The common theme here is about a new world order, where a secretive power elite with an imperialistic agenda is conspiring to eventually rule the world through an authoritarian, technocratic world government, which will replace sovereign nation-states. They employ an all-encompassing propaganda, terrorist, business, banking, entertainment, news media, medicine, and military mechanism, whose core ideology continually hails evolutionary theory and the establishment of a new world order as the culmination of history's evolutionary progress. The Jesuits are behind Darwinism, evolutionary theory, the Big Bang, the Copernican heliocentric theory, gravity, the suppression of the enclosed cosmological view, NASA, the New World Order, the assassination of JFK, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the assassination of George Washington, Hollywood, the Federal Reserve, the creation and fall of Adolf Hitler. 9-11 The current Jesuit Pope Francis, the New Age movement, feminism, communism, fascism, the rise of unwarranted anti-Semitism, the suppression of warranted crypto-Khazarian mafia, posing as Sephardic Jews. Condemnation International Education and Curriculum. They wrote Mein Kampf, the United States Corporate Empire, All Major Wars for the Last 200 Years, The Destruction of Christianity, International Condemnation of the Bible, The French Revolution, The Napoleonic Wars, The Bolshevik Revolution. The Creation of Islam. Alex Jones is afraid to speak of them. The Alien Agenda. Vatican II. All the world's wealth and resources, all geographical areas of the world through their control of every government, all major terrorism acts, all major U.S. presidents and politician foreign policies of all countries, drug and porn industry, organized crime and mafia in all countries, American Italian mafia. They are or are behind all major Protestant pastors and orators. They are behind the network of secret societies and mystery schools, international think tanks, international educational groups, all kingships and monarchies. The current pope is a Jesuit, Pope Francis. They were banned from over 83 countries. The Jesuits were exposed by Bill Cooper before they killed him. Jesuits were behind the construction and sinking of the Titanic. The Jesuits were exposed by David Icke. They were exposed by Eric Phelps. Starting of World War I, World War II, and currently igniting WW3. The Jesuits killed Abraham Lincoln. The American Civil War would never have been possible without the sinister influence of the Jesuits. Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 1865, 16th President of the United States. Freemasonry is, essentially, a Jesuit offshoot. If you trace up Masonry, through all its orders, till you come to the grand tip-top head Mason of the world, you will discover that the dread individual and the chief of the Society of Jesus, i.e., the superior general of the Jesuit order, are one and the same person. James Parton, American historian. The creation of the Illuminati was by Jesuit agent, Adam Weishaupt. Jesuit-trained Illuminist, Adam Weishaupt, and his fellow Jesuits cut off the income to the Vatican by launching and leading the French Revolution, by directing Napoleon's conquest of Catholic Europe, and by eventually having Napoleon throw Pope Pius VII in jail at Avignon until he agreed, as the price for his release, to re-establish the Jesuit order. This Jesuit war on the Vatican was terminated by the Congress of Vienna and by the secret 1822 Treaty of Verona. Emmanuel M. Josephson, American physician and historian. The Jesuits marginalized and orchestrated the persecution of the Jews in Nazi Germany, though their Zionist fronts. Why would the Jesuits use their implacable enemy, the Jews, to further their designs for world dominion? The Jesuits never do anything out in the open where they can be exposed. If they are recognized as the culprits, they will be blamed and suffer the consequences, but if they can use someone else as the cause of the world's problems, especially an enemy they can destroy in the process, then they have simultaneously accomplished two of their objectives. The Jewish people are the perfect scapegoat. Since the Rothschilds are Jesuit agents operating under a Jewish cover, using them in forming the Illuminati back in 1776 effectively throws the onus of this conspiracy on the Jews. The Rothschilds are certainly not the only Jesuit agents that operate under a Jewish front. History books will tell us that the French Revolution first began in 1787 or 1789, depending on which book you read. However, it was actually planned by Jesuit Dr. Adam Weishaupt and the House of Rothschild almost 20 years before the revolution took place. William Sutton, author of the New Age movement and Illuminati 666. All significant occurrences in politics and finance are indeed orchestrated by this highly influential Jesuit cabal who maintains political power through the financialization of the economy through Vatican-supported banking mafia headed by the Rothschild Zionist, international bankers. Nothing is left to chance in their advance towards world government, as they control every step of the way. The Jesuits hold control through the regulation and restriction of speech through their concentration of media ownership, mass surveillance, widespread use of state false flag terrorism. and an all-encompassing propaganda machine that creates a cult of personality around puppet world leaders and ideologizes world government as the culmination of history's progress. They operate through many front organizations, including the United Nations, the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, NAFTA, USAN, EU, OIC, OAU, SCO, APEC, the Vatican Church, etc. Historical and current events are indeed steps in an ongoing plot to achieve world domination through clandestine and overt political gatherings and decision-making. Media is manipulation, history is a lie, religion is a control system, money is a hoax, debt is a fiction, government is a corporation. We are slaves to the system is a lie. 10 facts you should know about the Jesuits. The current Superior General is the Reverend Father Adolfo Nicolas. The Superior General of the Society of Jesus is the official title of the leader of the Roman Catholic religious order, the Jesuits. He is generally addressed as Father General. The position sometimes carries the derogatory nickname of the Black Pope. The current Superior General is the Reverend Father Adolfo Nicolas. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Yahushua in Matthew 7:15, NKJV, we came in like lambs, and will rule like wolves. Francesco Borgia, 3rd Jesuit Superior General, the Society of Jesus. More commonly referred to as the Jesuits, are the armed militia of the Roman Catholic Church. They were sanctioned in 1540 by Pope Paul III with one mandate: to defeat Protestantism and regain worldwide papal rule. To achieve this monumental task, they employ ever-adapting methods of pseudo-education, social programs, infiltration, and all wickedness that could possibly be conceived. Needless to say, they are achieving great success in their mission, which is climaxing with the present Pope, Pope Francis, i.e. the 8th and last Pope of Revelation 17, who held some of the highest positions in Argentina, including Provincial Superior in the Society of Jesus and Archbishop of Buenos Aires. He was made a cardinal by Pope John Paul II. Today most of the world is oblivious as to how Jesuits operate, from their inception to this very day. Now more than ever, World's Last Chance believes it is exceedingly important to bring up the following historical facts about this evil society, to expose the wicked nature of this truly malevolent order. Fact number 1: Pope Clement XIV abolished the Jesuits as a society in 1773. It did not take long for the 18th-century Catholic nations to get tired of the meddling of the Jesuits into their national affairs. They were so infuriated against the Jesuits that they demanded the Roman Catholic Church abolish them once and for all. Sufficient political pressure was brought to bear on Pope Clement XIII. However, he passed away before he could do anything about it. The task of abolishing the Society of Jesus then fell on his successor, Clement XIV. As Clement XIV signed the decree abolishing the Jesuit order, he said, "I have signed my death warrant." Within 9 months, he was dead. Many contemporaries considered his death a case of poisoning, and suspected the Jesuits were responsible. Fact number 2: No other entity on earth was expelled and suppressed by Catholic and non-Catholic countries as the Jesuits. Obviously, the Jesuits were not expelled from many nations, even Catholic nations, because of their educational or charity work. Fact number 2: No other entity on earth was expelled and suppressed by Catholic and non-Catholic countries as the Jesuits. Obviously, the Jesuits were not expelled from many nations, even Catholic nations, because of their educational or charity work. They were expelled for engaging in and carrying out subversive political plots against humanity to advance their own cause. Between 1555 and 1931, the Society of Jesus was expelled from at least 83 countries, city-states and cities, for engaging in political intrigue and subversion plots against the welfare of the state, according to the records of a Jesuit priest, Thomas J. Campbell. Practically every instance of expulsion was for political intrigue, political infiltration, political subversion, and inciting to political insurrection. The Jesuits are known for their deception, spying, infiltration, assassination, and revolution. They worked deep into the political field and plotted through politics throughout the world countries. When the Jesuits are expelled from a country, they simply change strategies and return to the country they were expelled from under a new disguise. The following sums up their operational strategy: we came in like lambs, and will rule like wolves. We shall be expelled like dogs and return like eagles. Francesco Borgia, 3rd Jesuit Superior General. Fact number 3: Hitler modeled his dreaded SS army and party after the organizational structure of the Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church. The SS organization had been constituted according to the principles of the Jesuit order. The Secret History of the Jesuits, by Edmund Paris, p. 164. Walter Schellenberg, former chief of Nazi counterespionage, made this statement: the SS organization had been constituted by Himmler, Heinrich Himmler, leading member of the Nazi Party, according to the principles of the Jesuit order. Their regulations and the spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius of Loyola were the model Himmler tried to copy exactly. Himmler's title as Supreme Chief of the SS was to be the equivalent of the Jesuits' general, and the whole structure was a close imitation of the Catholic Church's hierarchical order. The Secret History of the Jesuits, by Edmund Paris, p. 164. Above all, I have learned from the Jesuits. And so did Lenin too, far as I recall. The world has never known anything quite so splendid as the hierarchical structure of the Catholic Church. There were quite a few things I simply appropriated from the Jesuits for the use of the party. Manfred Barthel, The Jesuits, History and Legend of the Society of Jesus, New York, 1984, Adolf Hitler, p. 266. I learned much from the order of the Jesuits, said Hitler. Until now, there has never been anything more grandiose on the earth than the hierarchical organization of the Catholic Church. I transferred much of this organization into my own party. I am going to let you in on a secret. I am founding an order. In my burghs of the order, we will raise up a youth which will make the world tremble. Hitler then stopped, saying that he couldn't say any more. Vatican connection to Nazis signing the Concordat is Cardinal Pacelli, later to become Pope Pius XII. By 1933, he was the Vatican Secretary of State. By 1933, he was the Vatican Secretary of State. Second from left is Franz von Papen, a sinister Nazi and devout Roman Catholic who was Hitler's ace diplomat and the Vatican's agent in helping to bring Hitler to power. Standing at the far right can be seen the little-known Vatican prelate, Montini, later to become Pope Paul VI, Hermann Rauschning, former National Socialist chief of the government of Danzig, Hitler M.A. Dit, ed. Cooperation, Paris 1939, pages 266, 267, 273 SS. The Führer had come to power, thanks to the votes of the Catholic Zentrum, Center Party overseen by Jesuit Ludwig Koss, only 5 years before 1933, but most of the objectives cynically revealed in Mein Kampf were already realized. This book was written by the Jesuit-controlled Father Bernhard Stempfel and signed by Hitler. 4. It was the Society of Jesus which perfected the famous Pan-German program as laid out in this book, and the Führer endorsed it. Edmund Paris, The Secret History of the Jesuits, page 138. Franz von Papen, another powerful Nazi, who was instrumental in setting up the Concordat between Germany and the Vatican, had this to say: "The Third Reich is the first world power which not only acknowledges, but also puts into practice the high principles of the papacy." http://www.chick.com/reading/books/153/153_03.asp. Fact number 4. Jesuit education. Over the last 400 years, the Jesuits have succeeded in establishing the largest worldwide network of schools and universities. These prominent schools and universities have produced many well-known alumni. Thus, the Jesuits have been able to shape and mold the thinking of many famous world leaders and produced generations of political and religious leaders who were favorable to the Roman Catholic Church and her doctrinal agenda. The renowned British preacher, Charles Haddon Spurgeon, once warned about the church ministers who are graduating from these universities that they keep back a portion of the gospel, having studied in the devil's new Jesuitical college. Charles H. Spurgeon. A solemn warning for all churches, Sermon No. 68. Fact number 5. Agents of the Jesuits have been responsible for assassinating many heads of state over the centuries. Heads of states were assassinated by the Jesuits when they attempt to suppress the influence and meddling of the Jesuits in their national affairs. Of heads of states that are known to have been assassinated by Jesuits, we mention, for example, William of Orange, Kings Henry III and Henry IV of France, Tsars Alexander I and Alexander II of Russia, President Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, and Mexican President Benito Pablo Juarez. Jesuit connection to Lincoln assassination. Abraham Lincoln was fully aware of the evil nature of the Jesuits. He stated, "It is not against the Americans of the South alone I am fighting. It is more against the Pope of Rome, his perfidious Jesuits, and their blind and bloodthirsty slaves that we have to defend ourselves." 50 Years in the Church of Rome, by Charles Chiniquy. p. 496. It would seem that the Jesuits had had it in mind, from the beginning of the war, the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865, to find an occasion for the taking off, i.e., the assassination, of Mr. Abraham Lincoln. Thomas M. Harris, U.S. Army Brigadier General, author of the book Rome's Responsibility for the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln. The favorite policy of the Jesuits is that of assassination. U.S. Army Brigadier General Thomas M. Harris, Rome's Responsibility for the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln, 1897, page 19. It is of faith that the Pope has the right of deposing heretical and rebel kings. Monarchs so deposed by the Pope are converted into notorious tyrants, and may be killed by the first who can reach them. If the public cause cannot meet with its defense in the death of a tyrant, it is lawful for the first who arrives to assassinate him. Defensio Dei, Jesuit Suarez, Book 6. C4, Nos. 13-14. Donald Fried remembers what apparently passes for polite conversation when men such as William Colby and Ray Klein get together. It was quite bizarre, Fried said, for the subject they chose was, "When is it acceptable to assassinate a head of state?" Colby presented what he said was a theological and philosophically sound approach. The Catholic Church, he said, had long since wrestled with this question and had, to Colby's mind, emerged with a sound concept. It is acceptable, he said, to assassinate a tyrant. Donald Fried is a friend of the author Mark Lane. He organized a conference at USC for the U.S. intelligence community and its critics to meet. In the panel were Lane, Ellsberg and John Gerassi, all critics. On the other side were William Colby, former DCI, Director of Central Intelligence from September 1973 to January 1976, David Atlee Phillips, and Ray Klein, former deputy DCIs. Plausible Denial, Mark Lane, 1991 p. 85 Jesuit Connection to the Kennedy Assassination. President John F. Kennedy was another victim of appalling Jesuit wickedness. Once he outwardly distanced himself from the papal agenda and stood for more liberal ideals and human rights, he was considered, by their standards, a traitor to the Vatican and a tyrant worthy of death. This is an excerpt from Vatican Assassins by Eric John Phelps. Knowing that President Kennedy was not going to escalate the Vietnam War, the intelligence community began to prepare for his assassination. Cardinal Spellman, Francis Spellman, Archbishop of New York from 1939 to 1967, through FDR, had arranged the release of Lucky Luciano. Now the Cardinal needed a favor. If refused, Spellman could use the entire intelligence community which he had helped to organize to eliminate any mob boss. If agreed to, new gambling centers would open, Atlantic City in particular. Clearly, if the president, JFK, was removed, everybody would acquire more power and wealth, the intelligence community would become more absolute, and the Cardinal would be even more respected by his peers in Rome. Later, in 1964, for the first time in history, the Pope of Rome set foot in 14th Amendment America. Cardinal Spellman had performed well and was rewarded by a visit from his master, fellow Cold Warrior and Vatican Rattlin handler, Cardinal Montini, who is now Pope Paul VI. There is yet another reason for the removal of President Kennedy. He wanted to arm Israel. Loftus writes, in September 1962 Kennedy decided to supply Israel with defensive ground-to-air missiles capable of stopping aircraft, but not the Egyptian offensive missiles. It was the first arms sale by the U.S. government to Israel. Kennedy promised the Israelis that as soon as the 1964 election was over, he would break the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. With Kennedy's assassination in November 1963, the Israelis lost the best friend they had in the White House since Truman departed. The Secret War Against the Jews, John Loftus, 1994. And why did the Vatican's Jesuits not want any arms sales to Israel at this time? Why did the Jesuit-controlled President Johnson turn his back as the Egyptian army moved up through the Sinai Desert to prepare its assault on Israel in 1967? Because the attack upon Israel had to be provoked. That attack was provoked by the Jesuits' international intelligence community through Egypt falsely perceiving the weakness of the Israeli army and the supposed abandonment of Israel by the American Empire. The Six-Day War, engineered by Knight of Malta James Angleton, had one primary purpose: the taking of Jerusalem along with the Temple Mount. The apparent lack of military hardware on the part of Israel provoked the planned attack by Egypt. Therefore, Israel launched a preemptive strike, and, in 6 days, the Holy City was in the hands of Rome's Zionist government. Had Kennedy armed Israel, the Egyptians would never have been emboldened to maneuver for war. With no provoked war, there would have been no Israeli attack. With no Israeli attack, Jerusalem would never have been taken by the Zionists, controlled by the Jesuits' Mossad. With Jerusalem in Arab hands, the Zionists could never rebuild Solomon's temple unbeknown to them, for the Jesuits' infallible pope, who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so, he is God sitteth in the temple of God, Solomon's rebuilt temple, showing himself that he is God. 2 Thess 2:4 It is safe to say that the Jesuit general, using the Pope with his most powerful cardinal, assassinated President Kennedy. One might assume that this emotive painting would hang somewhere in Dallas, Texas, or perhaps in the Smithsonian. And one would be wrong on both counts. This painting of President John F. Kennedy's Gruesome Assassination by Mark Balma hangs in the Vatican Cathedral of St. Paul. The painting is entitled Pieta after Michelangelo's famous sculpture of Mary holding the body of the crucified Christ, which is also located at the Vatican. Isn't this a macabre way to celebrate the life of perhaps America's most beloved president? Or is this rather an homage to the Jesuit agenda, serving as a stern warning/reminder to those willing to cross them? Fact number 6: the Jesuits today control all the powerful secret societies that are shaping the New World Order. The list of secret societies being controlled by the Jesuits today include the Freemasonry, the Knights of Malta, the Bilderberg Group, and the higher levels of the Knights of Columbus, and the highest levels of Opus Dei, and all the subgroups that fall under these powerful entities. http://www.toughissues.org. There are still men and women about the country who will tell you, with grim gravity, that if you trace up Masonry through all its orders till you come to the Grand Tip-Top Head Mason of the world, you will discover that the dread individual and the chief of the Society of Jesus are one and the same person. James Parton, 1855, American historian, The Black Pope, M.F. Cusack, London, Marshall, Russell and Company, 1896 p. 76. If the above is true, then the example below would be a meeting of two of the most powerful men on earth. The head of the Jesuits and the Pope, who is also a Jesuit. Fact number 7: the Jesuits are responsible for fomenting the two world wars and escalating the Vietnam War. After President Kennedy's assassination, the public is practically unaware of the overwhelming responsibility carried by the Vatican and its Jesuits in the starting of the two world wars, a situation which may be explained in part by the gigantic finances at the disposition of the Vatican and its Jesuits, giving them power in so many spheres, especially since the last conflict. Edmund Paris, The Secret History of the Jesuits. Page 9: the documented atrocities committed by the Jesuits, particularly those under the Ustachi, or Ustase, are particularly disturbing and shocking, especially since there are actual photographs of such evil. This didn't happen hundreds or thousands of years ago. It happened in the 1940s. For many in Yugoslavia, it was either convert to Catholicism or be brutally tortured and killed. Fact number 8. After Pope Pius VII was freed from exile in 1814, his first order of business upon returning to Rome was to restore the Jesuit order. The papacy suffered great humiliation at the hand of Napoleon. Thus, right after the defeat of Napoleon in 1814, Pope Pius VII was freed from imprisonment and was returned to Rome. The need to restore the Jesuit militia became an urgent matter. Rome did not want to be deprived again of the services of the Jesuits, no matter how burdensome this service was to the Church of Rome and its allies. In the agreement to rescue Rome, i.e., the Roman Catholic Church's hierarchy, from the predicament of losing its world control to Protestantism, and to preserve the spiritual and temporal supremacy which the popes had usurped during the Middle Ages, Rome now sold the Roman Catholic Church to the Society of Jesus, i.e., the Jesuits. In essence, the popes surrendered themselves into their hands. John Daniel, The Grand Design Exposed, 1999, page 64. Fact number 9: the Jesuit order took over the office of Inquisition shortly after it was sanctioned. And this led to the martyrdom of millions of saints. In 1254, Pope Alexander IV established the office of the Inquisition. The first inquisitor was Dominic, who was the founder of the Dominican order of monks. However, shortly after Pope Paul III sanctioned the Society of Jesus, the office of Inquisition was revived, and the Pope gave free rein to the Jesuits to run this office. and the Inquisitor Generals were granted exceptional powers in carrying out their mandate to root out of all heretics. This caused the martyrdom of millions of saints. The quotes below show the effect of Jesuits taking over the office of the Inquisition. Need I speak to you of the 30 Years' War in Germany, which was mainly instigated by the Jesuits, in order to deprive the Protestants of the right of free religious worship, secured to them by the Treaty of Augsburg? Or of the Irish Rebellion, of the inhuman butchery of about 15 million Indians in South America, Mexico and Cuba, by the Spanish Papists? In short, it is calculated by authentic historians that Papal Rome has shed the blood of 68 million of the human race in order to establish her unfounded claims to religious dominion. Source: Dr. Brownlee's Popery, an Enemy to Civil Liberty, p. 105. This was the century of the last religious wars in Christendom, the 30 Years' War in Germany, fomented by the Jesuits, reducing the people to cannibalism, and the population of Bohemia from 4 million to 780,000, and of Germany from 20 million to 7 million. And making southern Germany almost a desert. Cushing B. Hassel, History of the Church of God, Chapter 17. Writing about the Jesuits, John Lord states, "They are accused of securing the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, one of the greatest crimes in the history of modern times, which led to the expulsion of 400,000 Protestants from France, and the execution of 400,000 more." John Lord, Beacon Lights of History. Volume 6, p. 325. In Bohemia by 1600, in a population of 4 million, 80% were Protestant. When the Habsburgs and Jesuits had done their work, 800,000 were left, all Catholics. Henry H., Pocket Bible Handbook, Chicago, 13th edition, 1939, p. 790. Fact number 10. The Jesuits succeeded in their destructive agenda through dominating the confessor field. Wherever they went, the Jesuits became the predominant group supplying confessors to, meaning, hearers of the confessions of, kings and princes, and those in authority. As the New Catholic Encyclopedia says, they acted as royal confessor to all French kings for 2 centuries. From Henry III to Louis XV, to all German emperors after the early 17th century, to all dukes of Bavaria after 1579, to most rulers of Poland and Portugal, to princely families throughout Europe. As advisors to kings, they influenced political policy. A royal confessor was not slow to tell a king that he had a duty to make the kind of political alliances that would promote the temporal interests of the Church. It was Le Tellier, Jesuit confessor to Louis XIV, who in the 1680s persuaded that monarch to revoke the Edict of Nantes, which granted religious liberty to Protestants. The Jesuits are even confessors of popes. The Pope's confessor, an ordinary priest, must be a Jesuit. He must visit the Vatican once a week at a fixed time, and he alone may absolve the Pope of his sins. Conclusion. Given the above historic facts about the Jesuits, it is incredulous and most shocking to see the media and the world's religious and political leaders stampeding to endorse and praise Pope Francis. We have no words to describe this unprecedented worldwide epidemic of memory loss towards Rome and her Jesuits. The prescient warning of General Sherman is most appropriate to quote today. I would remind you of Webster's definition of a Jesuit: a designer, an intriguer. If the Church of Rome prevailed, the Pope would be the universal king. The Jesuits are here to plot and scheme and, if possible, take from us the noble heritage of our civil and religious freedom. The rules of the Jesuit order justify theft, licentiousness, lying, false witness bearing, suicide, and the murder of parents and other relatives. The greatest crimes in history committed against individuals and nations have been committed by the Jesuits. Wherever Jesuits are, they have the torch to burn, the sword to slay, the Inquisition to torture. They are the enemies of Bible-believing Christianity. They live for conquest, fortune, and glory. General Sherman's Son, The Life of Thomas Ewing Sherman, S.J., Joseph T. Durkin, S. J., New York, Farrar, Straus and Cudahy, 1959, p. 186. It is our duty to as followers of Jehovah to expose Rome and her Jesuits, and to pray for the utter destruction of their evil deceit. Prayer is the only weapon we have against this veiled enemy we face today. Rome and her Jesuits are the greatest enemy of the gospel and of humanity. However, we are assured in his prophetic word that they will not prevail. The harlot will be utterly destroyed prior to the second coming of Yahushua, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. Revelation 17:16. The Hegelian dialectic Jesuit Masonic modus operandi. All Jesuit, and subsequent high-level, Illuminati-level, Masonic activity is done using the agitation of opposites like right and left wing, communist versus fascist, liberal versus conservative, atheist versus theist, etc. Where Jesuit agenters create and remain aloof, behind all sides of conflicts in political, business, educational, military, media, and spiritual arenas through their controlled opposition agents. Firstly, in creating duality, they foment chaos, e.g., social problems. After that, a reaction is launched by the target group. And then, a preordained and pre-planned supposed solution is offered, which was the original goal, and primary and hidden objective of the dietetical ruse, all along. This strategy is known as order out of chaos or ordo ob chao, the motto of the Jesuit Masonic 33-degree level Illuminati. The veil of democracy. The strength in this dialectical strategy is in its clandestine nature, where the net result culminates in an unaware populace happy and feeling empowered because its grievance was heard. This is the veil of democracy, while in fact they were conducted like cattle to follow a hidden agenda. Rinse and repeat. The Hegelian dialectic is strategy repeated many, many times by the Jesuits until the desired aim is attained. It is a strategy whereby the ruling elite will continually create an artificial or synthetic problem, anticipating in advance the reaction of the population to the crisis, and thus conditioning the people to call for change. When the population is properly conditioned, the desired agenda of the ruling elite is presented as the solution. The solution they present is not intended to solve the initial problem, but to serve as the basis for a new problem or exacerbate the existing one. When the newly created problem reaches the boiling point, it becomes the foundation for the people to clamor for change again. This process is repeated over and over, all the time moving society towards whatever endpoint they have in mind, their Agenda 1. Problem, follow Step 2. Reaction, follow Step 3. Solution, repeat Step 1. Order out of chaos. Order out of chaos is the creed of the elite ruling class, as it is a key stratagem used for social engineering to control the masses. A more technical term of this same principle is known as Hegelian dialectics, the clashing of opposed ideologies to achieve eventual compromise. Thesis versus antithesis equals synthesis. Some common examples of Hegelian dialectics are 1. Truth. Thesis versus propaganda. Antithesis equals relativism. Synthesis. 2. Republican versus Democrat equals neoprogressivism. 3. Capitalism versus socialism equals corporatism. 4. Protestantism versus Catholicism equals ecumenism. Notice each synthesis from the above examples: relativism, neoprogressivism, corporatism, ecumenism, all are precise objectives on the menu for the power elite. A more diabolical version of this principle is quoted from Foundation of Human Understanding as follows: 1. The first step, thesis, is to create a problem. 2. The second step, antithesis, is to generate opposition to the problem, fear, panic, and hysteria. 3. The third step, synthesis, is to offer the solution to the problem created by step 1, a change which would have been impossible to impose upon the people without the proper psychological conditioning achieved in stages 1 and 2. Within this process, conflict and chaos are created at great cost of lives and resources to dismantle the social and political structures by which free societies govern themselves, ultimately to be replaced with centralized power and control of the people and resources. Such a strategic agenda is the real cause of so many of the shootings, bombings, economic crises, wars, revolutions, etc., etc. It's time to wake up and recognize the strategies being used against us. This is a high call for keen discernment. Ordo of Chao Hegelian dialectics is a key component of the Luciferian system, which is not just a religious system but a political system. The Hegelian principle is summed up in their creed Ordo of Chao, order from chaos. Such methodology has been highly effective for the elite ruling class, namely the high-ranking Jesuits, who leverage a whole host of different religious and political powers to gain greater dominance. Order from chaos works like this: chaos, for 1, distracts the population to pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, and 2, causes the people to get so tired of the conflict that they are willing to compromise almost anything for some harmony. That harmony then comes in the order of those who, secretly, caused the problem, so they can implement their solution, which is promoted to be in the best interest of the commonwealth of the people, but in actuality, is impoverishing and enslaving them. Hegelian dialectics is as old as politics, but took on a whole new dimension to counter the Protestant Reformation through the military arm of the Jesuit order. The Jesuits were recognized for causing so much chaos, revolutions, wars, assassinations, that they were expelled from almost every nation in Europe by the mid-1700s. When making their comeback and complete takeover of the Vatican in the early 1800s, the Jesuits were prepared to be virtually undetectable as they mastered the arts of espionage and infiltration strategies, and as a result of their great success. Most have no idea what the Jesuits are really about, how devious and diabolical they really are, as well as the vast amount of global temporal power they have secured. And with such power and control, they easily have the means to rewrite history to cover their conspiracies, while painting a nicer picture of their image and track record. Hegelian dialectics throughout history is mentioned. This dialectic principle was brought to a whole new dimension by the Jesuit order, who were commissioned by the Pope to combat the Protestant Reformation. Most people only recognize the mayhem of the Counter-Reformation, and its so-called Holy Inquisition, as something that we are now hundreds of years removed from. Jesuit Inquisition, however, the Counter-Reformation has gained more ground in this past century than ever before, as the modern Inquisition has taken more lives than the previous centuries combined, since the ascension of Christ. This satanic advancement was made possible by the covert nature of their tactics and strategy. Ultimately, it is only by God's permissive will that this evil is allowed, for a time, for God's own triumphal purposes. Most people know of the tens of millions of people mass murdered by Stalin, but a detail most folks are not aware of is that most of those people were various kinds of Christians, such as Orthodox and Protestants. Most people know of the 6 million Jews that were killed under Hitler's Third Reich, but most are not aware of the 13 million Protestants who were annihilated, mostly from northern Germany, who were firebombed, not by Hitler, but by the Allies. under the assumption and propaganda that states like Prussia were in cahoots with the SS. Most people have no idea that these cruel dictators like Stalin, Hitler, Pavelic, Mussolini, and many more were commissioned by the Catholic hierarchy as modern-day inquisitors of the ongoing Counter-Reformation. And what's even more difficult for Americans to see and accept is how the US has been leveraged for the same purposes. WTC attack, Hegelian dialectics. In our present time, when understanding the stratagem of the Hegelian principle, you can then begin to recognize how it was implemented throughout history, and after recognizing this element in history, you can then recognize it in our present time. If you wish to cut through the lies and deception to see what the actual truth is, then it is of the essence to not only know the truth of God's Word and Spirit, but to understand the workings of Satan's worldly system. It's also very important to know that this satanic system has launched major disinformation campaigns as well as history revision campaigns within this past century to cover up the true nature and magnitude of such atrocities. Many books, people, and other sources that have documented the true accounts have been destroyed or suppressed and replaced with false versions of such accounts. The sources below are a few that have survived such campaigns, and I encourage you to refer to these sources as part of your own research. Word and Spirit of God, who was and is to come. Theodore Griesinger, historian. Author The Jesuits, Their Complete History. John Clark Ridpath, historian, author Ridpath's Universal History. John Cornwall, journalist and author of Hitler's Pope. Samuel F. B. Morse, father of Morse code, author of Foreign Conspiracy. Avro Manhattan, authority on Roman Catholicism in politics. Emmanuel M. Josephson, The Federal Reserve Conspiracy and Rockefellers. E. Boyd Barrett, ex-Jesuit, author of The Jesuit Enigma. William Cooper, researcher, activist, author of Behold a Pale Horse. Eric John Phelps, historian, Jesuit expert and author of Vatican Assassins. Peter de Rosa, Catholic priest. Author Vicars of Christ, The Dark Side of the Papacy. Charles Spurgeon Archive, 19th century theologian and author. Richard Bennett, Christian historian and former Catholic priest. William Tyndale, Protestant reformer. Theologian and translator, Alberto Rivera, high-ranking Jesuit priest converted to true Christianity. John Wycliffe, pre-Protestant reformer. Theologian and translator, Augustus Toplady, 18th century theologian and author of The Road to Rome. John Fox, historian and author of Fox's Book of Martyrs. Bill Menkero, theologian and historian. Kenneth Scott Latourette, historian. Author of A History of Christianity. John Todd Collins, high-ranking Illuminati member converted to Christianity. Khazarian Mafia Jesuits. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Society of Jesus or Jesuit order, was a crypto-Jew. Crypto-Judaism is the secret adherence to Judaism while publicly professing to be of another faith. Practitioners are referred to as crypto-Jews, but both Judaism and the Catholic Church are Babylonian and based upon Egyptian Kabbalistic doctrine. Jesuits are not authentic Sephardic Jews. Rather, they are Talmudic and are of the Khazarian bloodline, pretending to be Jews in order to navigate undetected. Jesuits, Zionists, Communists, Fascists, Khazarian, Nazis are all one and the same. The Jesuits are in absolute control of education and written history, even very recent history. The Jesuits are the same blood and people as the Khazars who have tricked the entire world into believing that they were the Jews persecuted in WW2. We lost all the technology? We are being told NASA sent 3 astronauts to the moon decades ago but can't do it now because they lost the technology. What? No one got fired for such incompetence? No, because NASA is just a fake busy work project to pay federal wages to brainwashed people who would otherwise be more useful working for teacher salaries in the classroom. keep them busy in compartmentalized work, and they don't use their brains asking questions because they are being bought off and used as part of a grand deception. A crystal clear, scientifically rigorous argument for the existence of free will, challenging what many scientists and scientifically minded philosophers believe. Philosophers have argued about the nature and the very existence of free will for centuries. Today, many scientists and scientifically minded commentators are skeptical that it exists, especially when it is understood to require the ability to choose between alternative possibilities. If the laws of physics govern everything that happens, they argue, then how can our choices be free? Believers in free will must be misled by habit, sentiment, or religious doctrine. Why free will is real defies scientific orthodoxy and presents a bold new defense of free will in the same naturalistic terms that are usually deployed against it. Unlike those who defend free will by giving up the idea that it requires alternative possibilities to choose from, erudite author, Christian List, retains this idea as central, resisting the tendency to defend free will by watering it down. He concedes that free will and its prerequisites, intentional agency, alternative possibilities, and causal control over our actions, cannot be found among the fundamental physical features of the natural world. But, he argues, that's not where we should be looking. Free will is a higher-level phenomenon found at the level of psychology. It is like other phenomena that emerge from physical processes, but are autonomous from them, and not best understood in fundamental physical terms like an ecosystem or the economy. When we discover it in its proper context, acknowledging that free will is real is not just scientifically respectable, it is indispensable for explaining our world. Furthermore, metaphysical naturalism actually undermines the concept of science and its practice. As many recognize, belief in metaphysical naturalism leads to the doctrine of determinism. Determinism is the view that every event that happens, including any human decision, is caused to happen. What happens in the future could not have been different, given what has happened in the past. Determinism is implied because, if metaphysical naturalism is true, if everything that exists is strictly physical or material, and every event is explicable via the laws of nature, then whatever happens in the universe is determined to happen by the laws of nature acting upon matter. Determinism means we have no free will. As the Center for Naturalism states, we are not causally privileged over the rest of nature, that is, we don't get to cause without being fully caused ourselves. To think that would be to hold a supernatural view of ourselves, the opposite of naturalism. However, the very nature and practice of science assumes that we have a freedom of the will. In practicing science, one weighs the facts in order to draw just conclusions. We reflect upon the evidence and formulate theories based upon competing hypotheses, alternative options, and counter-arguments. For knowledge or expertise to count for anything at all, we must be free to say that certain options are invalid. Therefore, metaphysical naturalism actually undermines the practice of science. Determinism offers no freedom of thought to reflect, contemplate, deliberate, calculate, evaluate, reason, or simply to be rational and seek the truth. Conversely, Christian theism, which views humans as beings made in the image of God with the ability to think, act, and reason freely, provides a basis for the notion of libertarian freedom, free will, which seems necessary for science to be a valid enterprise. The dark night of the soul. So let me get this perfectly straight. I posted my ideas on the epistemological aspects of free will and the necessity for theistic ontological autonomy, and only a few people comment. But if I condemn getting high in any way, a billion people come out of the woodwork extolling the medicinal and psychotically beneficial properties of weed, resulting in the not-so-subtle crucifixion of me for not jumping up and down for weed? I was told, it's called cannabis, idiot, not marijuana. I was told, you're imposing your will on everyone. You're fascists. And so, if I have an opinion about entheogens and pharmakia, then I am fascist and some kind of totalitarian monster, apparently. I have to be on board with the New Age cannabis ship to be allowed into the Enlightened Healers Fraternity of the 420 Club, right? Wrong. I spent years experimenting with every psychoactive entheogen under the sun when I was deep into the New Age, which is where I gained the experience necessary to write about it with authority. I experienced it. I did not read about it. I have fallen asleep to innumerable video lectures by Terence McKenna. His book, Food of the Gods, loved it all. Expanding the mind is such fun. You can get lost being a psychonaut for decades. You become a sailor of the soul, steeped in the methodology for describing and explaining the subjective effects of altered states of consciousness, especially an important subgroup called holotropic, oriented or moving towards wholeness states, including those induced by meditation and mind-altering substances. Cannabis is a great gateway to all this. It goes well with the lift-off and the come-down, as well as enhancing the experience when combined with a variety of entheogens. So you see, it is not like I have never been down to the deep dark epicenter of altered states of consciousness. I have seen the multicolored, psychedelic kaleidoscopic DMT chrysanthemum in my soul, deep inside the hyperspace continuum of my mind, astral traveling into lucid dreaming the nights away, etc. 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 Can you pass the bong, Sheila? And it all leads to just more Luciferian delusion, until you either break away from it all with Christ, or remain lost in the mesmerism of it all until you die. I have friends that swear to high heaven about the magical medicinal properties of cannabis. And I always ask them, so what are you producing these days? Are you publishing, scoring music, selling your photographs, discovering anything new in science, dancing professionally like you said you wanted to do? And the answer is always the same, no, but I am thinking about it. Then back to the bong, just another hit for some inspiration and good old-fashioned green gold well-being, right? Gotta keep that health good, right? Gotta deal with all that stress that comes from achieving nothing, right? Meanwhile, 12 books later, at nearly 3 million words, and revelations that I never thought I could possibly attain, I must confess that I was able to accomplish all this because I was never stoned, but rather, just busy researching, writing, and publishing. I am not gifted or talented. Just the opposite. I simply applied myself. Big mystery, right? So yeah, forgive me for not extolling the virtues of reefer. I remember all too well being stoned, the wasted time, the short-term memory deficits. Now, when I talk to stoned people, I can see right through the facade of dreamy well-being, how great they feel, but how remedial their thinking is, how fun the atemporal experience of being high is, but how the time slips by with nothing to show for it, but the munchies. You may feel timeless, but time marches on in spite of that feeling. Welcome to the New Age, where the prioritization of New Age psychoactive pharmacopoeia trumps the Bible, evidently. I remember that sermon Christ gave where he commanded his disciples to pass the bong and turn onto Amanita muscaria mushrooms for the glory of God. I will always remember that selection from the Bible. Christ said that, if you open your third eye, pineal gland, you will behold the majesty of the Lord, and have access to all the secret knowledge of God. Yes, I remember that part so well. I forgot how many grams of genus psilocybe I was peaking on, but I remember that part from the Bible. Oh so well. If you are looking for inspiration and well-being from any psychoactive or entheogenic source, you are up for a perilous ride. Many never come back. Often, coming back means facing life as it is, with all its stark reality and atrocities. Staying high feels better. Another road is the dark night of the soul, a road that Christianity takes you on, a road without all the bells and whistles of psychoactives, a road without all the emerald gates of majesty of DMT, a road without all the, God, I feel so good today highs, a road without all the breathtaking multi-dimensional and kaleidoscopic cinemascope of the mind that LSD creates, a road where you have no recourse left to anything in this world, and it is not a road that makes you feel empowered or exultant. It is nothing you can express, and not because it is so transcendentally beautiful, inspiring the incoherent babblings of a psychonaut peaking on DMT. The dark night of the soul is a road of meaning, not emotional amplitude. It occurs when you finally start to grow up, when you finally leave the New Age, which is the current religion of the world. The dark night of the soul is a stage in personal development when a person undergoes a difficult and significant transition to a deeper perception of life and their place in it. This enhanced awareness is accompanied by a painful shedding of previous conceptual frameworks such as an identity, relationship, career, habit, or belief system that previously allowed them to construct meaning in their life. We are approaching the dark night of the soul for all people on earth. The trial will be real. This is not a test. This is the real thing. In Christ, Greg, the greatest irony of all, the greatest irony of all, is that those who subscribe to the enclosed cosmological model have derived their understanding from strictly empirical science, the purest science of all. Whereas those who adhere to the heliocentric model have adopted a theoretical and hypothetical, and proven fantasy as a type of pantheistic Luciferian religion for their model, the irony is delectable. The flat earthers have rejected all fantasy in preference for pure empirical science, and it led to God. The heliocentrists have rejected all pure empirical science in preference for unproven fantasy, and it has led them to Luciferianism. Ergo, empirical science leads to God. Fantasy leads to Luciferianism. It could not be any more clear. The Freemasons, apart from the fact that the Freemasons admit their God is Lucifer. Another big clue as to what they are all about is found in their encyclopedia, where they tell us that the founder of Masonry is Nimrod, the king of Babylon, the guy who wanted to destroy gods so he could become God himself. The Freemasons are just finishing what he started. And this is why I focus on these guys more than the other societies, because their roots go all the way back to the main enemy, Apollyon, Nimrod, Lucifer, the beast. Preface: Flat Earth, Investigations into a Massive 500-Year Heliocentric Lie, a book by James W. Lee is like no other book about our modern history. For open minds, it may begin a whole new awakening as to our understanding of who we are, where we came from, and a very profound and powerful reconnection to our common theocosmology, that has been occulted from most for over 500 years. How can it be that for over 5,000 years, as far back as modern history allows us, that nearly every single culture on Earth believed the land we all have lived upon since our birth was known to be mostly flat, motionless, and the center of just one creation we call a universe? Just one of many verses of many creations? Nearly all ancient cultures previous to the current Roman dynasty, 310 AD, present, held flat Earth theocosmological belief systems. I am not just speaking about one or two civilizations of our common past, but the cultures of most civilizations covering thousands of years, across all lands and races. From the ancient Chinese, with their yin/yang symbolism of the dance of the sun and moon in circle above, to the Indian Vedics, Buddhists, Sumerians, Chaldeans, Babylonians, Egyptians, ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and Nordic Vikings. All had geocentric flat Earth theocosmology. That all stars, the sun and the moon, were centered around our Earth signified the cosmic importance of humans in the really big picture of our universal makeup. That Earth was the center for all of this creation. The word world comes from the energy vortex created by the electromagnetic battery of our flat Earth connected through the North Pole and Antarctic Circle's positive and negative charges. The salt in the ocean providing the electrolyte catalyst to charge Earth's plasma battery field. We all are contained in a plasma toroidal field of perpetual regeneration inside a closed system energy vortex which causes a whirling action, hence the word world or world. We call it a sunrise and sunset, yet, according to the most basic of heliocentric theory, this is a grossly incorrect term that has never been corrected for over 100 years from academia to the science community. Why? One possible reason was when heliocentrism was introduced to the public education systems of Western world, most worked and lived outdoors. Even peasants knew the earth was still and the sun was moving, and if anyone tried to sell them that the sun was not moving would have been met with complete disbelief and derided for sheer stupidity, and the ruling governance would lose instant credibility. So what would be the correct terms for a flat earth movement of the sun instead of sunrise and sunset? For over the past 100 years, most world education systems continue to this day to teach little to none of flat earth history and cosmology connecting to this rich history of all our common pasts. Why would they not want us to know a narrative of our existence where the sun, the moon, and the stars were placed in the sky above to help guide and assist us in our own evolution of consciousness? What would anyone gain by creating a myth, so that we would feel insignificant, small and just one of billions and billions and billions of other planets, stars and life? If you were in power, would you want the minions one day to take over your power base that has been created over hundreds, if not thousands of years? The powers in charge of world propaganda, monetary policy, religion and infotainment wish to keep us fully disempowered as to our highest potential of humanities and our own evolutions. From Copernicus, all the way to the creation of the Big Bang Theory by Jesuit priest, Father Georges Lemaitre, the Vatican, and the Society of Jesus have had, and still to this day, have large influence in all things astronomy and space observation. In fact, it was Father Lemaitre, not Albert Einstein, who in 1922 created the scientific provable science of our common theocosmology, created an atheistic explanation of how our world came to be. The flat Earth is a level motionless plane with the sun, moon and stars revolving over and around us just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then as we can observe today to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then as we can observe today to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more mph through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris east to west like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major/Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise, from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise, from left to right. Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing, but their actual movement is always east to west. Everything flat Earth by design. You are not buzzing around in an imaginary Star Trek world. You are exactly as your five senses are telling you. The inner ear is designed to detect even the slightest motion. Stand outside, and it tells you that you are perfectly still on a motionless Earth, not rotating or spinning, and certainly not flying through imaginary outer space at 67,000 miles an hour. Your inner ear would immediately inform you of this, by design. Heliosintrickery and pantheistic astrotheology. What has happened is that pagan and Jesuit scientism priests have perverted the idea of Christianity by conflating it with ancient sun-worshipping religions. They have converted authentic biblical Christianity into astrotheology by using astrophysics and astronomy. In this way, they hid the biblical enclosed cosmological model and supplanted it with a false Helios-centered, astrotheological model. Astrotheology is a Kabbalah-based religious system which claims to be the only science that can explain space-time. It claims that it can explain the enigmas written in the Holy Bible. It claims that it can explain etymology, numerology, geometry, astrology, theology, and many other ologies. In short, it claims that it is and always will be the science of all sciences, and the theology of all theologies. Nevertheless, all of it taken together, practitioner and practice, amounts to nothing but heliosintrickery. Pantheism in a nutshell. Astrotheology deifies the creation rather than the creator. In a sense, it is pantheistic, the universe is God, approach to spirituality, making demigods of the stars, planets, and any varied and sundry celestial phenomenon. It involves a pantheon of Greek and Roman gods, as the planets have come to be known. Pantheism is the philosophy that everything is God, pan equals everything, theos equals God, or that the universe and nature are divine. Because it shares these naturalistic beliefs with atheism, the arguments for pantheism are the same as the arguments for atheism. Pantheism puts forward exactly the same critiques of transcendental religions and supernatural beliefs as does atheism. It is a secular religion, firmly rooted in the real world of the senses and of science. Syncretism. When we dig deep into astrotheological philosophy, we see that it leads to a type of syncretism. Syncretism suggests that all the ancient legendary stories, myths, Bibles, fairy tales, etc., all have one simple common origin. In all of these ancient classics, the personae are always the same, under different names. E.g., the sun, Hercules, Jesus, Krishna, Little Red Riding Hood, Prince Charming, etc., are all one and the same person/entity. All the characters have the same roles, the same adventures, and the same trials and labors. The 7 visible planets and luminaries, the active creator gods, in our solar system considered to be a macrocosmic atom, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, all play a very important role in this. The numbers 3 and 4 are also important. For is the number of the elements, fire, air, water, and earth, which correspond to light/heat, gas, liquid and solid. They are the building blocks of the universe. It is possible to explain every verse in the Bible with science and astronomy and physics etc., according to syncretistic scholars. Again, we see a profound exhibition of Kabbalistic thought when we look at this syncretistic aspect of astrotheology. Deeper into astrotheology, the word astrotheology, or astrotheology, comes from the Greek word astron, which means star, and the word theology, which means the study of God. Since ancient times, man has worshipped deities associated with the heavenly bodies, the stars, moon, and sun, Zephaniah 1:5, and this practice is called astrolatry. The term astrotheology is more specifically applied to a religious system based on the observation of the heavens. Astrolatry is usually polytheistic, while astrotheology allows for monotheism. In fact, some people attempt to combine astrotheology with Christianity. Astrology and star worship was very common in Old Testament times, and it was forbidden in the Mosaic Law. The first and second of the 10 Commandments address idolatry in general, including the worship of images of celestial bodies. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above. Exodus 20:3-4 cf. Deuteronomy 4:19, 17:3. True theology looks up at the stars, moon and sun, sees proof of God's glory, and worships Him for what He has made. Psalm 19:1. It does not worship the creation, which astrolatry does, and it does not view the creation as a symbol of God, which astrotheology does. Astrotheology attempts to twist Scripture so that Jesus Christ, instead of being God's Son, is actually God's Son. Astrotheology ties the gospel to ancient God myths and mystery religions. The idea is that the story of Jesus Christ is simply the story of man's relationship with the sun and the seasons. Early man was afraid of darkness and realized his dependence on the sun, waiting for the sun to come again day after day. Darkness became a symbol of evil. The devil and God, who gave us the sun for light and warmth and growing food, was good. Eventually, says astrotheology, these ideas were expressed in the Bible as the story of Jesus Christ. Astrotheology teaches that Bible verses that say Jesus is the light of the world, example, John 8:12, are really referring to the physical sun. The 12 months of the year are represented by Christ's 12 apostles, and the 4 Gospels represent the 4 seasons. Astrotheology attempts to show that the mythologies of ancient gods such as Osiris, Horus, Adonis, and Mithras were based on seasonal cycles, and that the story of Jesus Christ is just a retelling of those ancient tales. Several books and 2 recent films, The God Who Wasn't There and Zeitgeist, are making these claims popular. The problem with such claims is twofold. 1. Astrotheology and similar beliefs dismiss the evidence for the historical Jesus Christ. 2. The so-called parallels between the Gospels and the mythical religions are invalid, as honest research will show. The claims made by the historical Jesus are unique and do not match the stories of the pagan gods. Any attempt to allegorize the Word of God, pervert its plain sense, or deny Jesus Christ is abominable. The Bible warns us against ignorant and unstable people who distort Scripture to their own destruction. Therefore, dear friends, since you have been forewarned, be on your guard so that you may not be carried away by the error of the lawless and fall from your secure position. 2 Peter 3:16, 17. Instead of being led astray by the claims of astrotheology, we should grow in the grace and knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To Him be glory both now and forever. Amen. Verse 18. In a nutshell, NASA the onboard camera for the Apollo 8 mission Earthrise photo was a modified Hasselblad 500 EL camera, with a 250mm Zeiss Panacolor lens. Given a 250mm lens, the Earthrise photograph should have appeared 20 times larger than moonrise from the Earth. The 250mm lens that was subsequently used for the Earthrise images would magnify the image of the Earth up to 5 times its actual size for the Earthrise photograph. If we take the known size of the Earth as 4 times larger than the Moon, and we multiply it by 5x magnification of a 250mm lens, we arrive at an Earthrise photograph that should have appeared 20 times larger than moonrise from Earth. However, the images we see of the Earthrise and the moonrise are the same size? No matter how you slice it, you cannot film a huge Earth rising 5 times its actual size given the Apollo 8's 250mm lens, unless you were actually coming from the dark side of the Moon, which they were not. All you will film is a massive Earth in your field of view, 20 times the size of the Moon when you multiple 250mm zoom lens, which causes 5 times the magnification, with an Earth that is supposed to be 4 times as big as the Moon. For x the size of the Moon x 5 mag equals 20 mag. The entire heliocentric model falls apart when you consider that NASA is actually trying to pass off a photograph that has the Earthrise as the same size as the moonrise as science. Not only is it comical, but it is tragic that people try to defend a photograph that has such blatant falsity to it. Not only was it created by using a paper cut out of the Earth, which is easily demonstrated if you put NASA's official photo into Photoshop and change the resolution, but the Earth looms way out in the distance, at a tiny size that only the moonrise exhibits. You have 2 options. 1. You accept that all NASA's reported sizes and distances of the Moon and Earth and way off by orders of 400% error. 2. Or you accept that the entire Earthrise nonsense is just another NASA hoax to add to their long list of hundreds of poorly executed hoaxes, perpetrated before the average person had the telescopic, Photoshop, and computing power to debunk all the NASA nonsense. NASA, the great deception of the Church of Astrotheology. Either way, it doesn't fare well for NASA. Either way, they come out smelling like a fraudulent film-making company with expensive rocket props, but zero experience in actual outer space travel. Just like any fraudulent company, they have learned that all they have to do is show people a few photographs and video, now and again, and people will gladly open their wallets to the tune $20 billion a year. NASA just collects money. That's their job. They collect money and make space movies. Is that any different than a Hollywood film studio? However, NASA is the worst kind of snake oil salesman. NASA preys off of people's most primitive hopes and dreams about outer space, and the way that it could become their future if they could someday go there. What child does not dream of space flight? Forged in the infantile furnace of youth's fertile imagination, space flight dreams became a billion-dollar film industry for Hollywood, Disney, and NASA. They began cranking out hundreds of outer space sci-fi films to keep the mythos of outer space alive and kicking for those big billion-dollar box office returns. Star Trek, Lost in Space, Star Wars, Alien, Battlestar Galactica, 2001: A Space Odyssey, etc. The dollars rolled in and the world was seduced into looking skywards for their salvation. And now outer space is a religion because of all these movies. NASA is a astrotheological church, with a vast black void for their satanic heaven, and celestial galactic angels, and a pantheon of Greek and Roman gods called planets, moons, stars, and nebulae. NASA worships pagan Gaia. They even hint at the pantheon of gods and goddesses with their Apollo and Mercury space missions. 1. Mercury, named after Mercury, Hermes, the winged god and the messenger of the gods, because the planet appears to move very quickly. 2. Venus, named after Venus, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, because the planet is considered the brightest and most beautiful. 3. Mars, named after Mars, Ares, the god of war, because of the planet's red blood-like color. 4. Jupiter, named after Jupiter, Zeus, the king of the gods, because the planet is the largest of all. 5. Saturn, named after Saturn, Cronus, god of agriculture and time, because it had the slowest orbit around the sun of the 5 known planets at the time. Saturn is no longer the god of agriculture, he was replaced by his daughter, Ceres, Demeter. 6. Uranus, named after Uranus, god of the sky, because he was the grandfather of Jupiter. 7. Neptune, named after Neptune, Poseidon, god of the sea, because of the planet's water-like blue color. 8. Pluto, named after Pluto, Hades, the god of the underworld, because the planet is so far away from the sun, it is in utter darkness. When you enter NASA, you are entering a pagan church with pagan rituals and rites, and pagan deities. They have tried to sanitize this fact with fake science and glitzy props and movies, but the facts remain. The entire world has been indoctrinated into a pagan astrotheological church. NASA stands for, not a space agency astronaut Don Pettit. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. That's right, we can't go to the moon again, but gear up folks, we're blasting off to Mars. Don Pettit's alleged NASA experience. NASA website. Selected by NASA to be an astronaut in April 1996, Dr. Pettit reported to the Johnson Space Center in August 1996. A veteran of 3 spaceflights, Dr. Pettit has logged more than 370 days in space, and over 13 spacewalk hours. He lived aboard the International Space Station for 5.5 months during Expedition 6, was a member of the STS-126 crew, and again lived aboard the station for 6.5 months as part of the Expedition 3031 crew. Okay, so far so good. We have established Don Pettit's high stature as a NASA spokesperson. So what did Don Pettit tell the world about the moon missions? NASA spokesperson and astronaut, Don Pettit, says they lost everything. 1. The playback mechanisms. 2. The 85,000 tapes. 3. All the technology. 4. All the telemetry data. 5. Absolutely everything was destroyed or lost. Just let that sink it. This is the highest achievement of mankind, and they lost it all. The most obscure artifacts from archaeological digs from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and India are overflowing in museums, and I still have all my files, photographs, videos, paper, and digital representations, music, books, and essays I have written going back 40 years from when I was a kid. But NASA lost it all. That's right, the single-handed most significant achievement of mankind, and they say it was all lost and destroyed. All of it. They only have Hollywood photo plates, a decrepit lunar module that has the architecture of a homeless shack, and doctored videos to prove the missions even took place. And, if you believe NASA's story, then the brainwashing is complete. NASA fanboys will always bend over backwards to defend their sacred church of NASA, but it always turns out bad for them when the knife edge of empirical science is applied to NASA's claims. Chapter 1 Sir Isaac Newton's Alchemy. Sir Isaac Newton left at his death a large collection of papers on alchemy, mostly in his own handwriting. The importance of this legacy has been debated ever since. When it first appeared, Professor Dobbs' detailed analysis of the foundations of Newton's alchemical pursuits further stimulated interest in the subject by firmly establishing the importance of alchemy in Newton's thought. This book sets the foundations of Newton's alchemy in their historical context in Restoration England. It is shown that alchemical modes of thought, and particularly those of a Neoplatonic kind, were quite strong in many of those who provided the dynamism for the scientific revolution of the 17th century, and that these modes of thought had important relationships with general movements for reform in the same period: reform of religion, philosophy, learning, society, and of man himself. Newton's alchemy is thus seen as a critical link between Renaissance Hermeticism and the rational chemistry and mechanics of the 18th century. Sir Isaac Newton's love of God. When Sir Isaac Newton died in 1727, he left behind no will and an enormous stack of papers. His surviving correspondences, notes, and manuscripts contain an estimated 10 million words, enough to fill up roughly 150 novel-length books. There are pages upon pages of scientific and mathematical brilliance. But there are also pages that reveal another side of Newton, a side his descendants tried to keep hidden from the public. Ironically, in opposition to today's fawning atheistic worshippers of Newton, he wrote poems, theses, and dissertations, some that he kept for himself. Truth is the offspring of silence and unbroken meditation. By Sir Isaac Newton he governs all things, not as the soul of the world, but as Lord over all, and on account of his dominion he is wont to be called Lord God Pantocrator, or universal ruler. For God is a relative word, and has a respect to servants, and deity is the dominion of God, not over his own body, as those imagine who fancy God to be the soul of the world, but over servants. The supreme God is a being eternal, infinite, absolutely perfect. He is eternal and infinite, omnipotent and omniscient, that is, his duration reaches from eternity to eternity, his presence from infinity to infinity. He governs all things and knows all things that are or can be done. He endures forever, and is everywhere present, and by existing always and everywhere, he constitutes duration and space. Since every particle of space is always, and every indivisible moment of duration is everywhere, certainly the Maker and Lord of things cannot be never and nowhere. Every soul that has perception is, though in different times and different organs of sense and motion, still the same indivisible person. There are given successive parts in duration, coexistent parts in space, but neither the one nor the other in the person of a man, or his thinking principle, and much less can they be found in the thinking substance of God. Every man, so far as he is a thing that has perception, is one and the same man during his whole life, in all and each of his organs of sense. God is one and the same God, always and everywhere. He is omnipresent, not virtually only, but also substantially, for virtue cannot subsist without substance. In him are all things contained and moved, yet neither affects the other. God suffers nothing from the motion of bodies, bodies find no resistance from the omnipresence of God. It is allowed by all that the supreme God exists necessarily, and by the same necessity he exists always and everywhere. Whence also he is all similar, all eye, all ear, all brain, all arm, all power to perceive, to understand, and to act, but in a manner not at all human, in a manner not at all corporeal, in a manner utterly unknown to us. In the absence of any other proof, the thumb alone would convince me of God's existence. We account the scriptures of God to be the most sublime philosophy. I find more sure marks of authenticity in the Bible than in any profane history. Sir Isaac Newton's Scientism in a nutshell. 1. Ancient Hermetic and Kabbalistic occultism was repackaged as late medieval and Renaissance alchemical magic by alchemists such as Sir Isaac Newton, John Dee, Tycho Brahe, Johann Georg Faust, Sir Francis Bacon, Basilius Valentinus, Sir Edward Kelly, etc. 2. Additionally, with the help Catholic cleric, Nicolaus Copernicus, Galileo, Italian Dominican friar and Hermetic occultist, Giordano Bruno, and Johannes Kepler. Jesuit Vatican priests effectively repackaged ancient Egyptian and Indian astronomy and astrology as 15th century astrophysics and astronomy. 3. Then, after centuries of alchemical maturation, alchemical practices were repackaged as modern physics and chemistry. 4. Then, in the 20th century, ancient Hermetic and Kabbalistic occultism was revisited by Eastern European Kabbalists such as Albert Einstein, Niels Bohr, Max Planck, Paul Dirac, etc., and repacked as quantum physics. 5. Then, Kabbalistic and alchemical practices and agendas, in addition to 15th century astrophysics and astronomy, were repackaged as modern science fiction by select authors, including Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, Robert A. Heinlein, Ray Bradbury, Frank Herbert, and Philip K. Dick, with additional repackaging from a host of Hollywood film directors, including Stanley Kubrick, Ridley Scott, Steven Spielberg, Christopher Nolan, and George Lucas, etc. 6. Lastly, the far-reaching antecedent to modern science fiction, ancient Hermetic occultism, after traversing the ages from ancient occult Egypt to now, was finally repackaged as what is known today as university physics, astronomy, astrophysics, and quantum physics. The journey has been long and labyrinthine to finally arrive at the full maturation of ancient occultism, which has completely infected what was once empirical science and has, subsequently, made science fiction fantasy the curriculum of modern science. Empirical science has been sold down the river for theoretical fantasies, such as the heliocentric delusion, evolutionary theory, mythical gravity, and Big Bang cosmology, all of which have no reflection on the observed world we live in. In a nutshell, modern science has become ancient Hermetic and Kabbalistic occultism, and people live in fear of challenging this self-elected, scientific autocracy of puffed-up pseudo-scientists. Think about it. How do you get a world to avoid the investigation into their own world's topography? You make movies and science programs that compel them to look up instead of out and down at their world. You coax and entice them with Star Trek and Star Wars into forever gazing up into the flickering lights in the sky all the time, hypnotized by the pretty lights like a little baby. You create a religion out of astronomy and astrophysics, and you create scientism priests like Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, Sean Carroll, Lawrence M. Krauss, Max Tegmark, and Hawking to preach the gospel of outer space worship. And you hire ghost writers, adepts in Kabbalistic and Hermetic occultism to write books about astrophysics and cosmology, and you publish them with your fake scientism priests' names on the cover. Fake scientists who have never performed any real scientific experiments, and who are merely paid actors and journalistic commenters easily found on the IMDb acting websites. And you make your scientism priests and anyone in the academic limelight mock and ridicule any person who challenges the standard model of gravitational nonsense or the official government outer space narrative. In short, you brainwash the world until the world no longer trusts its own five senses, but rather, it believes in lies just because it is afraid to be ostracized for challenging the scientific dictatorship of modern occult scientism. Now you know the rest of the story. Gregory L. Garrett. Scientism's modus operandi, it must be true. Many scientists have a way of saying, it has to be this way because it is our best theory, instead of merely offering their theory for what it is, a theory, nothing more. Invoking the authority of science is something we hear all too often. And it might be fair to criticize people for denying compounding evidence on a given issue, but holding up science as some depository of knowledge that needs to be universally respected goes directly against the spirit of research. It's also naive. A lot of flawed research gets published and publicized without ever being questioned, and it's a far more pervasive problem than you might imagine. Researchers suggest that a majority of findings published in studies are false and the claims are pretty well reflected in tests. One study published in Science attempted to replicate 100 theoretical science studies, but could only manage to get the same results for 6. Theoretical science is concerned with theories and hypotheses, not facts. It's not necessarily based on real life, most of the time, or meant to be applied to real life. Theoretical things are based on abstract theory and ideas, while practical ones are based on practice. Giant black holes are a theoretical fantasy, a Disney movie, while the composition of Antarctic ice is verifiable. You can prove it. You can test for it. Most theoretical ideas are heavily based upon math and abstract mental constructs, with zero relation to the real physical world. They have no real substance other than to exist as science fiction conjecture, and are generally riddled with unfalsifiable claims. However, the Earth is empirically verifiable. Contrarily, the vast vacuum Star Trek universe model has never been verified. Its very existence is contingent upon faith and quasi-religious yearnings, relegating it to be merely a fantasy, never proven to exist, and the stuff of science fiction movies, not true empirical science. This being the case, NASA emerges as a church of sorts, and it is by no means a space agency, any more than Hollywood, NASA's core space flight center, is an authentic space agency. Empirical evidence depends upon information received by means of the senses, particularly by observation and documentation of patterns and behavior through experimentation. The term empirical comes from the Greek word for experience, empiria. Things that are measurable, repeatable, predictable, verifiable, perceived through direct experience, etc., fall under the heading of true science. Everything else is an imaginative fireside chat, a long J.R.R. Tolkien pipe full of theoretical wizardry, as every true scientist knows. When a scientist claims that something must be true, just because he feels emotional about his theory and can see no other way for something to occur, that is not science. Rather, it is scientism, which involves the practice of making science a faith-based religion without empirical underpinnings. Subsequently, astrophysical-based theoretical ideas, as general rule, cannot be tested because they include such wild fantasies of distance and magnitude that nobody can either confirm nor deny their existence. They are merely wild science fiction conjectures, emanating from very imaginative Earth-based minds. Some good examples of unprovable scientism theories, which fall under the heading of science fiction fantasy, are as follows: 1. Evolutionary Theory 2, The Big Bang Theory 3, The Big Bounce Theory 4, Black Holes 5, Dark Matter 6, Dark Energy 7, The Unit of a Light Year 8, All the matter of the universe compressed into the size of an atom. Highly comical. 9. The Planck Scale 10. A vast expanding universe that has never been proven to exist. 11. Pretending the Sun is a star. 12. The Theory of Gravity. 13. The Heliocentric Theory. 14. Special and General Relativity. 15. An Orbiting Earth. 16. Pretending planets are huge. 17. Pretending that the Earth is spinning when it has been empirically proven to be absolutely motionless. 18. Pretending stars are huge. 19. Most of quantum physics. 20. Most of astrophysics. 21. Most of modern scientific cosmology. Scientism priests act whores. There is nothing wrong with creating theories. Theoretical science is a good tool for imaginative inquiry and model-building practice. But as soon as one pretends that the theoretical models that one has built are real, thereby codifying them as empirical facts, then one has made a religion out of one's very own imagination and departed from actual empirical science. We see this practice as an epidemic of modern science, where the Carl Sagans, Sean Carrolls, Stephen Hawkings, Albert Einsteins, and Neil deGrasse Tysons of the ages live in citadels of delusionary fantasy. When one mistakes science fiction for real empirical science, it is most likely from watching hundreds of Hollywood science fiction movies, reading science fiction books, and devouring pop science magazines. As well as having been exposed to entertaining but delusional scientism priests like actors Carl Sagan, Sean Carroll, Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, etc. And worshipping computer-generated graphics and coloring book images of fake outer space. Presented to the world from the holy altars of NASA via the brainwashing weapon extravagances called television and film, to be certain, we have a crisis in modern science. The Jesuits, owners of the 500-year-old flat Earth secret. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is a general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power in its most despotic exercise, absolute power, universal power, power to control the world by the volition of a single man, i.e., the Black Pope, the superior general of the Jesuits. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, and at the same time the greatest and most enormous of abuses. Napoleon i.e., Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769–1821, Emperor of the French. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America, are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priests, for they are the most crafty, dangerous enemies to civil and religious liberty. They have instigated most of the wars of Europe. Freemason and First President George Washington. Note: Freemason is before First American President. Heliocentric. The Society of Jesus, otherwise known as the Vatican Jesuit Military Order, founded by Ignatius Loyola in 1540, have been highly instrumental in the creating and perpetuating the great 500-year lie that the Earth is a sphere rotating around a central sun, held in orbit by gravity. You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately and deeply involved in all things outer space, including owning the earliest telescopes, and to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world today. LUCIFER. Vatican astronomers used some of the facilities of Stewart Observatory, but in 1993 the 1.8-meter Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope, VATT, opened on Mount Graham in southeast Arizona. The same year, Stewart Observatory's Heinrich Hertz Submillimeter Telescope, SMT, also opened on Mount Graham. A little more than a decade later, the Large Binocular Telescope, LBT, opened on Mount Graham. With twin 8.4-meter mirrors, the LBT is one of the largest optical telescopes in the world. This telescope is known as the Large Binocular Telescope Near-Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research, which they distilled down into the name, L.U.C.I.F.E.R. How holy of them, right? De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, is the seminal work on the heliocentric theory of the Polish astronomer Nicolaus Copernicus. From Copernicus' dedication in his book to Pope Paul III, to Galileo Galilei, who was fated Rome, honored by the Jesuits of the Roman College and received by Pope Paul V, to Sir Isaac Newton, who conspired with the English Jesuits at Liege, to Jesuit idiot shill, Albert Einstein, who yielded the Big Bang Theory story created by his colleague, Jesuit priest, George Lemaitre. The Society of Jesuits have been intimately involved with both the spreading of heliocentric theory and the burying of 5,000 years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of and are ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to maintain and establish world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, the Rothschilds and international banksters, secret societies from Opus Dei, to the York and Scottish Rite Freemasons, Illuminati, as well as the Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all agencies of government and think tanks including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Round Table, the Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucas Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. Our laws are derived of Roman Latin maritime law and run out of Rome. Their 500-year system is based on openly secret bodies of governance called city-states managed by the Trilateral Commission of the Vatican, City of London, and Washington, D.C. These separate city-states are individual corporations that answer to no country, and have their own special status in world court with their own banking, police force, mayor, constitution and flags. Bonus question: why is Washington named to be in the District of Columbia? For more on the NWO trilateral ownership of the world, please see here. The Jesuits are a military order under the Knights of Malta, and are ruled by the 13 ancient families of satanic bloodlines. The top of power currently is one black pope, Adolfo, Nicholas, the current superior general, who all presidents, prime ministers, and banksters answer to. Jorge Mario Bergoglio not only supported the U.S.-sponsored dictatorship, he also played a direct and complicit role in the Dirty War, La Guerra Sucia, in liaison with the military junta headed by General Jorge Videla, leading to the arrest, imprisonment, torture and disappearance of progressive Catholic priests and laymen who were opposed to Argentina's military rule. Source: now, for the first time in 600 years, the White Pope Francis is a Jesuit who reigned power in Argentina during their bloody dirty wars. Additionally, drought-engineered California has as governor, Jesuit-trained Jerry Brown. The first Jesuits established Washington, D.C., when the wealthiest man in the U.S. at the time, Jesuit John Carroll, donated the land to found the birthing of the New Jerusalem in 1871 with the passage of the Organic Act creating the separate city-state of Washington, D.C. Note the birthing occurred between the two states of Virginia and Maryland. The Virgin Mary, get it? This is how long these most despicable group of child-abusing men have ruled all worlds of all for centuries. And it is not over. The truth is being revealed, and any can easily see how far Jesuit influence has come when one contemplates the worldwide acceptance of a round ball Earth hurtling through space around our Sun at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour. Jews are the lower level of power. Very few in the alternate news media are covering the top of the pyramid, the Jesuit military order, while extensively reporting on the Jews, banks to Rothschilds, Freemasons, Bilderbergs, etc. And the question has to be asked: why? Why have they not included the omnipresent Jesuit hand throughout modern history? The Society of Jesus, Company of Jesus, aka Jesuits, is a 500-year-old, all-male Roman Catholic military order. They operate through the Sovereign Military Order of St. John the Hospitalier of Jerusalem, Rhodes and Malta, aka SMOM Knights of Malta, wielding unchecked power behind the scenes. The Society of Jesus, as they are officially known, was originally used by the Vatican to counter the various Reformation movements in Europe, to which the Vatican lost much of its religious and political power. Absolute temporal ruling power has always been the Vatican institution's primary objective. The Jesuits actually became so powerful and overbearing that they were disbanded by none other than the Pope himself. In 1773, Ganganelli, who succeeded Clement XIII, issued a papal bull in which he declared them suppressed and extinct and their statutes annulled. They remained suppressed for 40 years, but in 1814 Pius VII issued a bull solemnly re-establishing the society under the constitutions of St. Ignatius. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, if the Protestants of the North and the South could learn what the priests, nuns, and monks, who daily land on our shores, under the pretext of preaching their religion, were doing in our schools and hospitals. As emissaries of the Pope and the other despots of Europe, to undermine our institutions and alienate the hearts of our people from our Constitution and our laws, and prepare a reign of anarchy here, as they have done in Ireland, Mexico, Spain, and wherever there are people that wish to be free. They would unite in taking power out of their hands. The Jesuits never forsake. Washington in the lap of Rome, Justin D. Fulton, 50 Years in the Church of Rome, by Charles Chiniquy LCCN, BX 1770.F9. By the 17th century there were more than 500 Jesuit schools established across Europe. The Jesuits' standardized curriculum and teaching methods became the basis of many education systems today. There are 20,000 Jesuits working in more than 100 countries, with 200 members in the UK in parishes, schools, colleges and spirituality centers. To understand the who, when, why and how the flat round geocentric Earth theory was destroyed 500 years ago in favor of a well-coordinated, well-planned effort to sell the world that we live on a heliocentric spinning ball is what we all seek to know. Their purpose for creating the greatest lie in the history of mankind was to create a story that each of us are only a single being amongst billions and billions of other star systems with their own planets and possible inhabitants versus the reality that we are really the center of the universe. And all revolves around us, thus making God's most important creations. Go ye, then, into all the world and take possession of all lands in the name of the Pope. He who will not accept him as the vicar of Jesus and his viceregent on earth, let him be accursed and exterminated. From Secret Instructions of the Jesuits, the Jesuit Oath Exposed, the following is the text of the Jesuit Extreme Oath of Induction as recorded in the Journals of the 62nd Congress, 3rd Session, of the United States Congressional Record, House Calendar No. 397, Report No. 1523, February 15, 1913, pp. 3215 to 3216, from which it was subsequently torn out. The oath is also quoted by Charles Didier in his book Subterranean Rome, New York, 1843, translated from the French original. Dr. Alberto Rivera, who escaped from the Jesuit order in 1967, confirms that the induction ceremony and the text of the Jesuit oath which he took were identical to what we have cited below. The ordained society of Jesuit oath I furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity present, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants and liberals, as I am directed to do. To extirpate and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex or condition, and that I will hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle and bury alive these infamous heretics. Rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women and crush their infants' heads against the walls, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisoned cup, the strangulating cord, the steel of the poniard or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private. As I at any time may be directed so to do by any agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith, of the Society of Jesus. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, soul, and all corporal powers. And with the dagger which I now receive, I will subscribe my name written in my blood in testimony thereof. And should I prove false or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and feet, and my throat from ear to ear, my belly be opened and sulphur burned therein with all the punishment that can be inflicted upon me on earth. And my soul shall be tortured by demons in eternal hell forever. Now compare this oath to the Freemasonry oaths. The obligation of a first-degree Freemason, entered apprentice degree, binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by its roots, and buried in the rough sands of the sea at low water mark, where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever knowingly or willingly violate this my solemn oath and obligation as an entered apprentice Mason. So help me God, and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. The obligation of a second-degree Freemason, fellowcraft degree, binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my left breast torn open, my heart plucked out, and given as a prey to the wild beasts of the field, and the fowls of the air as a prey. The obligation of a third-degree Freemason, Master Mason degree, binding myself under no less a penalty than that of having my body severed in two, my bowels taken from thence and burned to ashes, the ashes scattered to the four winds of heaven, so that no more trace or remembrance may be had of so vile and perjured a wretch as I, should I ever knowingly or willingly violate this my solemn obligation as a Master Mason. So help me God, and keep me steadfast in the due performance of the same. In every ritual degree of Freemasonry, and in all the most important ceremonial rituals and initiations of elite orders, the candidate is required to take an oath and is warned of the hideous and grotesque penalty that awaits him if he dares ever to reveal any of the group's innermost secrets. So both Jesuits and entry-level Freemasons share very similar blood oaths, or brutal death is brought upon thee. To understand the great power of the Jesuits, we need to take a brief overview of how much power they yield, and who and what they control. The order traces its history to an 11th century CE infirmary in Jerusalem set up by a monk to care for pilgrim visiting the Holy Land. During the Crusades, it took on a military role to protect pilgrims in Christendom as a whole from Muslim attacks. In February 1113, Pope Paschal II recognized the order with a papal bull establishing its sovereign status by saying it was independent of both lay and other religious authorities. The order's international legal status is entirely unique, a sovereign entity that prints its own stamps, coins, license plates and passports, yet has no territory over which it rules. Its forces once occupied Cyprus, Rhodes and Malta, but Napoleon expelled the order from Malta in 1798, depriving it of the final patch of land over it ruled. Nevertheless, the order still enjoys many of the trapping of a small country, UN observer status and diplomatic relation with 104 countries. The militaristic orders of the Roman Catholic Church, orders of chivalry directly under papal protection. These are today the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of Malta, and the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre. These orders are under the protection of His Holiness as Supreme Pontiff, and are not considered to be awards of the Vatican State. Knights of Malta meet in Vatican for their 900-year event, then the Pope resigns. The Military Knight Malta, MoMA? One of the most peculiar organizations in the world, marked its 900th birthday Saturday, February 9, 2013, with a colorful procession through St. Peter's Square, a mass in the Basilica, and an audience with Pope Benedict XVI, himself a member of the one-time chivalrous order drawn from Europe's nobility. The order traces its history to an 11th century CE infirmary in Jerusalem set up by a monk to care for pilgrim visiting the Holy Land. During the Crusades, it took on a military role to protect pilgrims in Christendom as a whole from Muslim attacks. In February 1113, Pope Paschal II recognized the order with a papal bull establishing its sovereign status by saying it was independent of both lay and other religious authorities. The order's international legal status is entirely unique, a sovereign entity that prints its own stamps, coins, license plates and passports, yet has no territory over which it rules. Its forces once occupied Cyprus, Rhodes and Malta, but Napoleon expelled the order from Malta in 1798, depriving it of the final patch of land over it ruled. Nevertheless, the order still enjoys many of the trapping of a small country. When flat round Earth got dropped from scientific inquiry, geocentrism versus heliocentrism no longer up for discussion in 1543, Copernicus suggested the Sun was at the center of the cosmos. When Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Battista Riccioli published his Almagestrum Novum, or New Almagest, the title alone suggested the boldness of the project. This was to be a new and updated take on Ptolemy's Almagest. The book offered new insight into the state of thought about the cosmos in 17th century Europe. The frontispiece to Riccioli's Almagestrum Novum tells his perspective on the state of astronomy in 1651. Urania, the winged muse of astronomy, holds up a scale with two competing models, a sun-centered Copernican model, and the Tychonic geocentric model. The Ptolemaic model sits discarded in the bottom right corner of the scene. On the right, 100-eyed Argus points at cherubs in the upper right corner of the illustration. The cherubs hold recent observational discoveries, the moons of Jupiter, a detailed mountainous moon, and the rings of Saturn. Under God's hand from the top of the image, the scale reports the Tychonic model to be heavier, and thus the winner. Early channeling Sagan, billions and billions. Some of the most interesting details in this illustration are tucked away in the corners. In the upper right corner, among the clouds, are small representations of additional solar systems. Beyond the central diagram, the mapmaker shows the concept of the plurality of worlds. Each of these little sets of circles represents its own solar system with a star and planets. This image directly draws on the literary author, de Fontenelle, who, building on the ideas of Newton and Descartes, explored the significance of living in a universe with a plurality of worlds each orbiting their own stars. Riccioli leans on the authority of a number of contemporary and historical thinkers. He lists 38 different astronomers and thinkers, such as Aristotle, Ptolemy and others, who believe the Earth to be the center of the universe. He compares them to the 16 astronomers, including Copernicus, Kepler, and Descartes, who favor a sun-centered model. 1600s. There were three mathematical models to describe the movements of the heavens in the 1600s. 1. The Aristotelian/Ptolemaic system, with everything orbiting around a stationary Earth, which had largely fallen out of favor following Galileo's observations. 2. The Tychonic system, developed by Tycho Brahe, in which the Earth was viewed as stationary. The Sun went around the Earth and everything else went around the Sun. After Galileo's presentations in 1611, this became the favored model of the Roman Catholic Church. Most Jesuit astronomers, such as Clavius, had adopted this system by 1620. 3. The Copernican system, with a stationary sun around which everything else revolved. A statue of Nicolaus Copernicus erected 1973, 500 years after his birthday in front of the Jesuit College, and a planetarium in Piotrków Trybunalski. Copernicus among Catholics, Christoph Clavius, 1537–1612, was the leading astronomer in the 16th century. A Jesuit himself, he incorporated astronomy into the Jesuit curriculum, and was the principal scholar behind the creation of the Gregorian calendar. Like the Wittenberg astronomers, Clavius adopted Copernican mathematical models when he felt them superior, but he believed that Ptolemy's cosmology, both his ordering of the planets and his use of the equant, was correct. Pope Clement VII, r. 1523–1534, had reacted favorably to a talk about Copernicus's theories, rewarding the speaker with a rare manuscript. There is no indication of how Pope Paul III, to whom on the revolutions was dedicated, reacted. However, a trusted advisor, Bartolomeo Spina of Pisa, 1474–1546, intended to condemn it but fell ill and died before his plan was carried out. See Rosen, 1975. Thus, in 1600 there was no official Catholic position on the Copernican system, and it was certainly not a heresy. Tycho Brahe, December 14, 1546 to October 24, 1601, was a Danish nobleman known for his accurate and comprehensive astronomical and planetary observations. After disagreements with the new Danish king Christian IV in 1597, he was invited by the Bohemian king and Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II to Prague, where he became the official imperial astronomer. He built the new observatory at Banatki nad Jizero. There, from 1600 until his death in 1601, he was assisted by Johannes Kepler, who later used Tycho's astronomical data to develop his three laws of planetary motion. Some acceptance of the Tychonic system persisted through the 17th century, and in places until the early 18th century, it was supported, after a 1633 decree about the Copernican controversy, by a flood of pro-Tycho literature of Jesuit origin. Among pro-Tycho Jesuits, Ignace parties declared in 1691 that it was still the commonly accepted system, and Francesco Blanquinus reiterated that as late as 1728. 82. Persistence of the Tychonic system, especially in Catholic countries, has been attributed to its satisfaction of a need, relative to Catholic doctrine, for a safe synthesis of ancient and modern. Galileo Galilei. The laws of nature are written by the hand of God in the language of mathematics. Galileo Galilei, Il Saggiatore, 1623. Initially a beneficiary of church patronage of astronomy, Galileo rose to prominence with the publication of Sidereus Nuncius, which comprised astronomical observations made possible by the 1608 invention of the telescope. He was feted in Rome, honored by the Jesuits of the Roman College, and received by Pope Paul V and church dignitaries in 1611. Galileo traveled to Rome to present his findings, and was greeted with great acclaim. He demonstrated his observations of Jupiter to Christopher Clavius, a Jesuit at the Collegio Romano, and the most respected astronomer in Europe at the time, who confirmed Galileo's observations in parts of his Theses of Planetary Motion. He was monumentally arrogant, belligerent, and abrasive towards any who opposed him. Controversial questions, don't you just love that title? Wrote a letter to Galileo in April 1615 outlining the Church's official position. He pointed out that Copernican theory was perfectly acceptable as a working hypothesis, and if there were proof that the Earth circles around the Sun, then we should have to proceed with great circumspection in explaining passages of Scripture which appear to teach the contrary. Galileo had no astronomical proof to offer, partly because his own observations did not align properly with his theory. Instead, Galileo proposed as proof of flawed and unconvincing theory that the tides were evidence of the Earth's rotation, and, incidentally, specifically denying that lunar attraction was involved. In 1616 the Church ordered him to cease and desist his public advocacy of the unproven theory. In 1623 his friend and supporter Maffeo Barberini ascended to the papacy, and Galileo confidently re-entered the public fray. In the same year he published Il Saggiatore, the Assayer, in which he launched a vicious assault on a treatise on comets by Orazio Grassi, a Jesuit mathematician at the Collegio Romano. Grassi used observations of parallax to argue that comets are further away than the Moon. Galileo ridiculed this idea and claimed instead that comets are an optical illusion. His factual error notwithstanding, the harshness of Galileo's tone permanently soured his relations with the Jesuit order. Pope Urban VIII thoroughly enjoyed the rhetorical flourishes of Galileo's prose, however, and composed a poem in his honor. The Jesuits at the Roman College undoubtedly followed Aristotle in philosophy and Ptolemy in astronomy, at least for didactic purposes. Orazio Grassi, S.J., May 1, 1583 to July 23, 1654, was an Italian Jesuit priest, who is best noted as a mathematician, astronomer and architect. He was one of the authors in controversy with Galileo Galilei on the nature of comets. Giovanni Battista Riccioli, 1, April 17, 1598 to June 25, 1671, was an Italian astronomer and a Catholic priest in the Jesuit order. He is known, among other things, for his experiments with pendulums, and with falling bodies, for his discussion of 126 arguments concerning the motion of the Earth, and for introducing the current scheme of lunar nomenclature. Other 17th-century Jesuit astronomers: Matteo Ricci, 1552–1610, Italian mathematician, translator, and noted for his importance to the Jesuit China missions. Christopher Clavius, 1538–1612, German mathematician and astronomer, most noted in connection with the Gregorian calendar, but also his arithmetic books were used by many mathematicians including Leibniz and Descartes. François d'Aiguillon, 1567–1617, Belgian mathematician and physicist who worked on optics. Giuseppe Biancani, 1566–1624, Italian astronomer and selenographer who wrote Sfera Mundi, Seu Cosmographia Demonstrativa, ac Facili Methodo Tradita. Wenceslas Pantaleon Kierwitzer, 1588–1626, Czech astronomer and missionary to China. Charles Malapert, 1581–1630, Belgian astronomer known for observing the stars of the southern sky and being against Copernicus. Christopher Obori, 1583–1632, Italian mathematician and astronomy who made observations on the magnetic variation of the compass. Christoph Greenberger, 1561–1636, Austrian astronomer and mathematician. Giovanni Battista Zuppi, c. 1590–1650, Italian astronomer who discovered that Mercury had orbital phases. Alexius Silvius Polonus, 1593 c. 1653, Polish astronomer. Johann Baptist Cécet, 1587–1657, Swiss mathematician and astronomer, who did important research on comets and the Orion Nebula. Mario Bettinus, 1582–1657, Italian mathematician and astronomer. André Tackett, 1612–1660, Flemish mathematician whose work prepared the ground for the eventual discovery of calculus. Francesco Maria Grimaldi, 1618–1663, Italian physicist, who coined the word diffraction and used instruments to measure geological features on the Moon. Niccolò Zucchi, 1586–1670, Italian astronomer known for his study of Jupiter and work on telescope design. Giovanni Battista Riccioli, 1598–1671, Italian astronomer who was the first to note that Mizar was a double star. Albert Kurtz, 1600–1671, German astronomer. Jacques de Billy, 1602–1679, French mathematician who wrote on number theory and astronomy. Athanasius Kircher, 1601–1680, German who in his Scrutinium Pestis of 1658 he noted the presence of little worms or animalcules in the blood, and concluded that the disease was caused by microorganisms. This is antecedent to germ theory. Cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. René Descartes laid the foundation for 17th-century continental rationalism, later advocated by Baruch Spinoza and Gottfried Leibniz, and opposed by the empiricist school of thought consisting of Hobbes, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Leibniz, Spinoza, citation needed, and Descartes were all well versed in mathematics as well as philosophy, and Descartes and Leibniz contributed greatly to science as well. In 1607, late because of his fragile health, he entered the Jesuit College Royal Henry Legrand at La Flèche, where he was introduced to mathematics and physics, including Galileo's work. 1650s Jean-François Fouquet was born in Vézelay in a wealthy family. He studied at Lycée Louis le Grand in Paris. In 1681 he entered the order of the Jesuits. For years later he taught mathematics. In 1693 he became a priest, and in the following year he decided he wanted to volunteer in Asia. In 1699 he arrived in Amoy. Until 1711 he worked in Fujian and Jiangxi, then he was invited to Peking to teach math and astronomy. Jean-Félix Picard, July 21, 1620 to July 12, 1682, was a French astronomer and priest born in La Flèche, where he studied at the Jesuit College Royal Henry Legrand. He was the first person to measure the size of the Earth to a reasonable degree of accuracy in a survey conducted in 1669–70, for which he is honored with a pyramid at Juvisy-sur-Orge. While the Kirch comet of 1680–1681 was discovered by and subsequently named for Gottfried Kirch, credit must also be given to Eusebio Kino, the Spanish Jesuit priest who charted the comet's course. Jesuit astronomers with Chinese scholars in the 18th century. The Jesuit China missions of the 16th and 17th centuries introduced Western science and astronomy, then undergoing its own revolution, to China. One modern historian writes that in late Ming courts, the Jesuits were regarded as impressive especially for their knowledge of astronomy, calendar making, mathematics, hydraulics, and geography. 4. The Society of Jesus introduced, according to Thomas Woods, a substantial body of scientific knowledge and a vast array of mental tools for understanding the physical universe, including the Euclidean geometry that made planetary motion comprehensible. 5. Another expert quoted by Woods said the scientific revolution brought by the Jesuits coincided with a time when science was at a very low level in China. On June 8, 1723, Fouquet was received by Pope Innocent XIII. Fouquet met another Chinese in Rome, who offered him help with translating. In 1725, he was appointed as Bishop of Eleutheropolis in Palestine. Johannes Kepler, December 27, 1571 to November 15, 1630, was a German mathematician, astronomer, and astrologer. A key figure in the 17th century scientific revolution, he is best known for his laws of planetary motion, based on his works Astronomia Nova, Harmonics Mundi, and Epitome of Copernican Astronomy. These works also provided one of the foundations for Isaac Newton's theory of universal gravitation. During his career, Kepler was a mathematics teacher at a seminary school in Graz, Austria. Jesuits produce first telescopes. Modern refracting telescopes are based on a design proposed by Johannes Kepler in 1611, but first constructed by Father Christopher Scheiner sometime between 1613 and 1617. Why did Scheiner build an astronomical telescope when other scientists of his day seemed quite content with the Galilean telescope? The answer may require looking past Scheiner to his order, the Jesuits. Scheiner's unorthodoxy regarding telescope construction, use and theory was not out of place in the Jesuits. Another Jesuit of Scheiner's and Galileo's time, Niccolò Zucchi, demonstrated that a telescopic effect could be achieved using a combination of parabolic mirrors and lenses instead of just lenses. This crude reflecting telescope was built more than 50 years before Newton's famous telescope. The Jesuits also have a connection with the spread of telescope technology beyond Europe. The first telescope in North America was a gift presented by the Jesuits in 1646 to Jean Bourdon, an engineer in New France, modern-day Quebec. The first telescope in China was brought there by Johannes Schreck, another Jesuit, in 1621. His trip from Europe started in 1618. The Jesuit Jean Richard is wrongly thought to be the first to use telescopes for astronomical purposes in India. The Vatican's LUCIFER telescope. The dedication plaque of the VATT reads, "This new tower for studying the stars has been erected during the 15th year of the reign of John Paul II on this peaceful site so fit for such studies. And it has been equipped with a new large mirror for detecting the faintest glimmers of light from distant objects. May whoever searches here night and day the far reaches of space use it joyfully with the help of God." Why is the Vatican the largest and longest owners of telescope observatories? It may be boldly asked, where can the man be found, possessing the extraordinary gifts of Newton, who could suffer himself to be deluded by such a hocus-pocus, if he had not in the first instance willfully deceived himself? Only those who know the strength of self-deception, and the extent to which it sometimes trenches on dishonesty, are in a condition to explain the conduct of Newton and of Newton's school. To support his unnatural theory, Newton heaps fiction upon fiction, seeking to dazzle where he cannot convince. In whatever way or manner may have occurred this business, I must still say that I curse this modern history theory of cosmology, and hope that perchance there may appear, in due time, some young scientists of genius, who will pick up courage enough to upset this universally disseminated delirium of lunatics. Along with the rest of the world, I was convinced that all the colors are contained in the light. No one had ever told me anything different, and I had never found the least cause to doubt it, because I had no further interest in the subject. But how I was astonished, as I looked at a white wall through the prism, that it stayed white. That only where it came upon some darkened area, it showed some color. Then at last, around the windowsill all the colors shone. It didn't take long before I knew here was something significant about color to be brought forth, and I spoke as through an instinct out loud. That the Newtonian teachings were false. Johannes Wolfgang Goethe Isaac Newton's theory of colors worked out with Jesuits of England. Sir Isaac Newton was also engaged in another exchange on his theory of colors with a circle of English Jesuits in Liege. Perhaps the most revealing exchange of all. Although their objections were shallow, their contention that his experiments were mistaken lashed him into a fury. The correspondence dragged on until 1678. When a final shriek of rage from Newton, apparently accompanied by a complete nervous breakdown, was followed by silence. Newton has been identified as a Grand Master of the Priory of Chaon from 1691 to 1727 in documents by Pierre Plantard. There is a secret society known as the Priory of Chaon, which has a long history starting in 1099. And had illustrious Grand Masters including Leonardo da Vinci and Isaac Newton. It created the Knights Templar as its military arm and financial branch, and it is devoted to installing the Merovingian dynasty, that ruled the Franks from 457 to 751, on the thrones of France and the rest of Europe. Newton was made president of the Royal Society in 1703, and an associate of the French Académie des Sciences. In his position at the Royal Society, Newton made an enemy of John Flamsteed, the Astronomer Royal, by prematurely publishing Flamsteed's star catalogue. The researchers say that a little-known school of scholars in southwest India discovered one of the founding principles of modern mathematics hundreds of years before Newton, a University of Manchester statement says. Newton's supposed law of gravity are what's truly dubious. Heliocentrists cannot show us a single object massive enough that by virtue of its mass alone, causes other smaller masses to stick to or orbit it, as they claim happens with the Sun, Moon, Earth, stars and planets. If you cannot give me a single practical example of gravity smaller than the Earth or the Sun, then it is merely hearsay, not science. Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Conspiracy. Newton's major body of work, heavily edited by Jesuits. Newton's laws have been responsible for the discovery of planets, for the construction of safe bridges, roads and amusement park rides, for an understanding of the ocean's tides, and for realistic computer animations and video games, said Ehrlich, the class of 2017 Associate Professor of Physics. It would be difficult to overstate the importance of at least some of these things. After the first edition, hereafter referred to as Newton 1, 2 subsequent editions were published. The second edition, Newton 2, was published in 1713 and the third edition, Newton 3, in 1726. Then, just over a decade later, comes Newton 4, the so-called Jesuit edition, which was edited by 2 Minim friars. The Jesuit edition contains commentary that extends to roughly the same length as Newton's text. The text for the Jesuit edition was, in fact, taken from the Newton 3 edition of the Principia, the last edition to be edited by Newton himself. Newton did not discover calculus, but passed on by Jesuits. Dr. George Gevorgis Joseph from the University of Manchester says the Kerala school identified the infinite series, one of the basic components of calculus, in about 1350. The discovery is currently, and wrongly, attributed in books to Sir Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz at the end of the 17th centuries. And there is strong circumstantial evidence that the Indians passed on their discoveries to mathematically knowledgeable Jesuit missionaries who visited India during the 15th century. Newton vs. Castell, Theory of Colors. Louis Bertrand Castell, November 15, 1688 to January 9, 1757, was a French mathematician born in Montpellier and entered the order of the Jesuits in 1703. It was in 1740 that Louis Bertrand Castell published a criticism of Newton's spectral description of prismatic color, 1, in which he observed that the colors of white light split by a prism depended on the distance from the prism, and that Newton was looking at a special case. It was an argument that Goethe later developed in his theory of colors. Roger Joseph Boscovich, May 18, 1711 to February 13, 1787, was a Ragusa physicist, astronomer, mathematician, philosopher, diplomat, poet, theologian, Jesuit priest, and a polymath from the city of Dubrovnik in the Republic of Ragusa, modern-day Croatia, who studied and lived in Italy and France, where he also published many of his works. In 1744, he was ordained to the Roman Catholic priesthood. He produced a precursor of atomic theory, and made many contributions to astronomy, including the first geometric procedure for determining the equator of a rotating planet from 3 observations of a surface feature, and for computing the orbit of a planet from 3 observations of its position. In 1753, he also discovered the absence of atmosphere on the Moon. Other Jesuit astronomers of the 1700s: Valentin Stancel, 1621 to 1705, Czech astronomer in Brazil, who discovered a comet that after accurate positions were made via F. de Gottagni's in Goa, became known as Estancel-Gottagni's comet. Paolo Casati, 1617 to 1707, Italian scientist, notable in meteorology and speculation on vacuums. Franz Rienzer, 1661 to 1708, Austrian writer who wrote about comets, meteors, lightning, winds, fossils, metals, etc. Eusebio Kino, 1645 to 1711, Trentino missionary, mathematician, cartographer and astronomer who drew maps based on his explorations, first showing that California was not an island as then believed, and who published an astronomical treatise in Mexico City based on his observations of the Kirsch comet. Giuseppe Asclepi, 1706 to 1776, Italian astronomer. Christian Mayer, 1719 to 1783, Czech astronomer known for his pioneering study of binary stars. Roger Joseph Boscovich, 1711 to 1787, and Raguzin polymath famous for his atomic theory in part. Also for devising perhaps the first geometric procedure for determining the equator of a rotating planet from 3 observations of a surface feature and for computing the orbit of a planet from 3 observations of its position. João de Loureiro, 1717 to 1791, Portuguese mathematician and botanist active in Cochinchina. Maximilian Hell, 1720 to 1792, Hungarian director of the Vienna Observatory who wrote astronomy tables and observed the transit of Venus. Ignacij Sant-Martini, 1718 to 1793, Croatian, who obtained the title of royal mathematician and astronomer and used his astronomical knowledge in mapping parts of Brazil. Someday someone will write a pathology of experimental physics and bring to light all those swindles which subvert our reason, beguile our judgment and, what is worse, stand in the way of any practical progress. The phenomena must be freed once and for all from their grim torture chamber of empiricism, mechanism, and dogmatism. They must be brought before the jury of man's common sense. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. The 1822 Treaty of Verona, between Austria, France, Prussia and Russia, the Jesuits agreed to smash the U.S. Constitution and suppress the freedom of the U.S. Their methods included destroying free speech, destroying and suppressing the press, universal censorship, sustaining the cooperation of the Pope and clergy to use religion to help keep nations in passive obedience and financing wars against countries with representative governments. The monarchs who signed this treaty were ultimately deposed. Most of these families are very wealthy, and may be more powerful today than when they sat upon thrones. They are known collectively as the black nobility. Privately, these families refuse to recognize any right to rule except their own. The fact that this treaty was made long ago does not mean it is void. The treaty was placed in the Congressional Record on April 25, 1916 by Senator Owen. Source: The Treaty of Verona and the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was a U.S. foreign policy regarding domination of the American continent in 1823. The threat under the secret Treaty of Verona to suppress popular governments in the American republics is the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. This secret treaty sets forth clearly the conflict between monarchical government and popular government and the government of the few as against the government of the many. The Holy Alliance made its powers felt by the wholesale drastic suppression of the press in Europe, by universal censorship, by killing free speech and all ideas of popular rights, and by the complete suppression of popular government. The Holy Alliance, having destroyed popular government in Spain and in Italy, had well-laid plans also to destroy popular government in the American colonies which had revolted from Spain and Portugal in Central and South America under the influence of the successful example of the United States. It was because of this conspiracy against the American republics by the European monarchies that the great English statesman, Canning, called the attention of our government to it, and our statesmen then, including Thomas Jefferson, took an active part to bring about the declaration by President Monroe in his next annual message to the Congress of the United States that the United States should regard it as an act of hostility to the government of the United States, and an unfriendly act if this coalition, or if any power of Europe ever undertook to establish upon the American continent any control of any American republic or to acquire any territorial rights. Fr. Secchi was born in Reggio Emilia, where he studied at the Jesuit gymnasium. At the age of 16, he entered the Jesuit order in Rome. He continued his studies at the Roman College, and demonstrated great scientific ability. In 1839, he was appointed tutor of mathematics and physics at the college. In 1841, he became professor of physics at the Jesuit College in Loreto. In 1844, he began theological studies in Rome, and was ordained a priest on September 12, 1847. In 1848, due to the Roman Revolution, the Jesuits had to leave Rome. Fr. Secchi spent the next 2 years in the United Kingdom at Stonyhurst College, and the United States, where he taught for a time at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. He also took his doctoral examination in theology there. The Sun. Nicholas Copernicus estimated the Sun is 3 million miles away. Johannes Kepler estimated the Sun is 12 million miles away. Isaac Newton states, "It matters not if it's 24 or 56 million miles away, science will find the answer." Current distance story, the Sun is 93 million miles away. In each case, the Sun's distance from the Earth is just a wild and proven speculation, having nothing to do with any real empirical data. Royal Astronomical Society. The Royal Astronomical Society, RAS, is a learned society that began as the Astronomical Society of London in 1820 to support astronomical research, mainly carried on at the time by gentlemen astronomers rather than professionals. It became the Royal Astronomical Society in 1831 on receiving its royal charter from William IV. India gets astronomy with help of Jesuits. G. V. Juggaro Observatory, established in 1840, was the earliest private modern Indian astronomical observatory that functioned till the turn of the 20th century. Jesuit priest astronomers were the real initiators of telescopic astronomy in India, particularly Father J. Richard, who carried out systematic observations of binary stars, comets, zodiacal light, dark clouds, etc. At Pondicherry from 1689, Rao et al. 1984, other 19th-century Jesuit astronomers Franz de Paula Treisnecker, 1745–1817, Austrian astronomer. Angelo Secchi, 1818–1878, Italian astronomer, who discovered the existence of solar spicules and drew an early map of Mars. Benito Vines, 1837–1893, Spanish scientist, who led the Bethlehem College Observatory in Havana, and was known as Father Hurricane because of his research on hurricanes. 1900s. The consensus that Catholic faith is somehow opposed to science, and has stifled and restrained it, is a long-held bias based on prejudice and not evidence. At times in the history of science and faith, the truth has been just the other way around. Big Bang creationist, Father George Lemaitre schools Einstein. It was about the Belgian Jesuit priest, mathematician and physicist, Father George Lemaitre, originator of the Big Bang theory, and the man who changed the mind of Albert Einstein on the true origin of the created universe. The term Big Bang was coined by a bitter opponent of the theory, the English astronomer and physicist Fred Hoyle. In 1950, Hoyle gave a series of Saturday night radio talks for the BBC on the nature of the universe. Detesting the notion that the universe had a beginning, he held a different theory, according to which the universe is eternal. In his concluding talk, Hoyle, striving for a visual image of the theory he opposed, called it this Big Bang idea. The name gradually stuck, without any of the pejorative overtones Hoyle may have intended. At the very end of that post, there is a photograph of Father Lemaitre with Albert Einstein, who once told Father Lemaitre in response to his theory about the Big Bang, "Your math is perfect, but your physics is abominable." 6 years later, in 1933, Einstein declared that his own cosmological constant, his theory that the universe always existed, was his greatest error. And he called Father Lemaitre's work the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation of creation I have ever heard. For Einstein to use the C word, creation, was a pivotal moment in modern science. In 1941, he was elected member of the Royal Academy of Sciences and Arts of Belgium, and he received the very first Eddington Medal awarded by the Royal Astronomical Society in 1953. The story of Fr. Lemaitre's role in modern cosmology was often stifled by science because he was a Catholic priest. In January 1933, Lemaitre and Einstein, who had met on several occasions in 1927 in Brussels, at the time of a Solvay conference in 1932 in Belgium. At the time of a cycle of conferences in Brussels, and lastly in 1935 at Princeton, traveled together to the U.S. state of California for a series of seminars. Newspapers around the world called him a famous Belgian scientist and described him as the leader of the new cosmological physics. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 1881–1955, French paleontologist and philosopher involved in the discovery of the so-called Peking man. Teilhard was praised by Pope Benedict XVI, and he was also noted for his contributions to theology in Pope Francis' 2015 encyclical Laudato Si'. The Michelson-Morley experiment was the reason for the creation of Albert Einstein. Beginning in 1887, U.S. scientist Albert Abraham Michelson began to do experiments to try and detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun by using the speed of light as a barometer. This experiment was called the Michelson-Morley experiment and was famous for one thing: all the results were negative. Dr. Albert Michelson, 1852–1931, Professors Michelson and Morley were the two halves of the famous team who conducted experiments on the speed of light. Dr. Albert Michelson used an interferometer for measuring the speed of light. At that time, all scientists believed in the existence of an invisible ether which carried light waves. They supposed that the ether would cause a drag on the speed of light as the Earth raced around the Sun at 30 km per second or over 108,000 km per hour. To their astonishment, no variation in the speed of light was found. An interferometer for measuring the motion of the Earth around the Sun used by Dr. Michelson in 1887. After serving as professor at Clark University at Worcester, Massachusetts, from 1889 until 1892, Michelson was appointed professor and the first head of the Department of Physics at the newly organized University of Chicago. With his big salary from Rockefeller and the Nobel Prize money, Michelson was content not to make waves about the non-motion of the Earth. In 1924, Michelson received a huge grant from the university in order to determine the rotation of the Earth by using the speed of light. This test consisted of a mile-long 12-inch tunnel with all the air removed. As expected, all the results were negative. Send in the clowns. Jesuit stooge Albert Einstein's special relativity was conjured up by Einstein to explain away the Michelson-Morley experiment of 1887, which proved that the Earth is not moving in an orbit around the Sun. By 1900, the proof of the non-motion of the Earth did not cause Michelson to get on his knees and acknowledge that the Bible was correct after all. Had he and the scientific community done so, the whole evolutionary house of sand would have come crashing down. That is the last thing that the Jesuits wanted. Their answer was to use Albert Einstein to invent a completely new theory of the universe called relativity to fabricate an illusory universe that could not be supported by any real empirical observations. Einstein was the beginning of goofy, nonsensical, hocus-pocus science. The entire empirical narrative shifted from the US to Switzerland, and an obscure patent clerk in the Swiss Patent Office named Albert Einstein. More on the Jesuits, Sovereign Military Order of Malta, that's just an elaborate front. As the name Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM, confirms, it is a military order based on the Crusader Knights Hospitaller of Jerusalem and is interwoven with Freemasonry. Most people have never even heard of SMOM, much less that it is a part of Freemasonry. But that is the way the aristocratic elite like it. One of the symbols of the military orders of the Vatican, the Masonic double-headed eagle emblazoned with the Maltese cross, signifies omnipotent royal dominion over both East and West. The orb signifies temporal dominion over the globe of Earth, and the scepter signifies control over the spiritual and religious impulses of humanity. This eagle symbol is used in the Masonic Rite of Memphis in Misraim, under which it reads, "Order out of chaos, the Hegelian method of crisis creation." It is found on the seals of many European and Eurasian nation-states including that of Russia, indicating direct Vatican control over those countries. Famous Freemasons, more on the double-headed eagle, and the red shields, the two-headed eagle emblem of the Byzantine Empire, Roman Empire, on a red shield, was adopted in 1743 by the infamous goldsmith Amschel Moses Bauer. He opened a coin shop in Frankfurt, Germany, and hung above his door this Roman eagle on a red shield. The shop became known as the Red Shield Firm. The German word for red shield is Rothschild. After this point, the Rothschilds became the bankers to kings and pontiffs alike, among the richest families in the world. Ever since, they have financed both sides of every major war and revolution, using the Hegelian dialectic to engineer society toward their new world order. The Rothschilds and their agents, such as the Rockefellers, have been engineering America and its foreign policy almost since its inception. They and their skull and bones Wall Street partners staged and funded both sides in World War II, and out of that hellish nightmare was born their infant global government, the United Nations, and their tool of tyranny, the CIA. The father of the CIA, Wild Bill Donovan, was a Knight of Malta. In order to be a director of the CIA, you must be a crusading Knight of Malta, and it doesn't hurt if you are a member of Skull and Bones either. In order to reach the highest levels in the Pentagon establishment, you must be an illuminated Freemason, and or a Knight of one order or another. Notable U.S. military members of SMOM include top crusading generals such as Alexander Haig, William Westmoreland, and Charles A. Willoughby, an admitted fascist. Other notable members include Reinhard Gehlen, Nazi war criminal, Heinrich Himmler, Nazi war criminal, Kurt Waldheim, Nazi war criminal, Franz von Papen, Hitler enabler, Fritz Tyson, Hitler's financier, Rupert Murdoch, Tony Blair, Pat Buchanan, William F. Buckley, Jr. Prescott Bush, Jr. Edward Egan, Archbishop, New York, Lecho Jelly, Ted Kennedy, David Rockefeller, Phyllis Schlafly, Dame J. Edgar Hoover, Joseph Kennedy, Henry Luce, Thomas Tip O'Neill, Ronald E. Reagan, Giscard d'Estaing, Alan Dulles, Avery Dulles, Frank C. Carlucci, Nelson Mandela, Rick Santorum, Juan Carlos, King of Spain and Jerusalem, Oliver North, George H. W. Bush, Augusto Pinochet, William Randolph Hearst, Francis L. Kellogg, Hillary Clinton, Grand Dame, Nelson Mandela, Blackwater / Academia / Say, and the Knights of Malta connection. Former Pentagon Inspector General Joseph Edward Schmitz quit in 2005 to work for Blackwater. He is a member of Opus Dei and Knights of Malta. At least $2 trillion went missing from the Pentagon during his watch. An American investigative journalist compared the U.S. firm Blackwater, the biggest security services provider in post-war Iraq, to the Knights of Malta. The company is currently in the midst of a controversy after some of its 20,000 personnel stationed in Iraq killed a number of civilians. In his book, Blackwater, The Rise of the World's Most Powerful Mercenary Army, Jeremy Scahill links the modern security firm to the Knights of Malta. The writer argues that Blackwater's employees share the same religious zeal of ancient crusaders, the Egyptian weekly newspaper Al Ahram reported. All the top Nazis in our government are connected in some way to the Vatican, Jesuits and Knights of Malta, and have been for decades, as were the Italian fascists and German Nazis of World War II. After all, what was their favorite symbol after the swastika? The Maltese cross, of course. Blackwater/say is more than just a private army, and much more than just another capitalist war-profiteering business operation. It is an army operating outside all laws, outside and above the U.S. Constitution, and yet is controlled by people within and outside our government whose allegiance is primarily to the foreign Vatican state. In other words, Blackwater/say is a religious army serving the Pope in Rome through the Order of Malta, which is itself considered under international law as a sovereign entity with special diplomatic powers and privileges. Like Blackwater, the Order of Malta is untouchable because it is at the heart of the elite aristocracy. Some of the biggest men in the United States, in the field of commerce and manufacture, are afraid of something. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. President Woodrow Wilson, FBI and CIA founded by Knights of Malta gang who formed the CIA? It was a Catholic Knight of Malta, William Wild Bill Donovan. He was considered the father of the CIA. He was also the former head of the OSS before he was used to create the CIA. Donovan was given an especially prestigious form of knighthood that has only been given to 100 other men in history. Over the years there have been many CIA bosses who were also Knights of Malta and or Jesuit trained. And who formed the FBI? It was a powerful Roman Catholic who was also a Knight of Malta and a trustee of the Catholic University of America. Charles Joseph Bonaparte. The degree of Knight of Malta is conferred in the United States as an appendant order in a commandery of Knights Templar. Harry Truman was put in office by the Jesuits, the Pendergast Democratic machine in Missouri. Harry Truman takes over after FDR's murder, because he was murdered in the home of Bernard Baruch. When he did that, he then finished up the war with the hoax called the dropping of the nuclear bombs, to purposely create this greater hoax called the Cold War, that would enable the Vatican to knock over country after country after country, and replace the leaders with dictators subordinate to the Pope. That was the purpose of the Cold War. And so, when Harry Truman in 1950 signed into law the Emergency War Powers Act, the Cold War was in full force. They were building bomb shelters, etc. So the nation was in kind of a frenzy. When he signed this into law, it put the whole country under military or martial law, and that's when the flags in every courtroom, state and federal, began to be changed. And every state flag and every U.S. flag is now trimmed in gold fringe. And whenever you see a flag trimmed in gold fringe, that means that it is the flag of the Commander-in-Chief. Now, if it's the state flag, it means that's the flag of the governor as Commander-in-Chief. And if it's the federal flag, or the national flag, more correctly, it's the flag of the Commander-in-Chief in Washington. So, all your courts are nothing more than courts of military rule. They all proceed with summary procedures. The jury has no power of jury nullification. And they are simply enforcing the laws of the empire, which I call 14th Amendment America, which is a military-style, King of England-style country. The courts are nothing more than courts of the King's Bench, as you can see in Blackstone's commentaries. And the banks, as you walk into every bank, they all have a flag trimmed in gold fringe. The bank is what England would call, in Blackstone's day, the King's Bank. So, we have the King's Bank, and we have the King's Bench. And it's run according to military rule, according to Berkheimer's great work Military Rule and Martial Law, published in 1914. When Harry Truman did this, there was a consummation of a great plan to put us under the Emergency War Powers Act and, actually, a war rule. Daylight savings time is what was called wartime. This country only went to daylight savings time during World War II, and they called it, at that time, wartime. So, nothing's changed. We've never gone back to not turning back our clocks. We're still on wartime. The income tax is a war tax. It was called a victory tax in 1942. So, people are paying a war tax, they're under wartime, they're under an Emergency War Powers Act, and the courts are war courts. Examples of key players in world corruption and enslavement: Zbigniew Brzezinski member, Knights of Malta member, Bilderberg Group member, Council on Foreign Relations member, Trilateral Commission advisor, Jesuit, Georgetown University, Polish Roman Catholic Socialist Communist professor, Columbia University, New York recruiter of Barry C. Toro, 1981 creator of Barack Hussein Obama, George Soros member, Council on Foreign Relations member, Carlyle Group multi-billionaire major stockholder, Halliburton Hungarian Jew, Socialist Communist financial backer of Barack Hussein Obama, friend of Rupert Murdoch, Freemasonic Jewish labor, Zionist court Jew for the Pope, Rupert Murdoch, Media Group, Fox News member, Council on Foreign Relations member, Knights of St. Gregory International Media mogul owner, Fox News Network, friend of George Soros, occult protector of Barack Hussein Obama, Joseph R. Biden Papal Knight, Jesuit Temporal Coadjutor Vice President, Rome's Holy Roman 14th Amendment American Empire alter ego, Jesuit advisor to President Barry Davis Obama, promoter, Council on Foreign Relations honorary degrees, Jesuit University of Scranton, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Jesuit St. Joseph's University, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Barack Hussein Obama 32nd degree Prince Hall Freemason, President of Rome's Holy Roman 14th Amendment American Empire, Sunni Muslim, pretended Protestant Christian mulatto, mulatto father, white mother father, Frank Marshall Davis, Jr. Wife, Michelle, member, Chicago CFR Obama, CFR controlled and CFR spokesperson Obama, promoted by the late William F. Buckley, Jr. William F. Buckley, Knight of Malta. Bonesman Bilderberger CFR member Buckley, promoter of reverse discrimination against whites Buckley, promoter of a coming black President Obama, trained in Romanism, Islam and apostate Protestantism Obama, Nimrod, pretended unifier of whites and blacks Obama, promoter of the Papal Crusade against Shia Islam Obama, promoter of Bush's Papal Inquisition against Protestant American liberties Obama, Jesuit temporal coadjutor, promoter of the Black Popes. Counter-Reformation. Chapter 2. The heliocentric delusion and enclosed cosmology lies perpetrated on the world by the Jesuit science cult. Science is a method of investigation, not a religion or belief system. The law of science, an idea does not become a fact until it has been subjected to experiment and observation, ending repeatedly with the same results. An hypothesis is just that. It is an unproven idea with no observable factual evidence to support it. Much of modern science is in fact pseudoscience, unsubstantiated by repeat experiment and based on only hypothetical assumptions or mathematical equations that are enthusiastically but mistakenly taken to be fact or truth. Real empirical science has been colonized by hypothesis parading as fact. This is not science but something called scientism. Flat Earth and lies about evolution. The first lie, the universe and everything in it started all by itself with a big bang from gaseous material that apparently originated from somewhere, but no one knows exactly where. The liars, this lie started with George Lemaitre, a Jesuit-trained Belgian priest who first proposed his hypothesis of the primeval atom, or the Big Bang Theory, in 1927. Every man and woman who has been complicit in pushing the Big Bang Theory as fact, yes, it is only an idea, totally unproven and in the realm of pure fiction. The truth, from this magical event, because it is magic not science, all the galaxies with their stars, moons and planets suddenly formed, and Earth amazingly had all the right ingredients for a very complex biosphere supporting a myriad of very sophisticated life forms, from tiny microscopic bacterium up to dinosaurs and whales the size of small office buildings. Incredibly too, all these creatures were designed to suit their own particular ecosystems, from cold to hot and from wet to dry. Any logical person understands that something cannot come from nothing. Everything in the world that has been made by human hands was designed first by a human. Intelligent thinking minds create new things, but it was God that started it all by designing all life. This doesn't take a lot of thought, yet the evolutionary scientists would have us believe that it was all an accident, and furthermore we should believe them simply because they are smart, they have a science degree, and we don't, so we are stupid. Most magicians produce something from what appears to be nothing, but in fact it is sleight of hand tricks, deception, or illusion, clever redirection of the eye, away from subtle hand movements. Some magicians do work with a demonic entity and actually perform impossible supernatural feats of magic. This is where things get a bit blurry, but the universe and complex life could not and did not appear from nothing. That is a bare-faced lie, a lie created to replace God, the creator of complex order and harmony, with a counterfeit random chance happening. This lie is an insult to the intelligence of any rational, thinking, questioning mind. The second lie: we live in a heliocentric, Greek, aleo equals sun/centric equals center, universe where the ball Earth, its moon and planets spin around a ball sun, star, that is also spinning through the Milky Way galaxy at a staggering 72.000 kilometers per hour, 65.000 miles per hour, dragging everything with it. The liars: the heliocentric, sun-centered, universe was based on pagan sun worship, not factual evidence. The Roman Catholic Church, and then the Anglican Church, both supported and promoted this idea as fact in their schools, until many generations later it wasn't even questioned, but became mainstream science fact without one shred of evidence. No technology was available at that time that could take someone up into the atmosphere high enough to see the shape of the Earth and proximity of the Sun. The Earth. Today, high-altitude balloons with cameras verify that the Earth is in fact flat, no curvature, and the Sun is very small and close to the Earth, not 93.000.000 miles away. The truth: as far back as the 3rd century BC, Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek, proposed a heliocentric model in full defiance of what the ancients already knew, which was that the Sun and Moon were in fact moving around the Earth in a geocentric model where the Earth is stationary. His theory was ignored until the 16th century, when Copernicus, a Catholic/pagan sun worshipper, resurrected again the heliocentric model, and it was then backed by the powerful Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church, which also secretly worships the Sun. Today this idea is propagated by NASA as the gatekeeper of space knowledge, and taught at every level of education in schools around the world by science teachers and scientists as fact or truth, when in fact it is fiction. The third lie: the Earth is a round globe/ball planet and spins through space at a fantastic speed of 67.000 miles per hour, with its moon also spinning around it while in an elliptical orbit around a ball sun in parallel to a number of other globe/ball-shaped planets and their moons. The liars: all those men and women that push the spinning ball Earth idea as fact to children in schools, museums and science education forums all over the world without a shred of evidence. Yes, the ball Earth is hearsay/hypothetical. No one has ever seen it from so-called deep space, because space travel is a lie and no one has been or can go into deep space. The truth: in order to establish the true shape of the Earth, it is necessary to travel high enough to see enough of it at a distance. Only then could its true shape be accurately determined. This did not happen until May 27, 1931, when Auguste Piccard, a Belgian/Swiss scientist, flew with another scientist, Paul Kipfer, in a hot air balloon to a height of 25.4276352 meters from where he made this observation. Remember, this had never been done before by anyone. Listen to what he said as recorded in Popular Science magazine at that time. An article in Popular Science in August 1931 described their journey. The story of their adventure surpasses fiction. During the ascent, the aluminum ball began to leak. They plugged it desperately with Vaseline and cotton waste, stopping the leak. In the first half hour, the balloon shot upward 9 miles. Through portholes, the observers saw the Earth through copper-colored, then bluish, haze. It seemed a flat disk with upturned edge. At the 10-mile level, the sky appeared a deep, dark blue. With observations complete, the observers tried to descend, but couldn't. While their oxygen tanks emptied, they floated aimlessly over Germany, Austria, and Italy. Cool evening air contracted the balloon's gas and brought them down on a glacier near Obergurgl, Austria, with 1 hour's supply of oxygen to spare. Yes, he observed a flat disk with an upturned edge. Not a round ball. Balls don't have any edges. Yes, the Earth is flat. This account by one of the world's leading pioneer atmospheric scientists has all but been deleted by the world media mafia, who control the material allowed into school textbook publications. Children are not taught about Piccard and his scientific observations, because the education controllers want children to believe in the false ball Earth in order to perpetuate the heliocentric system. The idea of an infinitely expanding universe, and ultimately the lie of panspermia and the visitation to Earth by aliens. Many people today believe exactly this. The fourth lie: there is a force called gravity that causes all things to adhere to the spinning ball Earth. The liars. Anyone who promotes the idea of gravity, but can't show evidence by experiment that it actually exists. The truth: gravity was the idea Isaac Newton came up with to explain how it was possible for a heliocentric system to function with spinning ball planets. Unfortunately, even after hundreds of pages of mathematical doodling, he never did explain how it could work, and no one else has since. No one. Gravity is another convenient fiction used by the science cult to support and maintain the idea of a spinning ball Earth that hurtles through space around the Sun at 67.000 miles per hour whilst spinning itself at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. In addition to these mind-boggling speeds, our solar system supposedly is hurtling also through the Milky Way at 470.000 miles per hour. Incredibly, with all this violent centrifugal motion, there is no effect felt by anyone on the Earth. Yet, we are supposed to believe that because of this magical force called gravity, nothing flies off into space or is displaced on the Earth. Huge oceans in the north don't run downhill, people walk upside down in the south, but apparently don't know they are doing this and don't fall off the ball because gravity magically holds them in place. Gravity is the magical glue that holds the ball Earth lie together, and amazingly, few people even question this monstrous absurdity. In reality, a flat Earth doesn't need gravity because everything is contained on a large flat disk-like plane. Flat surface equals static, and the edge is ringed by a huge ice wall. This Earth does not move, nor does it need to, as the sun, moon and stars move around it instead. The laws of motion, magnetism and mass explain perfectly how the flat Earth functions. The ball Earth, planet equals wanderer equals dynamic, reality is a diabolical deception enabling those in control to perpetrate their infinite universe, space, illusion. End-time alien visitation and finally the enslavement of humanity. Please visit Richard Kahlberg's website The Narrow Gate below, for an excellent, easy-to-follow explanation of the false theory of gravity. The fifth lie: all life on Earth originated spontaneously from a primordial soup sometime after the Big Bang and mindlessly randomly evolved from inert matter into complex creatures over billions of years. The liars: anyone teaching or promoting this pseudoscience religious worldview in education, science and media. The truth: the universe demonstrates tremendous complexity in design which wasn't the result of a spontaneous, mindless eruption of matter from nothing. Sir Fred Hoyle, using a DNA model, stated that he had calculated the chances of spontaneous life at 10⁻40.000, which any honest scientist today acknowledges mathematical impossibility. The evolutionist must first assume the existence of prebiotic oceans, then the existence of peptides that somehow replicate millions of times in the right sequential combinations over who knows how many millions or hundreds of millions of years until bingo, organic life materializes of its own accord. Unimaginable periods of time are dreamt up, assumed, by evolutionists, to give their theories an aura of legitimacy. The magic element is time. With enough time anything can happen. The problem is, there is no evidence to back up all these fantastic claims. Evolution requires a lot of faith on the part of its adherents, yes, faith, because evolution is in fact a religion. This false science religion is attempting to usurp the place of intelligent design, ID. Or creationism, which can actually cite an ancient text about the method explaining exactly how God designed the universe and everything in it pretty much as we see it today in 6 24-hour Earth days as recorded in the Bible. Look closely and see how perfectly every living thing in nature has been created and coexists within their unique environments, and it's impossible to conclude that it's just the result of accident or magic. The sixth lie: all scientists believe in / support random spontaneous abiogenesis and evolution. The liars: most science publications, organizations today are owned and controlled by the Roman Catholic Church media conglomerates, so they only promote evolution, and those who support this view. Most science departments in schools and universities everywhere also teach evolution only. This kind of control over the media and education pretty much censors oppositional views and ensures the continuation of a fascist system of control over ideas that are acceptable to it and political correctness in the approach to research and learning. The truth: there are thousands of scientists today who do not hold to the evolutionary view of origins. These people cannot or will not speak out under threat of losing their jobs / positions, etc. The result is the public believes that the majority hold to the evolution consensus when this is untrue. Dr. Jerry Bergman has compiled a list of 3,000 Darwin skeptics, including about a dozen Nobel Prize winners. Bergman has a private list of about 1,000 names of persons who do not want their names on a public list because of real concerns over possible retaliation or harm to their careers. Bergman says, "I estimate that, if I had the time and resources, I could easily complete a list of over 10,000 names, Darwin skeptics, a select list of science academics, scientists, and scholars who are skeptical of Darwinism." August 24, 2014. This is a result of the Darwinists, who act like howler monkeys and Nazi SS troopers to try to stomp out every vestige of creationism from the field of science. The seventh lie: since 1957 rockets have carried animals and humans into outer space many times. This may well be the biggest conspiracy in the history of man. The liars, the scientific establishment led by NASA, including every other international space agency, and all those who support and teach their agenda of lies and misinformation. The truth: no rocket has ever been in space. Never. The Earth is in an enclosed dome called the firmament, located about 180 kilometers high. No rocket has ever penetrated this barrier, which was discovered by the elites around 1954. Once discovered, they tried to break through many times with nuclear missiles, but were unsuccessful. Rockets were designed by the NWO as weapons of war to kill large numbers of people, and to perpetuate the hoax of the future evolutionary migration of man to the stars, while providing the perfect cover to steal billions of dollars of taxpayer-funded government grants for the space program. NASA, National Aeronautics Space Administration, has been the perfect smokescreen by which to keep people deluded about reality. All rockets take off and then go into a long curved trajectory and finally ditch into the ocean far out of sight of any viewer. No astronaut/human is ever on board. Every space mission is filmed carefully on Earth using special airplanes, deep water tanks, special lighting and CGI to be used as propaganda to give the appearance or illusion that astronauts are in space. It's pure theater and spectacle for the unquestioning dumb public, and the biggest con in history in order to keep up the myth about space travel to the stars. The Hollywood movie/propaganda machine is fully complicit with NASA in maintaining this incredible lie. This fake space program worldwide may well be the biggest lie because it has fundamentally shifted human perception/consciousness into a deceptive reality of epic proportions on Earth. The eighth lie. Global warming is real and increasing, and human activity is the cause. The liars, all those who work for, support and fund organizations like the IPCC and NASA, who perpetuate a lie by presenting skewed climate data and fictitious facts not based on real science. The truth: since the late 70s, the U.S. government, in conjunction with other world bodies like the UN, have been implementing geoengineering programs in order to control the Earth's weather. There are now 62.500 WSAC, with surface air cooling facilities across the world pumping steam/moisture into the atmosphere 24/7, generating artificial clouds and man-made storms. Airplanes are spraying chemtrails across the world in order to block out the sun and metallize the atmosphere. In conjunction with NEXRAD radar technology and HARP ionospheric heating, those in control can steer weather to where they want it at any time. Natural weather doesn't occur anymore, it's all man-made. These agencies have created all the climate problems. Why? They create the problem, action, then sound the alarm and create panic, reaction, and finally they offer everyone their solution. The solution always results in changing laws and loss of freedoms. Using weather modification and control, the elites have weaponized weather and can direct it to destroy any location as they see fit. The ninth lie: genetically modified organisms, GMOs, aren't dangerous and pose no real threat to life on Earth. The liars. Every politician, businessman, scientist or media agent who knowingly suppresses the true results of trials or refuses to trial GMOs to establish the full extent of the dangers to Earth's ecosystems and all natural organisms within it. The truth: the aggression and deceitfulness exhibited by multinational corporations in developing and marketing GMO products for profit beggars belief. The ongoing record of attempts to avoid testing completely or to cover up the true results of trials indicates the depth of the sinister agenda to first pollute and then control the world's food supplies. Companies like Bayer/Monsanto or Syngenta, working behind the scenes, are trying to bring in laws that would make it illegal for individuals to grow their own food. Already they have orchestrated a plan in a number of countries to force farmers to buy sterile seed that will grow only once from them before every planting. These seeds have been engineered to grow resistant to herbicides like glyphosate, Roundup, manufactured and sold by these same companies. The farmer gets locked into an arrangement with these companies with no way out. The herbicides inhibit weeds for a while, but then the weeds become resistant and increasing amounts of chemicals are required to perform the same function. These GMO seeds are also resistant to the application of neonicotinoid pesticides, which are now linked to the death of millions of bees and other pollinating insects. These companies make massive profits both ways through seed/plant and chemical sales, and attempt to eliminate all natural cultivation of food crops. It is still unknown what the effect will be on the natural environment once these GMO agents spread into the natural environment. Effectively, the food chain is being polluted or broken, and the environment damaged beyond repair. Worse yet, there is now very strong evidence that people around the world have increasing levels of glyphosate and other toxic chemical residues which are known carcinogens in their bodies. Is this part of the New World Order's secret government plan to depopulate the world by poisoning the food supplies everywhere? GMO organisms, whether plant or animal, when eaten, are a dire threat not only to human existence, but all life on Earth. The 10th lie: chemical additives like fluoride and chlorine to drinking water supplies aren't harmful to human health, but beneficial to stopping tooth decay. The liars: the politicians and national and international health agencies that have forced legislation mandating fluoridated water for 25 countries worldwide, including the USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, affecting 377,655,000 people as of 2012. The truth: both fluoride and chlorine are toxic nerve agents that kill any living organism exposed to them in pure form. 14 countries in Europe as well as India and Egypt have outlawed their use, because intensive testing has revealed the dangers and risks associated with long-term use far outweighing any benefits. Fluorine/sodium fluoride is a waste byproduct of aluminum smelting, and is a known carcinogen, increasing the risk of bone cancer in males by 600%. The claim that fluoride prevents tooth decay was proven fallacious in 1953, yet the USA still imposes fluoride on its citizens' drinking water. Chlorine is known to increase colon, rectal and bladder cancer by 20 to 40% if consumed over extended periods. The risk of waterborne diseases so prevalent 70 years ago does not exist today due to advanced water treatment technology, so the continued use of chlorine is unwarranted and hazardous to long-term health. The real purpose for the persistent imposed use of these two toxins in water is far more sinister, as the real beneficiary is the world pharmaceutical manufacturing complex, i.e., Big Pharma. This business stands to make trillions of dollars from the sick and diseased population, as the long-term effects of these toxins starts to kick in. Corrupt government plus Big Pharma equals criminal complicity. This is the real reason these chemicals continue to be foisted on a dumbed-down and unwitting population who trust their government and question nothing. The 11th lie: there are thousands of man-made satellites orbiting the Earth and or traversing the solar system. The liars: NASA and all international space agencies and media groups which are complicit in perpetuating the great space hoax. Also, every scientist and teacher who teaches the public that satellites exist. The truth: there are no satellites in space. 0. None. It's all a con to make money from a fake aerospace industry and a duped public. Satellites are also a perfect way to perpetuate the ball Earth fraud. When so-called pictures of space from the fake ISS International Space Station are released, there are no satellites in sight. Never. There are supposed to be thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth, but they are never seen in space pictures. This is impossible. One website I checked said there were 4,077, another site claimed there were 1071, and another site said 2271. Really? Why the huge discrepancy? It's because they don't know the truth. Satellites are the best way to maintain the space hoax because it's a cheaper program and less danger of someone talking. Sending satellites to other planets and their moons or beyond our solar system keeps the myth of space travel alive in the minds of the unsuspecting public in awe of the fake space programs and space technology. Rest assured though, every employee of the space program is either unsuspecting or maintaining the charade, and every astronaut that claims to have gone into space has been thoroughly programmed to lie about his space activity. Imagine all the people who bought satellite data services if they knew it was all a sham. It would be hard to imagine the money that's been made from this fake technology by fake businesses. Find it hard to fathom? Try returning a satellite dish and equipment at the end of your contract, and they'll tell you to keep it. Why? It's useless to them, and they don't want to be implicated in any paperwork for legal reasons. That's why. All data, communications and GPS goes through submarine cables and transmission towers around the world. It is all land/ocean based. If you find it difficult to believe, check out the submarine cable system around the world, which they continue to upgrade and expand. Why do this? Check out the land-based tower system around the world and see how it is continuously being expanded. Why do this? There are no satellites in space, that's why. The cloud is in the ocean. Satellites are almost the perfect deception because it is hard to check the facts in order to expose the sham, and people really want to believe in space. The 12th lie: an alien UFO crashed near Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, and is being kept secret by the U.S. government. The liars, the NWO and U.S. government personnel, as well as every person that has continued to suggest in documentaries, videos, books and other media programs there is a top-secret cover-up about UFOs and extraterrestrial aliens. The truth: Roswell and Area 51 are now the stuff of a cultural myth that has been ingrained in the psyche of all Americans. The facts are, something crashed there, something was retrieved quickly by the military, and the rest is conjecture. Roswell is an early PSYOP program targeted at a curious public by the U.S. industrial military complex with the intention to deceive many. I personally do believe some kind of craft crashed there either accidentally or deliberately, and that a few people were allowed to see something. Then everything was hushed up. Perfect. If there ever was an effective event staged to get people to believe in extraterrestrial life, then this is it. I'm pretty sure there is secret work going on at Area 51, and it might even involve developing advanced UFO-type flying machines. If so, it's all designed to deceive the populace into believing that aliens are visiting Earth. For a wicked government wanting a way of creating fear and uncertainty in order to deceive people at a future date, Roswell was the perfect setup. However, there are no aliens coming from outer space. The increase in UFO sightings are a combination of the U.S. military flying advanced machines and supernatural demonic manifestations that have the appearance of UFOs. People can't tell the difference between them. These events are geared strategically for maximum effect. The people behind this program have one goal: make it look real. The NWO propaganda factory Hollywood has also really been hyping people, churning out many sci-fi space movies over the last 40 years, and it's all predictive programming being done on the minds of people worldwide on a mass scale like never before in history. The sad part is, if you ask people almost anywhere in the world do they believe in UFOs or extraterrestrial life, they will say, yes. Decades of lies and propaganda are producing the desired effect everywhere. A belief in alien visitation to Earth. The 13th lie. In 1969, 3 American astronauts landed on the Moon and returned to Earth. The liars: the American government, NASA, Hollywood, the 3 astronauts Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, and everyone else who continues to propagate this fake space mission as truth. The truth: no one went to the Moon in 1969. This conspiracy was the most hyped hoax event of the 20th century, and as clever as it was, the people behind it made many mistakes, revealing their ineptitude and deception. First of all, no rocket can leave the Earth because of the impenetrable dome or firmament protecting it. Secondly, no one can land on the Moon because it is a flat disk. Thirdly, even if they had wanted to, rocket and computer technology weren't advanced enough in 1969 to have made a mission like that. Finally, rocket jet engines don't function in a vacuum, which has also been proven. When the atmosphere disappears, there is nothing against which the engine can thrust. Jet engines can only work while in Earth's atmosphere. The whole mission was staged on a mock moon film set with special lighting somewhere in Huntsville, Alabama, USA by the film director Stanley Kubrick. There are so many videos and websites showing the many flaws in the Apollo 11 films. Some film and video experts have spent decades examining all the details, and on the basis of all the discrepancies, there is no doubt in my mind, no one has ever gone to the Moon or ever will. The Moon landing was a propaganda coup d'etat by the U.S. government, which succeeded in perpetuating the massive space hoax and ball Earth deception by NASA. The ordinary man on the street simply has no way of verifying or disproving information the government is feeding him. That's exactly what NASA and the Jesuits are depending on to maintain the world deception. The 14th lie: carbon-14 and other forms of radiometric dating are accurate. The liars: international science bodies, such as NASA, funded and controlled by the Jesuits, and all scientists who continue to propagate lies about the accuracy of long-age dating methods based on assumptions. The truth: it is an established fact that carbon-14 dating is usable up to 10.000 years, after which it simply isn't viable. All other methods of long-age dating are also not viable due to assumptions made about radioactive and mineral/gas elements. All dates are determined based on the field relationships of rocks and interpretations based on radioactive decay, which are in turn based on prior evolutionary beliefs. The scientist holds that the Earth is very old because it looks old. Other methods such as potassium-argon dating, luminescence dating, chlorine-36 dating, fission-track dating, uranium-thorium dating, rubidium-strontium dating, samarium-neodymium dating, and uranium-lead dating are also used with the same prior assumptions, so are also ineffective in arriving at a correct conclusion. Radiometric dating is all guesswork dressed up cleverly in science jargon and presented as fact. The 15th lie: vaccines are implemented to save lives and pose no threat to human health. The liars: the World Health bodies, such as who set up and funded by the Jesuits, multinational pharmaceutical companies, and all scientists and doctors who propagate the lie that vaccinations prevent disease and save lives. The truth: the truth is that vaccinations are extremely dangerous and intended to compromise health in the short and long term for the purpose of creating a growing patient base to which Big Pharma then can market their cures in the form of synthetic drugs. Vaccinations kill many people, but this information is suppressed by the media, and laws protect the perpetrators from any culpability in those deaths. The idea of vaccinating against smallpox goes back as far as China 1000 CE. The practice of deliberately introducing live bacterial agents into the body to enable it to fight that disease was practiced in different ways over the centuries. There are reports of experiments being done throughout history on defenseless children, i.e., orphans, the vulnerable, poor and destitute, and men serving in the military. Vaccinations are not intended to help people, but to injure people and kill them. It is a biological weapon being used as part of the depopulation agenda of the elites and the New World Order. The human immune system is remarkably robust and able to fend off and destroy most invasive agents in the human body. Problems with health are almost always encountered because of poor hygiene, diet, and polluted water. Quite simply, aside from homicide, war, or accidents, people always die because of poverty. The myth that the human immune system requires help is a total fabrication by pseudoscience experts intent on gaining control over individual health, thus compromising freedom and life itself. Reading a list of ingredients in any vaccine is like reading a horror story, as they contain metals such as aluminum and chemicals such as formaldehyde, known carcinogens which cause serious effects on the human brain and other organs. Many young children have received as many as 60 vaccinations by the age of 5, and the dramatic rise in autism and deaths over the last 20 years corresponds directly with the increase in the number of vaccinations. The media never reports the thousands of deaths due to vaccination programs forced on the people by the WHO in countries like India and in many countries in Africa. All news of vaccine fatalities is censored or discredited by the Jesuit-controlled media worldwide. In fact, the Jesuit media attempts at every opportunity to viciously defame, discredit, and kill any individual or organization that attempts to reveal the truth about the real purpose behind the NWO agenda. Vaccine, the 16th lie, the denial for more than 30 years by official agencies of a chemtrail and weather manipulation program being conducted worldwide, and the just recent claim that is happening, Operation Solar Shield, but is necessary in order to mitigate the dangers of man-made climate change. The liars, all international climate organizations such as the IPCC, and all government agencies and scientists complicit in the chemtrail spraying and weather manipulation program. The truth: we now know that as early as 1971 world governing agencies instituted a program of weather control for the purpose of harnessing and controlling it in order to wage warfare against humanity. This is not some far-fetched fiction story, although it seems almost unimaginable. It is now documented that WSAC facilities, with surface air coolers, began to be built in the early 70s and now number 62.500 steam/vapor manufacturing installations around the world. Together with HAARP, High Altitude Auroral Research Project, and advanced NEXRAD radar installations and chemtrail spraying of dangerous heavy metals like aluminum, barium, strontium, and other toxic agents over all major cities, weather is now manipulated by and under human control. Clouds are now created and steered to targets at the will of the agency planning all weather events. Severe droughts and storms are generated in order to control, engineer, human lives. The elites controlling the weather are playing God in inflicting misery and destruction deliberately and malevolently upon whomever they target. Most disasters over the last 30 years at least have been generated by controlled weather. The truth is, the Jesuit-controlled world agencies controlling the weather have blamed humanity for so-called global warming when they are responsible for creating it. Puppets like Al Gore have fear-mongered the world, inflicting undeserved guilt on a humanity innocent of any climate crime in order to change laws and socially engineer whole societies, effectively stripping away all God-given freedoms and imposing fascist systems of control. Using weather against humanity with impunity, they destroy millions of innocent lives through very powerful freak weather events such as earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, tidal waves, tsunami, heat waves. drought, and even volcanic eruptions. Can DNA prove the existence of an intelligent designer? In the growing movement known as intelligent design, Stephen Meyer is an emerging figurehead. A young, Cambridge-educated philosopher of science, Meyer is director of the Center for Science and Culture at the Discovery Institute, Intelligent Design's primary intellectual and scientific headquarters. He's also author of Signature in the Cell, a provocative new book that offers the first comprehensive DNA-based argument for intelligent design. On May 14, Meyer gave a lecture at an event hosted by Biola's Christian Apologetic Program in Chase Gymnasium, where he made his case that the origin of the information needed to create the first cell must have come from an intelligent designer. Biola magazine sat down with Meyer while he was at Biola and asked him to elaborate on evolution, the scientific merit of the theory of intelligent design, and the uncanny similarities between DNA and computer programming. When it comes to evolution, what type of evolution do you agree with and what type do you deny? Well, evolution can have several different meanings. It can mean change over time, or it can mean that all organisms share a common ancestor such that the history of life looks like the great branching tree that Darwin used to depict the history of life. Or it can mean that a purely undirected process, namely natural selection acting on random mutations, has produced all the change that has occurred over time. I think small-scale microevolution is certainly a real process. I'm skeptical about the second meaning of evolution, the idea of universal common descent, that all organisms share a common ancestry. I think the fossil record rather shows that the major groups of organisms originated separately from one another. But that's not what the theory of intelligent design, ID for short, is mainly challenging. We're challenging the third meaning of evolution, and that's where we kind of go to the mat. We do not think that a purely undirected mechanism has produced every appearance of design that we see in nature or in biology. So I'm skeptical of that third meaning, sometimes called macroevolution, where we're really talking about the mechanism of natural selection and mutation. My book, Signature in the Cell, is actually about an even prior question, which is the origin of the first life, sometimes explained by a theory called chemical evolution. That's the main target of my own research. I'm showing that doesn't work at all. For example, I don't think there's any evolutionary account for how you get from molecules to cells. How old do you think the universe is? I tend to think it's old. About 4.6 billion years. I tend to think humans are pretty recent, however. Do you affirm the Big Bang? I think the Big Bang is a good theory, and I think it actually has theistic implications. It establishes, along with the field equations of general relativity, that there was a singular beginning to the universe in which both time and space begin. One of the big unanswered questions you see in the theory of evolution concerns the origin of the information needed to build the first living thing. How do the Darwinists answer that question? Many people don't realize it, but Darwin did not solve, or even attempt to solve, the question of the origin of the first life. He was trying to explain how you got new forms of life from simpler forms. In the 19th century, this was a question very few scientists addressed. The standard theory in the 20th century was proposed by a Russian scientist named Alexander Oparin, who envisioned a complex series of chemical reactions that gradually increased the complexity of the chemistry involved, eventually producing life as we know it. That was the standard theory, but it started to unravel in 1953 with the discovery of the structure of DNA and its information-bearing properties, and with everything we were learning about proteins and what I call the information processing centers in the cell. The way the proteins were processing the information on the DNA. Oparin tried to adjust his theory to account for these new discoveries, but by the mid-60s it was pretty much a spent force. Ever since, people have been trying to come up with something to replace it, and there really has been nothing that has been satisfactory. That's one of the things the book does. It surveys the various attempts and shows that in each case, the theories have a common problem: they can't explain the origin of the information in DNA and RNA. There are other problems as well, but that's the main problem. What would be your main argument for the evidence of intelligent design in the cell? Well, the main argument is fairly straightforward. We now know that what runs the show in biology is what we call digital information or digital code. This was first discovered by James Watson and Francis Crick. In 1957, Crick had an insight which he called the sequence hypothesis, and it was the idea that along the spine of the DNA molecule there were 4 chemicals that functioned just like alphabetic characters in a written language or digital characters in a machine code. The DNA molecule is literally encoding information into alphabetic or digital form. And that's a hugely significant discovery, because what we know from experience is that information always comes from an intelligence, whether we're talking about hieroglyphic inscription, or a paragraph in a book, or a headline in a newspaper. If we trace information back to its source, we always come to a mind, not a material process. So the discovery that DNA codes information in a digital form points decisively back to a prior intelligence. That's the main argument of the book. Your book talks a lot about information, and you find parallels between a software program and our DNA. Do you think the ideas in your book about programming and programmers would even have been conceivable to readers trying to understand intelligent design a generation ago? That's a great question. I think the digital revolution in computing has made it much easier to understand what's happening in biology. We know from experience that not only software, but the information processing system and design strategies that software engineers use to process and store and utilize information are not only being used in digital computing, but they're being used in the cell. It's the same basic design logic, but it's executed with an 8.0, 9.0, 10.0 efficiency. It's an elegance that far surpasses our own. It's a new day in biology. It's a digital revolution. We have digital nanotechnology running the show inside cells. It's exquisitely executed and suggests a preeminent mind. What is specified complexity, and how does it play into your argument? It just refers to strings of characters that need to be arranged in a very precise way in order to perform a function. If they are arranged in a precise way such that they perform a function, they are not just complex but specified in its complexity. The arrangement is specified to perform a function. I've heard the argument that the likelihood of specific genetic instructions to build a protein falling into place would be like a bunch of Scrabble letters falling on a table and spelling out a few lines of Hamlet. But couldn't you just say that the chances of winning the lottery are also very slim, but someone usually does get lucky? What if the universe forming was just the proverbial lottery winning? But there are some lotteries where the odds of winning are so small that no one will win. And that's the situation of trying to build new proteins or genes from random arrangements of the subunits of those molecules. The amount of information required is so vast that the odds of it ever happening by chance are minuscule. I make the calculations in the book. There's a point at which chance hypotheses are no longer credible, and we've long since gone past that point when we're talking about the origin of the information necessary for life. Some have criticized ID as being primarily a negative enterprise, denying things, but not really offering scientifically convincing alternative. In a recent Christianity Today article, Carl Giberson said that ID advocates should stop trying to prove that Darwin caused the Holocaust or that evolution is ruining Western civilization. Instead, roll up your sleeves and get to work on the big idea. Develop it to the point where it starts spinning off into new insights into nature so that we know more because of your work. How do you respond to this? Well, we are doing this. What Giverson isn't doing is reading our work. In the back of Signature in the Cell, I lay out the research program of ID and an appendix that develops 10 key predictions that the theory makes. There's a new journal called Biocomplexity that is investigating the heuristic fruitfulness of intelligent design. It's testing the theory, looking at papers that generate predictions based on the theory, publishing papers that are developing new lines of research based on the theory. To the point that it's mainly a negative enterprise that is completely incorrect. ID is proposing an alternative explanation of life. It's not just criticizing Darwin or criticizing chemical evolution, it's proposing a contrary explanation, and in light of that explanation, developing a number of important hypotheses that can be tested in a laboratory. Do you ever tire of having to defend the scientific legitimacy of ID? The thing that is most frustrating is that people seem to feel comfortable making comments about our work without even knowing what it is. The characterizations or criticisms of ID often bear no resemblance to what is actually being done, said, researched, or written. There have been any number of reviews of my book that were clearly written by people who hadn't even read it. ID is an idea that some people think they can attack without impunity, because it is so disreputable. John Walton, an Old Testament professor at Wheaton College, said this about ID in his recent book on Genesis: science is not capable of exploring a designer or his purposes. It could theoretically investigate design, but has chosen not to by the parameters it has set for itself. Therefore, while alleged irreducible complexities and mathematical equations and probabilities can serve as a critique for the reigning paradigm, empirical science would not be able to embrace intelligent design, because science has placed an intelligent designer outside of its parameters as subject to neither empirical verification nor falsification. Do you agree with this? I think it's strange that a biblical scholar would weigh in on the definition of science. His definition of science doesn't work. Science often infers things that can't be seen based on things that can be seen. Darwinism does that. In physics, we talk about quarks and all sorts of elementary particles. We don't see those. They're inferred by things we can see. I don't think his concept of science comports with the experience of scientists. Direct verification is not a standard that separates science from any other discipline. It's also an odd thing for a biblical scholar to say, because the biblical witness is that from the things that are made, St. Paul says, the attributes of God are clearly manifest, and one of his attributes is intelligence. So why should it be surprising that if we look at things carefully and reason about their origins, that we would come to the conclusion that a designing intelligence had indeed played a role in their origin? It seems like the idea or inference of anything supernatural scares scientists away. Do you agree? Well, all we are inferring is intelligence. Whether it is supernatural or natural is a matter for further deliberation. I don't even like the term supernatural. I think the better philosophical distinction is between transcendent and immanent. Are we talking about an intelligence within the cosmos, or an intelligence that is in some way beyond it? And that's a theological distinction. I think it is possible to reason about that, and whether you call it a philosophical deliberation or not, it doesn't really matter. All the theory of intelligent design is doing is establishing that intelligence was responsible for certain features of life. We recognize intelligence all the time, and we have scientific methods for it. If you're an archaeologist and you're looking at the Rosetta Stone, are you duty-bound to continue looking for naturalistic explanations even though you know full well that wind and erosion and everything else you can imagine is not capable of making those inscriptions? No, you're not. You really ought to conclude the obvious, which is that a scribe was involved. There was an intelligence behind it. But then, doesn't the inquiry become one of history rather than science? It's historical science. That's what my PhD dissertation was about, and it's part of what I defend in the book. That's what Darwin was doing. He was doing in historical science, attempting to infer the causes of an event in the remote past. There's a scientific method by which you can do that which addresses questions of past causation. Sciences such as archaeology, geology, paleontology, cosmology are concerned with those kinds of questions. Intelligent design is using the same sort of scientific methods that these sciences are using. People are hung up on how to classify intelligent design. But how you classify a theory is not all that important. Whether it's science, religion, philosophy, history, why can't it be all four? I think Darwinian biology is certainly science, certainly history, and certainly has larger metaphysical and philosophical implications. Nature and the world do not present us with tidy categorical distinctions. Why do you think scientists are so adamant that the admission of a metaphysical, teleological explanation of the universe would undermine the practice of science? If such a thing could be shown to be provable, or even just probable, shouldn't it excite the scientific mind? I think of a scientist as being in awe of the wonder of the world. It's a very astute question. The origin of modern science was spawned by scientists who had precisely this sort of awe. They were in the main Christians who believed that science was possible because nature was intelligible. It could be understood and comprehended by rational minds, such as ourselves, because it had been designed by a rational mind in the first place, that God had put into nature order and design and discernible pattern. That's what made it possible to do the hard work of looking at things, and then eventually discerning that there was a pattern. Kepler said that scientists have the high calling of thinking God's thoughts after him. Design was part of the foundational assumption of modern science. Scientists assumed that nature was designed, and that's why they could do science. Now roll the clock forward 300 years and you have scientists saying that if we allow a design hypothesis in any realm of science, even if we're talking about something like the origin of the first life, that we are undermining the very foundation of science. In fact, we're getting back to the very foundation of science, and to that awe and wonder that was the inspiration for the whole enterprise. There are many evangelical Christian scientists who disagree with you, even people familiar with genetics and DNA, such as Francis Collins. On what points do you agree with someone like Collins, and at what points do you disagree? There are a number of points on which I agree with Collins. He says that he's against intelligent design, but he actually makes arguments for intelligent design in the language of God. He says intelligent design is the best explanation for the fine-tuning of the laws of physics and chemistry. He also argues that the moral sense of humans cannot be explained by undirected processes. Collins denounces ID as a God of the gaps argument, or an argument from ignorance, but yet he's making arguments for intelligent design based on physics. I think he sees theistic implications from the Big Bang, and I agree with that. Where we differ is that he wants to hold out for a materialistic explanation of the origin of life, and I think he thinks that Darwinian evolution is sufficient to account for new forms of life. One of the things I've been asking Collins to clarify, as a theistic evolutionist, is what he means by evolution. Which of those three meanings of evolution does he affirm? Change over time, common ancestry? I know he affirms those. But what about the third meaning? The idea that the evolutionary process is purely blind and unguided. I had a chance to ask him personally, is the evolutionary process directed or undirected? He paused and responded, it could be directed. If he says it is directed, he's got a problem because he's breaking with the dominant materialist view of the scientific establishment. If he says it's undirected, then he's going to lose his influence with the evangelical Christian church, which he's desperately trying to influence. If he says that evolution is essentially undirected, that's not consistent with the biblical view he espouses. Instead, it's a form of deism in which nature is doing all the work and God is either absent or just watching from the mezzanine. What is the most compelling argument that you've come across from your opponents? What do you think is the hardest thing to overcome from your position? I think one of the strongest challenges to intelligent design has always been the observation of things in nature that are not going well or don't look like they were intelligently designed. In the book I have a section on pathogens and virulence. There have been these horrific diseases in the history of life like the plague. People ask me, do you really want to say the plague was intelligently designed by God? And as Christian and a design theorist, of course I don't want to say that. So there are then three options to respond to this, sometimes called the problem of natural evil. One option is that there really is no evil, natural or otherwise, it's just that you've got random mutations producing things that we like and things that we don't like. That was essentially the Darwinian view. He was going to let God off the hook by saying essentially that God had nothing to do with it. He didn't want to make God responsible for evil, so he made God responsible for nothing at all. The other view is that it looks like you've got design, but it looks like you've got a good designer and a bad designer at the same time. A third view, which I think is more in line with a Christian view of design, is that the world is simply evidence of a good design gone bad. What does ID have to do or prove to get more of the mainstream scientific community on board with it? I think it needs to continue doing what it's been doing, making the case and focusing on the evidence, and then challenging the rules of science that prevents scientists from considering ID as an explanation. I think this is the main impediment. What do you hope for the future of the ID movement? We're trying to grow it. We want to see more scientists come into it. And I think it is incumbent upon us to develop a robust research program of questions that flow from an ID perspective. If ID is correct, life ought to look different than if it were the result of random processes of mutation and selection. One of the key predictions that illustrates how it ought to look different is the prediction about junk DNA. We've been saying since the early 90s that the non-protein coding regions of the genome, which the Darwinists said to be junk, are not going to be shown to be junk. If ID is true, it makes no sense for a designing intelligence to design an information system in which 97% of it is doing nothing. We've predicted that yes, you ought to see some mutational decay and some errors over time, but the signal should not be dwarfed by the noise. What we've been seeing in the last 10 years is that prediction has been substantially, overwhelmingly confirmed. That's an example of how the ID perspective is anticipating discoveries in science, suggesting testable predictions, and I think that's the future of ID. Olivier Gautier explains the flat Earth situation. Most people don't really want the truth. They just want constant reassurance that what they believe in is the truth. Every image of Earth from space or space from Earth is artist trickery. Everything we do and everything we think, unfortunately, is controlled and molded, including the place we think we live on. Nazi/NASA and other space-related agencies of the world have been caught deceiving mankind before, so they are untrustworthy. Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus, is a Latin phrase meaning false in one thing, false in everything. At common law, it is the legal principle that a witness who testifies falsely about one matter is not credible to testify about any matter. They are not reliable sources to rely on in any case. NASA equals major red flag here. The globe Earth is a fabrication falsified by the very same people who secretly run/control the world, and have all of the material wealth that have allowed them to gain the power over the world. Flat Earth is important because it changes the perception of the collective reality. It'll expose our leaders as liars and deceivers. Unfortunately, I have recognized that the same forces that determine how the rulers act also affect our reactions to those who hold power. Submission can be so entrenched into us that we are not powerful enough when we can be. Each time we submit to deception, we weaken ourselves. The more you are awake, the more you'll start to see those space references, in the media, educational system, movies, books, etc., for what they really are, brainwashing and mind control techniques. People are asleep if they are not capable of actually seeing the corruption inherent within this globe delusion and fake space propaganda, which is the mother of all the lies. In the last 60 years, NASA and all the other space agencies of the world have never been to space, but claim to have, launching rockets into the sky, only to fall into the ocean in a great arc. It's all just fireworks and fairy tales, Walt Disney/Hollywood style. Early Masonic magicians like Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and Newton, along with their modern Masonic astronaut counterparts like Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, hand in hand with NASA and world Freemasonry, using everything from books, magazines, and television to computer-generated imaging, have succeeded, in the minds of the masses, to pick up the fixed Earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. In schools where every teacher's desk is adorned with a spinning Earth globe, we are lectured on the heliocentric theory and shown images of ball planets and videos of men suspended in space. The illusion created, connivingly convincing, has entranced the world's population into blindly believing a maleficent myth. There is no photographic evidence of globe Earth. Bottom line: you are believing in a state-sponsored cosmology. In other words, it does not matter whether or not the fossil record is consistent with evolutionary theory, any more than it matters in physics that Newton's theory is consistent with everyday experience. It doesn't matter if NASA's or SpaceX's supposed technological advances and technical prowess, accepted as genuine into the subconscious mindset of the public through constant insidious brainwashing, fits what is presented to them on TV, when the data can be controlled, fabricated, and manipulated to fit any agenda. Imagine now with NASA's budget how easily people with a lifetime of indoctrination can be easily fooled. The problem is that many people think that if everybody believes in something for a long, long time, it must be true. By brainwashing us with something gigantic and fundamental lie, shape of the Earth, it makes every other type of lesser indoctrination a piece of cake. Remember, they've already blown up the World Trade Center in broad daylight, and got away with it via an inside job/false flag. Being ignorant is not so much the product of laziness as being unwilling to learn. Propaganda. The internet is both wonderful and wicked. The world's combined knowledge is at our fingertips, as is its debauchery and falsity. It is so much easier to find things out, but much harder to sort out the truth from the lies. We tend to live in echo chambers, seeking out the information that confirms our worldview, and there are some very strange views out there. But you can always find affirmation if you look for it. But of far greater concern is the deliberate disinformation and false information. The term disinformation began as a term of Soviet tradecraft, first defined in the official Great Soviet Encyclopedia as the dissemination, in the press, radio, etc., of false information with the intention to deceive public opinion. Propaganda is information that is not objective, and is used primarily to influence an audience and further an agenda, often by presenting facts selectively to encourage a particular synthesis or perception, or using loaded language to produce an emotional rather than a rational response to the information that is presented. Propaganda is often associated with material prepared by governments, NASA and other space agencies, activist groups, companies, TV programs, media, film industry, Hollywood. Don't be naive, all governments and people who work for them have been lying for years. Propaganda is the art of persuading others of what you don't believe yourself. This is the secret of propaganda. Those who are to be persuaded by it should be completely immersed in the ideas of the propaganda, without ever noticing that they are being immersed in it. You know you are on target when fakery and disinformation is desperately being created to keep others from knowing, believing, and seeing truth. For instance, increasing desperate attempts being made to prove FE theory wrong, or worse, rubbish info pushing the globe indoctrination through insidious and constant propaganda. You might want to learn to scroll past page 1 when Googling genuine information, due to censorship. Usually, the propagandist seeks to change the way people understand an issue or situation for the purpose of changing their actions and expectations in ways that are desirable to the interest group. Propaganda, in this sense, serves as a corollary to censorship in which the same purpose is achieved, not by filling people's minds with approved information, but by preventing people from being confronted with opposing points of view, for example FE views. What sets propaganda apart from other forms of advocacy is the willingness of the propagandist to change people's understanding through deception and confusion rather than persuasion and understanding. The leaders of an organization know the information to be one-sided or untrue, but this may not be true for the rank-and-file members who help to disseminate the propaganda. The term propaganda may also refer to false information meant to reinforce the mindsets of people who already believe as the propagandist wishes. Everyone has their beliefs, I agree. However, only those who think for themselves, rather than blindly follow the mainstream narrative, will truly experience the real world. In other words, it will take you more than a few hours of research to overcome a lifetime of indoctrination. In addition, this procedure appeals to authority, aka argumentum ad verecundium. In other words, it places governments in the foreground. Explanation: thanks to their tracking devices, and because of their qualifications, they can monitor diverse events occurring in space and share special knowledge only they can access, the only answer being that central casting and planning want it that way, concealment. This is also one of the main objectives of this kind of propaganda. Whether the info is real or not, this is really secondary. When you understand that space data comes mainly from one source, delivered by a few agencies, you get caught up in a loop wondering why would they lie, and start having a hard time accepting possible contradictory evidence and answers, cognitive dissonance. Whereas the real question would rather be, why would they tell us the truth? More so, when our ignorance is their power. Many beliefs are based on either a lack of information or too much misinformation, but rarely on personal knowledge or experience. So, most of what someone believes is nothing more than what they have been programmed to accept as truth, and those sources never lie, right? Coughing sound, blind faith in authority is no mark of truth. In conclusion, the adage that says, do your own research, unbiased and eminently fair research, remains the best development in the quest for truth. The moon's halo effect through the night clouds. We have all seen the moon at night create a halo through the clouds. It creates this small circle in the night sky. However, at the alleged 294,000 miles away, the Moon's light would be virtually parallel to the Earth and light up the entire night sky, not just some small circular area. Clouds are vapor drops and extremely reflective. If the Moon were truly 294,000 miles away, the entire night sky would be illuminated. Additionally, the intensity of light is inversely proportional to the distance of the light source. The inverse square law describes the intensity of light at different distances from a light source. The intensity of light is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. This means that as the distance from a light source increases, the intensity of light is equal to a value multiplied by 1/d2. If you do the math, not only would you not see the Moon at all from 294,000 miles away, you would not see any halo effect in the clouds. In fact, at that distance, the Moon would be so small, even if it was 8 times bigger than it is purported to be, that you would see no light at all. Light does not travel the distance. Light only excites the medium it is within and creates wave perturbations which cause wave propagation. In other words, the ether that envelopes all things would be excited, allowing light to propagate. This whole myth that light travels these extravagant distances is based on fantasy. Light is not composed of photons, nor does it travel as a particle, nor a wave, nor in packets, as fake quantum science likes to falsely assert. You cannot quantize light. It is only energy that causes perturbations within the medium of the light source. The inverse square law simply prohibits reflective light from a dust ball to reach out over 294,000 miles to pierce one segment of the night sky, to cause the articulated moon halo effect that we see in the clouds. When one assumes the intensity of a local light source is identical to a distant light source, one has departed from known empirical science. The stellar parallax hoax ln the Earth's alleged 67,000-mile orbit around the Sun. It spends 6 months on one side of the Sun facing a particular part of the night sky, on its alleged 23-degree tilt, and then 6 months with its night sky facing 180 degrees the opposite direction because of its orbit. And yet Cassiopeia, Cepheus, Draco, Ursa Major and Ursa Minor can be seen all year long. This should not happen if the Earth is, indeed, orbiting around the Sun, of course. The range of view facing 180 degrees in the opposite direction, looking out into the universe, should prohibit anyone from seeing the same constellations from late December and late June. With each season, there is a new set of constellations to see because, hypothetically, the Earth's night sky is facing out into the universe at 4 different angles with each passing season. Now, there may logically be overlaps in the constellations you can see from continuous seasons. In other words, when the Earth has orbited 3 months from a given first position, let us say winter, to a quarter arc further in its orbit, let us say spring, sure, you could conceivably arch your back, metaphorically speaking, and glimpse constellations from the previous season's night sky. They could possibly still be rotating or partially rotating into your field of vision. But as another 3 months goes by, you are then facing 180 degrees in the opposite direction of 2 seasons past. At this point, you should only see a new set of constellations that are not in the Earth's night sky field of vision from 6 months earlier. However, that is not the case. There are 5 constellations which you can see all year round. If you lived on a spinning globe, this should not happen. These constellations are known as the circumpolar constellations, each appearing to rotate around the North Pole star, Polaris. The heliocentric explanation is that from the most northern latitude, there exists sweet spots where one can see these 5 circumpolar constellations all year round. And playing devil's advocate, let's just say there are some observational points in the northern hemisphere where you can see these circumpolar constellations even though the Earth is 180 degrees in an opposing night sky field of vision between winter and summer. It's extremely crazy and far-fetched, but then when hasn't the heliocentric model been extremely crazy and far-fetched? However, there is still the matter of the repeating and fixed nature of the constellations to contend with. Why are all the constellations in the same place from year to year? Why are they fixed and do not change size or shape? Sure, they may vary in content from season to season, but it is always the same size and shape constellations that keep returning, without fail. If the Earth was spinning and moving in an expanding universe, we should expect to see the constellations changing because of all this movement, but they remain constant. The easy way out of this trap was the invention of the sly and clever stellar parallax hoax. Stellar parallax is the apparent shift of position of any nearby star against the background of distant objects. The lack of stellar parallax pointed to the idea that the constellations were fixed and that the stars were not expanding outwards. To avoid the idea that the stars were fixed and moving together as a unified, rotating canopy above, astronomers would simply claim that everything was so far away it appeared to not move, relative to the Earth. And then there was the matter of Polaris never moving at all, as the constellations did, and so they invented billions of light-years of distance between Polaris and Earth to create the illusion that the absence of stellar parallax was due to Polaris being so far away. But then, why could we see Polaris if it was that far away? So, then they said Polaris is really, really, really huge. Rinse and repeat this explanation for every star. Eventually, every star became really far away and really big. The big fish story just got crazier and crazier with each astronomical lie. They just kept inventing bigger distances and greater magnitudes of stellar mass to cover up the original lie that we are on a spinning magic spaceship ball. Currently, astrophysicists estimate there are 10 trillion galaxies in the universe. Multiplying that by the Milky Way's estimated 100 billion stars results in a large number indeed, 1 septillion stars, or a 1 with 24 zeros after it. If the universe was 14.5 billion years old, as our textbooks say, there would have to be some 6 million stars coming into existence every minute for that huge number of stars to be in existence today. It is all laughable nonsense. No astronomer is gazing out into space and seeing even thousands of new stars coming into existence, or hundreds, or even one, more than likely. The more one contemplates the heliocentric model, the more you are forced to simply have blind faith in angles, distances, magnitudes, and motions that you cannot empirically verify or even fathom. You are forced to keep trusting Big Brother NASA, and most of us know what a den of thieves occult organization NASA is, and so there is no reason to comment further about this. But there is another hidden variable that few heliocentrists consider as they declare with dogmatic authority that the seasons prove we live on a spinning, orbiting ball in the cold vacuum of outer space. That the circumpolar constellations can be seen all year, because there are sweet spots in the northern hemisphere which allow one to see them, and that the lack of stellar parallax is due to the astronomical distances between the stars and Earth. And that hidden variable is the 4 vectors of contrary motion that the Earth and Sun experience as they fly through an expanding universe, according to the wildly magical and imaginative heliocentric theory. First, the Earth is allegedly spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. Second, while the Earth spins, it is also allegedly moving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun. Third, while these two motions are occurring, the Sun is also allegedly, and in fact, our whole solar system is allegedly orbiting around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. We are supposedly moving at an average velocity of 828,000 km/h. Fourth, the entire Milky Way galaxy is also allegedly going 670 million miles per hour on the membrane of an expanding universe. And not one of these magnificently huge numbers are verifiable or provable by empirical science. In fact, they all amount to unfalsifiable bogus claims in the final analysis. And it does not matter what the exact numbers are, because the astronomers and mathematicians who come up these numbers change the numbers all the time to fit whatever fantasy model they are trying to push from century to century. These four contradictory motions would preclude the possibility of any constellations ever being the same from night to night, let alone from year to year, not to mention the impossibility of seeing the circumpolar constellations, Cassiopeia, Cepheus, Draco. Ursa Major and Ursa Minor remain the same and visible all year. In addition, if the universe is expanding, as they tell us, the constellations would be expanding as well. Yet, we observe no change in the constellation's size or shape. The constellations are fixed and constant, and the 4 seasons of constellations have not changed in the least, since the beginning of recorded history. Historical records of Greek and Egyptian astronomy prove this. Additionally, the shimmering electromagnetic sonoluminescence of stars oscillates between red and blue. When we see twinkling stars exhibiting red and blue wavelengths, we are merely witness the natural effects of electromagnetic wavelengths of vibrating electromagnetic energy in a viscous, watery medium. The waters above, anyone? Therefore, the stars are not expanding out in the legendary hoax of red-shifting stars. As the story goes, redshift and blueshift describe how light shifts toward shorter or longer wavelengths as objects in space, such as stars or galaxies, move closer or farther away from us. When an object moves away from us, the light is shifted to the red end of the spectrum, as its wavelengths get longer. But there is no movement away or towards us of stars at all. In fact, they are locked in place above us and rotating together in a fixed position, just as you observe with your own eyes every night. Finally, if the constellations are fixed in a rotating firmament above us, one could expect a certain amount of optical lensing, mirroring and refraction due to atmosphere and the quasi-vitreous metallic nature of the dome itself, causing the illusion of a 360 by 360 rotating view at times. Conceivably, the Earth's dome may even invert constellations, causing a 360 by 360 view illusion. We just do not know any of this for certain, and that is my whole point. Both models deserve equal scrutiny and consideration. The case is not closed either way. But the huge thorn in the heliocentric model's foot is the lack of stellar parallax in a model with 4 vectors of wild and crazy contrary motion. With all that contrary motion, we should be seeing different constellations, or the change in shape and size of the current constellations all the time, every year. But they remain fixed and constant, year after year. It does not matter how many light years of distance you inject into the heliocentric model. All the crazy angles, distances, and stellar magnitudes in the world cannot cover up the facts that the constellations are fixed and constant, moving as a connected canopy above us, and reoccur as predictably as the seasons we see them in. And these facts could not be true if the Earth, Sun, and all the stars were on a roller coaster ride of contrary motion. Heliocentrism is a highly flawed occult fantasy and nothing more. The uniformity and constancy of stellar constellations in relative motion, parallax dethroned in the heliocentric theory, it is postulated that the stars are expanding outwards in such a way that they are expanding out uniform and constant with respect to the Earth's similar outward trajectory. As all things move in relative motion. The function of this postulate is to sneak in billions and billions, Carl Sagan, of light years of distance into the space fable that might justify a subsequent stellar parallax claim, which, in turn, might wildly account for why the constellations appear to remain fixed, uniform, and constant with respect to the Earth's similar outward trajectory, from year to year, decade to decade, and century to century. Stellar parallax. Stellar parallax: the difference in direction of a celestial object as seen by an observer from two widely separated points. The measurement of parallax is used directly to find the distance of the body from the Earth, geocentric parallax, and from the Sun, heliocentric parallax. The two positions of the observer and the position of the object form a triangle, if the baseline between the two observing points is known and the direction of the object as seen from each has been measured. The apex angle, the parallax, and the distance of the object from the observer can be found simply. It works like this: hold out your hand, close your right eye, and place your extended thumb over a distant object. Now, switch eyes, so that your left is closed and your right is open. Your thumb will appear to shift slightly against the background. By measuring this small change and knowing the distance between your eyes, you can calculate the distance to your thumb. However, Houston, we have a problem. With the homogeneously isotropic expansion of all stellar material, the Earth would need to be at the dead center of the expansion, i.e. the center of the universe, in order for the constellations to appear to remain uniform and constant for thousands of years of expansion. Where everything is said to be allegedly shooting out on the cusp of the expansion, literally racing outwards at over a mind-numbingly dizzying 2 trillion miles an hour. Unfortunately, there is nobody in modern astrophysics who is espousing a heliocentric theory, where the Earth is the dead center in an expanding universe. At best, the Earth is said to be who knows where, in relation to the alleged Big Bang epicenter, allegedly nestled in some arm of the Milky Way galaxy of expanding phenomena, hardly at the center of the universe, or anything close to that. And that is not my opinion. That is the heliocentric theory, a theory which very few heliocentrists actually study or comprehend. This being the case, there is no way, if we apply the physics of Newtonian motion and what stellar parallax actually is, that the constellations would remain uniform and constant with respect to the Earth's similar outward trajectory. On the contrary, the constellations would expand and convolute, and literally dissolve into totally different configurations within the short span of a weekend, never to be seen as they were just a week before. If we were to apply the current heliocentric model to the actual motion of the stars, the stars, which make up the constellations, have remained uniform, fixed, and constant, traveling above the Earth, like clockwork, providing mankind with a Swiss clock precision measurement for the seasons, since the dawn of history. Alas, stellar parallax cannot come to the rescue to explain away this most irrefutably compelling argument against the madly unscientific and insane claims of the heliocentric model. In fact, the huge thorn in the heliocentric model's foot is the lack of stellar parallax in a model with 4 vectors of wild and crazy contrary motion. When we soberly consider the 4 vectors of contrary motion that the Earth and Sun experience as they fly through an expanding universe, according to the wildly magical and imaginative heliocentric theory, we see immediately the hoax of the expanding universe model. No amount of ridiculous 1950s Bell Laboratory background radiation fables can hide the raw data. 1. First, the Earth is allegedly spinning at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. 2. Second, while the Earth spins, it is also allegedly moving 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun. 3. Third, while these two motions are occurring, the Sun is also allegedly, and in fact, our whole solar system is allegedly orbiting around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. We are supposedly moving at an average velocity of 828,000 km/h. Fourth, the entire Milky Way galaxy is also allegedly going 670 million miles per hour on the membrane of an expanding universe. With all that contrary motion, we should be seeing different constellations, or the change in shape and size of the current constellations all the time, every year. But they remain fixed and constant, year after year. It does not matter how many light years of distance you inject into the heliocentric model. All the crazy angles, distances, and stellar magnitudes in the world cannot cover up the facts that the constellations are fixed and constant, moving as a connected canopy above us, and reoccur as predictably as the seasons we see them in. And these facts could not be true if the Earth, Sun, and all the stars were on a roller coaster ride of contrary motion out in magical mythical outer space. Heliocentrism is a highly flawed occult fantasy, and nothing more. It was never proven, but rather only repeated endlessly until brainwashed the small children, who grew up to be religious Star Trek-loving zealots for the astrotheological religion called astrophysics. It makes no scientific sense, and it is in its last death throes, like a fish flapping on the rocks about to die of Helios worship. R.I.P. heliocentric model. The LISS International fake station. Nothing more need be said at this point. As another astronaut prepares for some repairs of the International BS station Eric Dubé, the Earth is not moving before Copernican heliocentric indoctrination. Any child will look up at the sky and notice that the Sun, Moon, and stars all revolve around a stationary Earth. All empirical evidence from our perspective clearly shows that we are fixed and everything rotates around us. We feel motionless and experience the Sun, Moon, stars, and planets spinning around us. To suspend this common-sense geocentric perspective and assume that it's actually the Earth revolving beneath us daily while rotating around the Sun yearly is quite a theoretical leap. What strikes you as being some thoughts that people would have if, in the short space of a few weeks, the universally held conviction that the Earth rotates on an axis daily and orbits the Sun annually were exposed as an unscientific deception? Keep in mind that a rotating, orbiting Earth is not counted as a mere hypothesis, or even a theory anywhere in the world today. Oh no. Rather, this concept is an unquestioned truth, an established fact in all books and other media everywhere, church media included. Copernicanism, in short, is a concept that is protected in a bunker under a 50-foot thick ceiling of solid scientific concrete. It is meant to be impregnable. It is a concept that has become ensconced in men's minds as the indestructible cornerstone of enlightened modern man's knowledge. Virtually all people everywhere have been taught to believe, and do believe, that this concept is based on objective science and dispassionate secular reasoning. Marshall Hall. Exposing the Copernican deception. Every experiment ever designed to detect the motion of the Earth has failed to detect Earth's motion and/or distinguish it from relative counter-motion of the universe. Mark Wyatt. Is geocentrism possible? Right up through the 20th century, many attempts have been made to try and prove that heliocentricity is true and geocentricity is false. All such attempts have failed and only reinforced geocentricity. The most well-known of these is the Michelson-Morley experiment, which attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to the assumed motion of Earth through space. They measured in every different direction in various places on the Earth's surface, and failed to detect any significant change whatsoever. The Michelson-Gale experiment also failed to prove heliocentricity, but was able to measure the movement of the ether/firmament around the Earth accurate to within 2%. An experiment known as Airy's failure involves filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside. Usually telescopes must be slightly tilted to get the starlight down the axis of the tube, supposedly due to Earth's speed around the Sun. Airy discovered that actually the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle, so no change was necessary. This demonstrated that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. If it was the telescope moving, he would have to change the angle. people need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Cosmologist George Ellis, thinking globally, acting universally in order to save the dying heliocentric theory from the conclusive geocentric experiments performed by Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, Cantor and others. Establishment mastermind Albert Einstein created his special theory of relativity, which in one philosophical swoop banished the absolute ether/firmament from scientific study and replaced it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there is no universal etheric medium within which all things exist, then philosophically one can postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun. Nowadays, just like the theory of heliocentrism, Einstein's theory of relativity is accepted worldwide as gospel truth, even though he himself admitted geocentrism is equally justifiable, the struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Albert Einstein, we know that the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance. Cosmologist Fred Hoyle, if one accepts the unintuitive, but very imaginative heliocentric model, then one accepts, even though it goes against observation, experimental evidence and common sense, that the Earth is actually spinning around its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the entire solar system rotates around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. And the Milky Way speeds through the known universe at over 670 million miles per hour. I'd like to know, if we're really being subject to all those forces/motions, then why hasn't anyone in all of history ever felt it? How is it that all the centrifugal, gravitational, inertial and kinematic forces somehow cancel each other out perfectly so that no one has ever felt the slightest bit of motion or resistance? Why aren't there worldwide perturbations of our smooth rotation after earthquakes or meteor strikes? Why can I still feel the slightest breeze on my face, but not the air displacement from all this motion? If the Earth is spinning beneath us, why can't I just hover in a helicopter, wait until my destination reaches me, and then land when it comes? Most people answer, though they can't explain how, that this is because the Earth's atmosphere supposedly rotates precisely along with the Earth. But if that's the case, then heliocentric dogmatists run into a whole other host of problems. For instance, if both the Earth and its atmosphere are spinning 1,000 miles per hour west to east, then why don't pilots need to make 1,000 miles per hour compensation acceleration when flying east to west? If 1,000 per hour atmosphere is constantly flowing eastward, why don't north/southbound pilots have to set diagonal courses to compensate? If 1,000 per hour atmosphere is constantly flowing eastward, how do you explain the casual yet unpredictable movement of clouds, wind patterns, and weather formations every which way? If the atmosphere is constantly being pulled along with the Earth's rotation, then why can I feel the slightest westward breeze, but not the Earth's 1,000 per hour eastward spin? In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us, because we have been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation or experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 miles per hour speed of the Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 miles per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 670 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught is scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate aerial bombing in World War II, down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed, would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at 1,000 miles per hour and changing constantly with the spinning latitude. The sheer absurdity of a plane going 285 miles per hour hitting a ground target, which is spinning away from it at 1,000 miles per hour, is so absurd that only the severely brainwashed believe it. Marshall Hall, a small young universe. After all experiments have been performed firing cannons in all cardinal directions to check for Earth's rotation. If the Earth was really spinning as the heliocentric model suggests, then the east firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, and the west firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer than all others. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction one fires a cannon, north, south, east, or west, the distance covered is always the same. This is yet another proof that you are not on a spinning ball. When sitting in a rapidly moving railway carriage, let a spring gun be fired forward, or in the direction in which the train is moving. Again, let the same gun be fired, but in the opposite direction, and it will be found that the ball or other projectile will always go farther in the first case than in the latter. If a person leaps backwards from a horse in full gallop, he cannot jump so great a distance as he can by jumping forward. Leaping from a moving sledge, coach, or other object, backwards or forwards, the same results are experienced. Many other practical cases could be cited to show that anybody projected from another body in motion does not exhibit the same behavior as it does when projected from a body at rest. Nor are the results the same when projected in the same direction as that in which the body moves, as when projected in the opposite direction, because, in the former case, the projected body receives its momentum from the projectile force, plus that given to it by the moving body, and in the latter case, this momentum, minus that of the moving body. Hence it would be found that if the Earth is moving rapidly from west to east, a cannon fired in a due easterly direction would send a ball to a greater distance than it would have fired in a due westerly direction. But the most experienced artillerymen, many of whom have had great practice, both at home and abroad, in almost every latitude, have declared that no difference whatever is observable. That in charging and pointing their guns, no difference in the working is ever required. Gunners in warships have noticed a considerable difference in the results of their firing from guns at the bow, when sailing rapidly towards the object fired at, and when firing from guns placed at the stern while sailing away from the object, and in both cases the results are different to those observed when firing from a ship at perfect rest. These details of practical experience are utterly incompatible with the supposition of a revolving Earth. Samuel Rowbotham, Zetetic Astronomy. By removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, these dark philosophers, Copernicus, Kepler, Newton, Galileo, Einstein, have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete nihilistic indifference. If the Earth is the center of the universe, then the ideas of God, creation, and a purpose for human existence are resplendent. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for Earth and human existence become highly implausible. The heliocentric theory, by putting the Sun at the center of the universe, made man appear to be just one of a possible host of wanderers drifting through a cold sky. It seemed less likely that he was born to live gloriously, and to attain paradise upon his death. Less likely, too, was it that he was the object of God's ministrations. Morris Klein, by removing Earth from the motionless center of the universe, the entirety of astrology, a science of consciousness coveted and used obsessively by the elite, is made null and void. If the Earth is the center of the universe and all the planets, ancient gods, revolve around us, then birth charts, alignments, and astrology are measurable, calculable, repeatable, and thus scientifically verifiable. But if the Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars and billions of galaxies, then astrology disappears into the realms of pseudoscience believed by our ignorant ancestors. Trust your eyes and your cameras. They have no reason to deceive you about whether the stars are going around nightly. Then get it in your mind, this single fact surrounding star trails that has been photographed thousands of times and cannot be denied must be explained away by the theoretical science establishment. All of the fact-less allegations, a rotating and orbiting Earth, billions of light-year distances to the stars, a 15-billion-year-old universe, the whole Big Bang paradigm, all of the alleged evolution of the universe Earth and mankind, that is to say, all of modern evolution-based cosmology controlling knowledge today, all of it, is completely undone if the stars are doing what cameras show they are doing, namely, going around the Earth nightly. If you can do so for a few minutes. Just lay aside the Copernican indoctrination that accompanies such pictures, and take a good hard look at these photographs of something that really happens every single night. Do you see what I see? I see all the visible stars in the northern skies going around the North Star in perfect circles. In other words, I see all the stars which these time exposures have recorded actually going around that navigational star that God put there for us in the northern hemisphere. Remember, the first two pictures are 8-hour exposures. Again, look closely and you can see the third of a circle in the center, and in the next star trail or so. This means that each star circles in one 24-hour day. The same thing is captured in circumpolar photos taken in the southern hemisphere. Marshall Hall, The Size and Structure of the Universe. We live in a yin-yang world of duality where everything and its opposite exist together in perfect proportions like male/female, good/evil, hot/cold, knowledge/ignorance, inhale/exhale, dark/light, day/night, and of course, sun and moon. Half our lives, the daytime, are ruled by the sun and half our lives, the nighttime, are ruled by the moon. When you look up at the sun and the moon, they are in perfect proportion to one another as exemplified during an eclipse. But thanks to a total eclipse of the mind, these nihilistic cosmologists have indoctrinated worldwide generations of people to believe Earth itself and all the planets revolve around the sun. That the sun is much larger and farther away, the moon is much smaller and closer, and it's simply our coincidental perspective here on Earth that makes them appear the same size. They have convinced us that the very Earth on which we stand is spinning beneath our feet. So next time you're wondering why it's so difficult to awaken your friends and family to the Atlantean conspiratorial matrix, consider how deep the establishment indoctrination really is, and how easy it is to convince people that up is down and down is up. http://illuminatimindcontrol.com/the earth is not moving /y rockets don't work in the vacuum of outer space. The reason space travel is not possible is because the systems we claim to use to propel a rocket through space operate on gas pressure, and there is no gas pressure in space. Gas pressure requires molecules to be in contact with each other, bouncing off each other, causing millions of collisions per second, etc. If you release gas into the vacuum of space, the first molecule that pops out will shoot off into the distance at a constant speed, so will the one behind that, never catching up with the first one. The third, fourth, etc., all fly off into the distance trying to fill the vacuum by finding their empty corner. So, no matter how much gas you produce, none of it will ever change the pressure under a spaceship. None of it will ever push a spaceship. To push a spaceship, there must be some locally high pressure under it, which is impossible since the pressure in space is zero everywhere. The nozzle and the mass flow equation F equals ma on Earth. Think about a fire hose shooting water. A force comes directly back against the column of water shooting out. Why? Because the first drop of water has to pass through air, which is dense, causing many collisions, slowing down the drop of water. The second drop, directly behind the first, will not be slowed down by the air, so it will collide with the first drop, the third drop hits the second drop, and so on. The fast water coming through the hose pushing through the slower water outside causes Newton's third law to push back on the column of water. This is why you need people holding the hose to add an unbalanced force, otherwise the hose would not be able to push water through that column anymore, the water column would be diverted, and the hose would flop around. It is obvious that one drop of water does not push back on the hose, you need a fast-moving column. The nozzle and the mass flow equation F equals ma in outer space, since the molecules leaving the combustion chamber and entering the vacuum never slow down, never collide with any outside objects, nor with each other, their force is always moving forward, away from the ship. There is no way for that force to be returned to the ship. There is no way for the force of the moving molecules to be extracted and used for propulsion. Their force is carried off into the far corners of space. This is also known as Joule expansion. Remember that as soon as the nozzle is opened, the combustion chamber becomes part of the vacuum of space as is subject to its laws. A closed chamber is under pressure, but not an open one. NASA is lying at the molecular level. But that's okay because most people don't usually look there. The awesome, spectacular, and heroic nature of space exploration is enough to cloud the most logical minds. Most respectable engineering schools won't touch space flight, and those who do have tiny departments. If it was really a multi-billion-dollar government-funded operation, every school in America would have their hands out for government grants like they do with engineering, computer science, and biology. But why train thousands of the best minds of a generation in a field that doesn't exist? And fluid dynamics? No, rockets do not generate the substance that they allegedly push against for propulsion. It's basic fluid dynamics, it does not matter if it's water or air. It works the exact same way. It's like saying that a submarine makes the water that its propeller pushes against, and this magically propels the submarine without the presence of ocean water pressure acting against the propeller. It is absurd logic. The same exact thing will happen to a rocket in space. Additionally, because space is as close to a perfect vacuum there is, it is impossible to have thrust. Saying that a rocket pushes off its own gas from combustion is ludicrous. It's no different than saying that you can blow hard enough into a vacuum cleaner nozzle, and this will somehow make you travel in the opposite direction of the nozzle. And a vacuum cleaner is a very extremely small fraction of the vacuum of space. Just like a vacuum cleaner will suck the air right out of your lungs, outer space, if it actually existed, would do the same exact thing to a rocket, only many times quicker, and the molecules will dissipate in every direction, making thrust impossible. That's how Newton's third law works. Molecular collision in the atmosphere transfers energy. Vacuums possess no molecular density and therefore transfer no resistance for rocket thrusters to push from. Rockets do not work in the vacuum of mythical outer space. In valid vacuum experiments often, you can find YouTube experiments that misrepresent the relationship between a rocket and the vacuum of space by putting a model rocket inside a small enclosed vacuum and allowing the composition of the propellant to create internal atmospheric pressure through the act of combustion in a closed system. No longer a vacuum, the nearly transparent exhaust from rocket fuel is due to this engine's exhaust being mostly superheated steam, water vapor from its propellants, hydrogen and oxygen, plus some unburned hydrogen. Any experiment done in a small, enclosed vacuum would quickly convert the vacuum into a non-vacuum of hydrogen, oxygen, and unburned hydrogen. Thus, this type of experiment is invalid because the vacuum was converted into a pressurized chamber by the introduction of combustion in a closed system. However, outer space is an open system where molecular density, which is required for rocket thrusters to work, is dissipated to nearly an infinite degree. Without molecular density, energy is not transferred through outer space, and therefore rocket thrusters would prove entirely ineffective against the zero-resistance vacuum of outer space. Again, Newton's third law applies here. Rocket thrusters must push against some force equal or greater than the mass of the rocket in order to propel the rocket. The vacuum of outer space provides zero available force or resistance towards this goal. Finally, all NASA shows us is CGI rubbish. All Newton's laws of motion support the impossibility of space flight in a vacuum, regardless of how people try to pervert the interpretation of those laws to support their absurdly illogical argument for propulsion in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space. That is why there are no examples of rocket propulsion in an open system, or even a large closed system vacuum. Such an example would expose the lie of space flight immediately. Pressure gradient force and rocket thrust. The pressure gradient force is the force that results when there is a difference in pressure across a surface. A difference in pressure across a surface implies a difference in force, which can result in the type of internal to external pressure inequality that may cause the acceleration of a rocket, according to Newton's second law of motion, where the acceleration of an object is dependent upon the two variables, net force and the mass of the object. Net force. By net force, we mean the vector sum of all the forces that act upon an object. That is to say, the net force is the sum of all the forces, taking into account the fact that a force is a vector. A vector is a quantity having direction as well as magnitude or size, and two forces of equal magnitude and opposite direction will cancel each other out. Thus, if a rocket thrust is greater than the weight of the rocket will accelerate upwards. If the thrust and weight of the rocket are of equal magnitude, the rocket will remain at rest. The resting state is referred to as constant velocity, as opposed to acceleration, when the rocket ascends. Of course, before a rocket produces thrust, there are a few preceding processes. Thrust is a resultant mechanical force. It is generated through the reaction of accelerating cryogenic propellants as a mass of gas. The force, thrust, is equal to the exit mass flow rate, times the exit velocity, minus the free stream mass flow rate, times the free stream velocity. And mass flow, also known as mass transfer and bulk flow, is the movement of fluids down a pressure or temperature gradient. Finally, often people think that it is the rocket that pushes the gas out of a rocket's de Laval nozzle. However, the gas moves because of the pressure gradient force, and not because the rocket pushes it out. Therefore, thrust is merely a function of a difference in pressure across the surface between the rocket nozzle and the external ambient pressure under the de Laval nozzle. High pressure moves to low pressure because there is more relative energy in the higher pressure area, the de Laval nozzle, than the lower pressure area, the Earth's external atmosphere, and so the thrust escapes down towards the outside air. It obeys the first law of thermodynamics, where energy can be changed from one form to another, but it cannot be created or destroyed. The energy from the thrust must go somewhere to conserve itself. The conservation of energy. The conservation of energy is a fundamental concept of physics along with the conservation of mass and the conservation of momentum. Within a domain, the amount of energy remains constant and energy is neither created nor destroyed. Energy can be converted from one form to another, potential energy can be converted to kinetic energy, but the total energy within the domain remains fixed. Nature abhors a vacuum. Further, nature abhors a vacuum or any low-pressure situation, for that matter, and will always try to bring that low-pressure condition into equilibrium with whatever high-pressure condition it is contiguous with. Now, in Newtonian terms, this pressure gradient force looks something like this when applied to a rocket. Just prior to engine ignition, the velocity of the rocket is zero, and the rocket is at rest. If the rocket is sitting on its fins, the weight of the rocket is balanced by the reaction of the Earth to the weight as described by Newton's third law of motion, which states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. There is no net force on the object, and the rocket would remain at rest indefinitely. When the engine is ignited, the thrust of the engine creates an additional force opposed to the weight. As long as the thrust is less than the weight, the combination of the thrust and the reaction force of the fins balancing the rocket weight create no net external force, and so the rocket stays on the pad. When the thrust is equal to the weight, there is no longer any reaction force through the fins, but the net force on the rocket is still zero. When the thrust is greater than the weight, there is a net external force equal to the thrust minus the weight, and the rocket begins to rise. The velocity of the rocket increases from zero to some positive value under the acceleration produced by the net external force, the Earth's atmosphere. But as the rocket velocity increases, it encounters air resistance, or drag, which opposes the motion and increases as the square of the velocity. The thrust of the rocket must be greater than the weight plus the drag, T greater than W plus D, for the rocket to continue accelerating and ascending. Eventually, as the rocket ascends, the atmospheric pressure surrounding it becomes negligible. And the initially beneficial decrease in drag, which was providing a winning advantage to the thrusters in the pressure gradient's balance between thrust, weight, and external atmospheric drag, suddenly becomes the source of tremendous thermodynamic disequilibrium. With the absence of atmospheric pressure, and the drag that went with it, as a rocket experiences the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, the thrusters are left with no external atmospheric mass, resistance, from the Earth's atmospheric density to push off of, or force, atmospheric pressure, to act upon, and thus, propulsion comes to a halt. Pressure gradients require a closed thermodynamic system. A closed system is required for pressure gradients to exist. In an open system, pressure escapes and thus, pressure cannot accumulate to distribute into gradients. The fact that the Earth's atmosphere exhibits gaseous pressure gradients is evidence of the Earth being a closed system, with a barrier between its highest atmospheric layer and anything else that might be beyond this barrier. If there is, indeed, anything else on the other side of this barrier, which is commonly called the firmament by enclosed cosmologists and the Van Allen radiation belts by NASA, nobody knows what it is. To assume it is a vacuum is merely wild, uninformed, chaotic speculation, rooted in fantasy and zero empirical science. To sum up, in entering the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, One reaches a point where too little ambient pressure destroys the accelerant pressure gradient relationship between the intermediary surface pressure of the de Laval nozzle and the external ambient pressure conditions of the surrounding atmosphere. Less and less ambient pressure eventually leads to thermodynamic disequilibrium. Finally, the thrusters have no mass to push off of or act upon, and hence, without an external opposing force, as Newton's first law mentions, the rocket begins spinning its wheels, so to speak, and going nowhere. You need an external force to move a body. Atmosphere provides this external force, or resistance. In the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, there is no such external force, or resistance, and therefore no workable thrust can be generated to propel a rocket. Rocket exhaust is too light to provide sufficient resistance for propulsion. Each solid rocket booster holds approximate 1.1 million pounds of fuel. Fully fueled for liftoff, the Saturn V weighed 6.2 million pounds. The fuel comes out very gradually, administering a relatively minuscule amount of combustion weight at a time. This gradual ejection of fuel through the rocket's de Laval nozzle cannot provide sufficient weight to push off of for rocket propulsion in a vacuum. Newton's first law explains why. Newton's first law states that every object will remain at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless compelled to change its state by the action of an external force. This is normally taken as the definition of inertia. The key point here is that if there is no net force acting on an object, if all the external forces cancel each other out, then the object will maintain a constant velocity. If that velocity is zero, then the object remains at rest. If an external force is applied, the velocity will change because of the force. In entering the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, one reaches a point where too little ambient pressure destroys the accelerant pressure gradient relationship between the intermediary surface pressure of the de Laval nozzle and the external ambient pressure conditions of the surrounding atmosphere. Less and less ambient pressure eventually leads to thermodynamic disequilibrium. Finally, the thrusters have no mass to push off of or act upon, and hence, without an external opposing force, as Newton's first law mentions, the rocket begins spinning its wheels, so to speak, and going nowhere. Hint: thrust-based space flight is faked. Newton's first law of motion requires an external force. Newton's first law states that every object will remain at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless compelled to change its state by the action of an external force. Rockets require external resistance, like an atmosphere, to push off of. The rocket does not give its exhaust momentum, the momentum is given by pressure gradient force. Conservation of momentum is a fundamental law of physics which states that the momentum of a system is constant if there are no external forces acting on the system. It is embodied in Newton's first law, the law of inertia. The external force is the pressure gradient force, not the rocket itself. Atmospheric pressure is an external force. Internal combustion does not satisfy the requirements of being an external force. The rocket propellant is part of the rocket and is not a secondary external force acting upon the rocket. Recall, Newton's first law of motion requires an external force. There is no scientific proof of a rocket being able to thrust in a vacuum. Common imaginary secondary force error advocates of the effectiveness of rocket propulsion in the near-perfect vacuum of alleged outer space often assert, and quite vehemently, that rocket thrust is pushing against the rocket's thrust chamber, and then out the de Laval nozzle of the rocket. And hence, the resultant posterior exhaust from combustion then becomes the secondary force acting upon the rocket in order to achieve forward propulsion. In other words, what they are proposing is that the rocket is one force and the rocket's exhaust acts as the secondary force necessary to not violate Newton's third law of motion. Newton's laws of motion. First law: in an inertial frame of reference, an object either remains at rest or continues to move at a constant velocity, unless acted upon by a secondary external force. Second law: in an inertial frame of reference, the vector sum of the forces F on an object is equal to the mass m of that object multiplied by the acceleration of the object, F equals ma. Third law: when one body exerts a force on a second body, the second body simultaneously exerts a force equal in magnitude and opposite in direction on the first body. However, since the rocket's thrust exhaust is emanating from, and attached to, the rocket, as an extension of ejection, it does not qualify as a secondary external force acting upon the rocket. The rocket and its exhaust are all one force. Unless the rocket's exhaust is independent of the rocket itself, it is part of the rocket. In order to qualify as a secondary external force, and obey Newton's laws of motion, a force must emanate, independently, of the initial force, as we see when two balls hit each other in a collision. Momentum is conserved and a net force is achieved. The law of conservation of momentum: for a collision occurring between object 1 and object 2 in an isolated system, the total momentum of the two objects before the collision is equal to the total momentum of the two objects after the collision. Wikipedia. In the Earth's atmosphere, the secondary force is the atmosphere itself. It pushes against the rocket's thrust, thereby allowing forward propulsion. It provides the equal and opposite force necessary for Newton's laws to work. But the Earth's atmosphere is homogeneously isotropic. Momentum is conserved. The Earth's atmosphere is an enclosed thermodynamic system allowing initial and secondary forces to operate. In the perfect near vacuum of outer space, no such atmosphere exists, and thus, rocket thrust has no ground, atmospheric pressure, or foundation to act upon. The rocket's exhaust merely remains part of the rocket as an initial force, and the rocket goes nowhere. Moving the goal posts in outer space. One trick that advocates of rocketry working in outer space will make is to assert suddenly that outer space is actually not a vacuum by saying that the atmosphere of Earth extends all the way to the moon. This is a ruse that flies in the face of 50 years of NASA reporting that outer space is a near perfect vacuum. Nice try but no cigar. Transference of potential energy to kinetic energy. Even though motion may be occurring internally within a rocket, via the conversion of chemical energy thermodynamically to gas pressure, and from there to gas velocity. The absence of molecular density in the surrounding vacuum of outer space will not accommodate the transference of that potential energy into kinetic energy. An atmosphere with molecular density is necessary for the chain reaction of molecular collision to happen that would create sufficient enough resistance to act as a secondary external force against the rocket thrust, thereby propelling it forward. De Laval nozzle and a detailed thermodynamic breakdown of rocket thrust. Rocket thrust in a vacuum comes from two sources: the momentum of the exhaust and the static pressure of the exhaust. The first term in the equation looks at momentum, which has been written extensively about since Newton first discovered it. The momentum of the exhaust leaving in one direction matches the momentum of the rocket moving in the opposite direction, per Newton's third law of motion. The mass part of the momentum formula is the mass of the propellants, here described as the mass applied per unit time, because the exhaust leaves the system and must be replaced over time by new propellant. The key here is that the mass enters the thrust chamber as a liquid dash, often a dense cryogenic liquid. But it leaves the engine as a gas of much greater volume and much less density than before. To be sure, the mass flow rate into the thrust chamber is the same as the mass flow rate out of the thrust chamber, but the exhaust mass is in a different form that must move much faster in order to sustain that flow rate. The propellant is first converted to gas in the top of the thrust chamber. It's sprayed together in such a way that it mixes thoroughly, and then the radiant heat from the reaction downstream vaporizes it. Those thoroughly mixed gases are then ignited, creating vast amounts of thermal energy in the working fluid. Every gas responds to an increase in thermal energy by trying to increase its volume and/or pressure. The urge to do so in a rocket engine is extremely powerful. A wonderful Victorian-era gadget called the de Laval nozzle dash, a convergent-divergent nozzle, lets the gas escape from the only remaining hole in the thrust chamber in a way that collimates the flow. All the gas molecules are going in the same direction, maximizing the momentum. Otherwise, pressurized gas escaping from a plain hole in a pressure vessel will expand in a cone-shaped pattern. The conversion of chemical energy thermodynamically to gas pressure, and from there to gas velocity, is what is occurring in rocket science. However, this model of thermodynamic thrust only applies in an atmospheric-rich environment. It does not apply to the near-zero vacuum of outer space. With zero molecular density in outer space, the rocket thrusters have nothing to push off of, thereby nullifying any forward motion in accordance with the law of conservation of momentum. You cannot get an equal and opposite reaction, as Newton's third law dictates, from pushing off of combustion itself. That would be like a swimmer doing a flip turn, missing the wall with his feet, and thinking he will propel forward after pushing off of the water compared to the wall. I've done it. You go nowhere fast. Rocket thrusters burning in a vacuum achieve zero forward motion, assuming any burn will occur at all in the absence of all oxygen, in spite of the liquid oxidizers inside the rocket fuel. The absence of molecular density in the vacuum of mythical outer space simply will not provide the necessary resistance required for Newton's third law of motion to kick in and provide the equal and opposite force required for rocket propulsion. Thrust coming out of one end of the rocket in a vacuum is not an equal and opposite force, since it is pushing against nothing and therefore providing no resistant force to meet the mass of the rocket. Try exhaling into a vacuum nozzle and see if you move, as an analogy. You will not move. The vacuum will suck your thrust and nothing will happen to your position. Recoil propulsion systems in a near-perfect vacuum. There is a common misunderstanding that rockets do not move by pushing against the atmosphere, but rather, they move by pushing against their own fuel. As such, they are equated with a type of recoil propulsion system. The oft-repeated analogy to explain how this works is throwing a ball off the stern of a small boat and the resulting recoiling, forward movement of the boat, or the recoil energy resulting from firing a gun. However, one must remember that these activities occur in an atmosphere-rich, molecular-dense environment, with pressure, density, and buoyancy playing major roles on all sides of every object. There is far more than merely recoil energy, independent of anything else, operating in the movement of these objects. For instance, in the case of the boat, when you throw a ball, you are also pushing down and slightly back against the bottom of the boat to brace yourself, which creates a sufficiently opposing perturbation and resistant force against the bottom of the boat, which, in turn, moves the boat slightly. Depending upon the coefficient of friction of the water against the bottom of the boat. If the boat was in fresh water, it would move more easily than if it was in thick sludgy, swamp water. The reason I am emphasizing these added descriptive variables and directional vectors is to highlight the fact that surrounding environmental forces, variables, and pressures affect the motion of objects in an atmosphere-rich, Newtonian world. Subsequently, recoil propulsion, which many think is the force behind modern rocket science, does not happen in a vacuum, pun intended. And in the case of the gun recoil, in an atmosphere-rich environment, a gun exerts a force on a bullet to accelerate it and consequently experiences an equal and opposite force, causing the gun's recoil or kick. You are kicked back because the air pressure around you, which supports your equilibrium and ability to stand undisturbed, is challenged if you use your muscles to brace yourself against the gun's recoil. Your stable rigid stance is presenting an initial force against the secondary external force of the gun's recoil, and whichever force is stronger will move the other. If you stand stable, you can transfer or ground some of the recoil shock down through your legs into the earth, in which case now you have, in a theoretical sense, the mass of the earth to help you resist the recoil of the gun as your new initial force. Now, if you were standing shoulder high in water, you would have more density and pressure surrounding you, since water is denser than air, and it would be easier to resist the gun's recoil. It is an equation of density and pressure from every direction. This is primarily an example of Newton's first law of motion. Every object will remain at rest or in uniform motion in a straight line unless compelled to change its state by the action of an external force. Nevertheless, all these Newtonian forces are governed by the molecular density of the ubiquitously homogeneous and isotropic abundance and presence of ambient pressure and atmosphere. These Newtonian forces arise from and are inextricably woven into the presence of earth, air, water, or whatever molecular-rich environment you may inhabit. Density, buoyancy, and the directional vectors caused by the dielectric toroidal electromagnetic field of the Earth govern all bodies and dictate all movement in every direction. Now, let's look at other recoil propulsion systems. The propulsion of all rockets, jet engines, deflating balloons, and even squids and octopuses is explained by the same physical principle, Newton's third law of motion. Matter is forcefully ejected from a system into a resistant atmosphere, whether it be water, or air, or whatever, producing an equal and opposite reaction by virtue of the resistance of the atmosphere on the ejecta. For instance, a rocket pushes against the atmosphere, and since the atmosphere has mass, the rocket's thrust pushes against this atmospheric mass to achieve forward propulsion. Change the atmospheric mass, and the power of the rocket's thrust will change accordingly by an index of pressure gradient equilibrium. Okay, now let's take the abundant and robust atmosphere away, as in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, and suddenly, there is no directional opposing vector for any object at all. At every angle, you are pushing and pulling against absolutely nothing, and therefore, in the case of our gun recoil, as the accelerant in the bullet explodes, which cannot happen in a near-perfect vacuum anyway, but for argument's sake. It expands equally out into all directions, and gets consumed by the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, and the bullet goes nowhere because there is no air in the barrel to provide the necessary directional vector from air pressure to guide the bullet. It simply has zero air pressure all around it for billions of light years of distance, and thus, zero reason to move anywhere. No pressure equals nothing acting upon anything, and thus, no movement occurs. In outer space, no combustion would occur, regardless of oxide or liquid oxygen accelerants, and, therefore, no ensuing recoil would happen. Guns in outer space. To further elaborate on this, it should be noted that guns only fire because they are fired in the Earth's atmosphere, replete with oxygen. Guns have been tested in vacuum chambers at conditions of 1/1012 of atmospheric pressure, 100 nPa, and with each trial, the gun did not fire because as soon as the vacuum-tight and enclosed explosion of the bullet accelerant was triggered by an ignition stem with wireless remote control, the explosion was instantaneously consumed by the vacuum in the chamber and rendered null. The conclusion is, and ever shall be, the absence of oxygen and molecular density in the surrounding space of an object will prevent any propellant from attaining combustion, regardless of infused metal oxide, oxygen, or accelerants in the chamber. As soon as they hit the vacuum, there is an immediate consumptive and snuffing vacuum effect. Additionally, since the person firing a gun in outer space is anchored to nothing and is weightless, he would provide zero resistance to the gun recoil, thereby nullifying any forward momentum of the bullet. Just as the bullet exploded, under the chemical properties of gunpowder in a sealed bullet chamber, it would seek to travel out the gun barrel as the explosion met the gun chamber characteristics that inhibit anything but forward motion out the barrel. But these characteristics are nullified by the fact that the bullet chamber is no longer able to direct the explosion out the barrel if no atmospheric density surrounds or inhabits the gun to create the pressure conditions required to direct energy. The explosion of a bullet only moves the bullet if there is atmospheric density to create the pressure buildup to move the bullet. Without that pressure density inside the gun barrel, the bullet merely explodes and the blast is snuffed out immediately from lack of atmospheric pressure. The bullet versus the infinite void of an outer space vacuum. Because of the second law of thermodynamics, all systems seek equilibrium, and an exploding bullet cap is quickly consumed by this infinite vacuum and rendered powerless. It's a zero-sum game. Navigation in a near-perfect vacuum. Okay, think of a rocket cruising through the Earth's atmosphere as blanketed on all sides by a heavy environment of atmosphere. It is cutting through that blanket of atmosphere like a knife in order to propel forward. Its atmosphere has density and holds the rocket aloft via certain aerodynamic principles which govern flight, which include weight, lift, thrust, and drag. 1. Weight is the force of gravity. It acts in a downward direction toward the center of the Earth. 2. Lift is the force that acts at a right angle to the direction of motion through the air. Lift is created by differences in air pressure. 3. Thrust is the force that propels a flying machine in the direction of motion. Engines produce thrust. 4. Drag is the force that acts opposite to the direction of motion. Drag is caused by friction and differences in air pressure. Okay, now let's say the plane was flying and the atmosphere disappeared. Could it still fly? Well, as the atmosphere disappears, the wings of the plane are no longer generating lift. The plane would begin to fall. If the plane is a prop plane, the propellers are no longer generating thrust, since the propellers work like rotating wings. If the plane is a jet plane, then the engines flame out and stop generating thrust since there's no oxygen to burn fuel anymore. And the existing forward speed of the plane would continue with no drag from the air. A body at rest will remain at rest, and a body in motion will remain in motion unless it is acted upon by an external force. Newton's first law of motion. The plane or jet will free fall towards the Earth with no aerodynamic principles left to help it navigate. Without atmosphere, all bets are off. There would be zero molecular density left to push off from at any angle, and this would render all vehicular navigation useless. You will simply hit the ground and die. Likewise, zero molecular density in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space nullifies any directional navigational vectors. Non-explosive recoil propulsion systems in a near-perfect vacuum. The same may be said for a rocket floating in outer space. Similarly, because there is zero molecular density left to push off from at any angle, this condition would render all vehicular navigation useless. But then, suddenly, you remember that you have a compressed spring inside your rocket which can release a cannonball out of the rocket's de Laval nozzle, thereby converting potential energy to kinetic energy, which should move your spacecraft forward in accordance to the Newton's laws of motion. And the conservation of energy and momentum equations, right? The rocket's locomotion should activate in the opposite direction of the cannonball release, in the same way a cannon recoils backwards after firing a cannonball over the bow of a pirate ship on Earth, right? After all, this is the very same logic inherent within modern rocket science, in that recoil propulsion is essentially how rockets propel themselves, with no help from the atmosphere. They are said to move by, quote, pushing against their own fuel. Surprise, surprise, wrong. Only in an atmosphere-rich environment can potential energy convert to kinetic energy in a closed system like a gun, or cannon, or a rocket chamber, and cause kinetic motion outside the chamber. A cannonball and spring would have no effect in a vacuum. There needs to be some perturbation of the surrounding atmospheric molecular density to cause the necessary conditions for kinetic motion. But in a vacuum, there is no such molecular density available that would transmit the potential energy from the release and kick of the spring. Guns fire in the partial vacuums of earthbound lab experiments, but these vacuums are not a millionth as vacuous as the alleged vacuum of mythical outer space, if we are to believe NASA. However, in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, you get nothing. No burn, no combustion, no movement, no recoil, nothing. All heat, energy, motion, and potential energy translating into nothing. It is just one infinite void of vacuous zero pressure, zero atmosphere, life-killing nothing, only created to make you feel insignificant and powerless in its presence, with its paradoxical cornucopia of zero pressure and resistance, magic gravity, and undetectable light years. A sheer extravaganza of worthless NASA fantasy that never existed, and never will exist, and that's why the multitudinous plethora of internal contradictions and inconsistencies in rocket science, the heliocentric model, and all of astrophysics abound and will forever expose and betray the entire Jesuit Copernican model for the gibberish and nonsense that it always was and always will be. Thrust through different molecular densities. Density is a measure of how tightly a certain amount of matter is packed into a given volume. The more the stuff is packed in, the higher the density. Density can be calculated by dividing an object's mass by its volume. It is commonly measured in grams per milliliter or grams per cubic centimeter. Thrust is dependent upon the atmospheric molecular density of the medium it is acting upon. Thrust is the force of flight that pushes in the direction of the aircraft's motion. A greater density means a greater resistant mass, and a greater mass means a greater force. Thus, the amount of thrust generated must increase when the atmospheric density increases. Since higher airspeeds are normally used at higher altitudes, thrust generally decreases with an aircraft's altitude. But increasing altitudes can erode thrust because the mass of air being consumed is also decreasing as the air gets increasingly more rarefied, causing less mass to push against, which eventually prevents thrust from working at all. As when the atmospheric density approaches the near-perfect vacuum of outer space. Finally, in outer space, zero propulsion can be achieved due to zero atmospheric molecular density. Therefore, we see a tremendous diminishing return to severely decreased atmospheric density with respect to thrust. Rocket engines produce thrust by the expulsion of an exhaust fluid that has been accelerated to high speed through a propelling nozzle. The fluid is usually a gas created by high pressure, 150 to 2,900 pound per square inch, 10 to 200 bar, combustion of solid or liquid propellants, consisting of fuel and oxidizer components, within a combustion chamber. As the gases expand through the nozzle, they are accelerated to very high, supersonic, speed, and the reaction to this pushes the engine in the opposite direction. Combustion is most frequently used for practical rockets, as high temperatures and pressures are desirable for the best performance. Nevertheless, all rocket propulsion is dependent upon the molecular density of the medium it is operating within. In other words, thrust is dependent upon the atmospheric molecular density of the medium it is acting upon. Absence of gravity in deep space. Playing by the absurd rules of NASA, for Newton's law to apply to physical objects, there must be gravity and an opposing external mass to react with, neither of which are present in outer space. For a rocket to propel a spacecraft it must create thrust, which is only possible if an object has weight, hence thrust is measured in pounds. And since there is no gravity in space, any rocket would not have the weight required to push off of whatever it is that is supposed to be available for the rocket to push off of, thereby failing to produce thrust, which is what is supposedly required to move a rocket. Conventional explanation of how thrust might work in a vacuum: the force of friction propels ordinary objects, such as cars and trains. The train pushes on the track and the car pushes on the road because of friction between the wheels and track or road. However, a rocket in space has nothing to push against. Therefore, the force of propulsion must be something other than friction. One theory states that a rocket works because of the law of conservation of linear momentum. Momentum is defined as the mass of an object times its velocity. Simply stated, the conservation law says that in a closed system, one without outside influences, the total momentum of the system remains constant. Now the momentum of various parts of the system may change, but the total momentum must always be constant. Consider a machine gun mounted on a lightweight cart. If the gun is fired, the bullets go in one direction while the cart recoils in the other. The magnitude of the momentum of the bullets equals the momentum of the cart, but the directions are opposite. Thus, one momentum is positive and one is negative, making the total change, their sum, 0. Although things are now moving, the total momentum of the gun cart system has not changed. In a similar manner, a rocket is theorized to move in space because the gases are given momentum as they are expelled by the rocket engine. Consider the rocket resting in space. There is no momentum in the system. Next, the engine ignites. As the exhaust gases go in one direction, the rocket goes in the other to keep the total momentum of the system constant. This momentum change of the gases gives the rocket the push to go forward. This thrust depends upon the speed of the exhaust gases, and the mass of gas being expelled each second, sometimes called the burn rate in pounds of fuel per second. On Earth, air tends to inhibit the exhaust gases getting out of the engine. This reduces the thrust. However, in space, since there is no atmosphere, the exhaust gases can exit much easier and faster, thus increasing the thrust. Therefore, the rocket engine is actually thought to work better in space than here on Earth. However, this widely popular theory omits one crucial factor: all propulsion, including rocket propulsion, is dependent upon the molecular density of the medium it is operating within. In other words, thrust is dependent upon the atmospheric molecular density of the medium it is acting upon. The push that the theory talks about is mythical, unless it occurs in relationship to something with mass to push off of. Atmosphere offers this mass. The vacuum of outer space does not, and so thrusters do not work in outer space. The zero-sum game of the outer space vacuum fantasy. Key terms: zero-sum game in game theory and economic theory. A zero-sum game is a mathematical representation of a situation in which each participant's gain or loss of utility is exactly balanced by the losses or gains of the utility of the other participants. If the total gains of the participants are added up and the total losses are subtracted, they will sum to 0. Wikipedia. The second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics states that the total entropy of an isolated system can never decrease over time, and is constant if and only if all processes are reversible. Isolated systems spontaneously evolve towards thermodynamic equilibrium, the state with maximum entropy. Wikipedia. Newton's three laws of motion. Newton's laws of motion are three physical laws that, together, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. They describe the relationship between a body and the forces acting upon it, and its motion in response to those forces. More precisely, the first law defines the force qualitatively, the second law offers a quantitative measure of the force, and the third asserts that a single isolated force doesn't exist. These three laws have been expressed in several ways, over nearly 3 centuries, and can be summarized as follows. First law: in an inertial frame of reference, an object either remains at rest or continues to move at a constant velocity, unless acted upon by a force. Second law: in an inertial frame of reference, the vector sum of the forces F on an object is equal to the mass m of that object multiplied by the acceleration of the object, F equals ma. It is assumed here that the mass m is constant. Third law: when one body exerts a force on a second body, the second body simultaneously exerts a force equal in magnitude and opposite in direction on the first body. Wikipedia: the quantum vacuum in quantum field theory, the quantum vacuum state, also called the quantum vacuum or vacuum state, is the quantum state with the lowest possible energy. Generally, it contains no physical particles. Zero-point field is sometimes used as a synonym for the vacuum state of an individual quantized field. Wikipedia: chemical reactions in a vacuum. Of course, chemical reactions can occur in a vacuum, but they cannot expand or develop or create any kind of blast, however. Again, it is the second law of thermodynamics at play here. Isolated systems spontaneously evolve towards thermodynamic equilibrium. The relatively high pressure state of the chemical reaction seeks to find equilibrium with the relatively low pressure state of the vacuum. The burning stops because it requires certain amount of atmospheric density, and therefore atomic density, to expand out into. It will keep expanding out to balance the retreating atomic density, but swiftly lose the battle and die. As soon as any chemical reaction comes in contact with the infinite vacuum of outer space, it is rendered powerless and dies. It's a zero-sum game. Billiards in outer space. Billiards in the vacuum of outer space would be a game where no ball had any more or less weight than any player or cue ball stick. As soon as a player hit a ball, he would experience zero gravity, and have no weight behind the ball. It would be like one force, the ball, meeting an external secondary force, the pool cue, each with exactly the same net force. Nothing would happen. It's a zero-sum game. Rubber bands in outer space. The reason a rubber band flies off your index finger when you draw it back with the opposing hand is due to the potential energy created in the rubber band when you pull it back. And then, that potential energy converts to kinetic energy when you release the band, and it flies away from you. However, the entire effect is dependent upon Newton's laws of motion, where some secondary external force is acting upon an object. In this case, the object is the rubber band and the secondary external force is your index finger pushing against the rubber band. Or, you could see your other hand pulling back on the rubber band as the secondary external force. Either way, it is the same result. But in outer space something curious happens to this system. When you attempt to pull back the rubber band, since your body is not anchored or grounded on anything, if you accomplish pulling it back, when you let it go, it has nothing to push off of since you are weightless in outer space. All that will happen is the rubber band will return to its original size and shape, and your body will absorb any kinetic energy released by the rubber band and perhaps move you a fraction of an inch backwards. In other words, in a weightless state, your index finger is not a sturdy and stable post for the rubber band to flick off of in outer space. Because you are weightless in outer space, a stretched rubber band would possess more kinetic power than your stationary body, and more than likely, the rubber band will simply snap backwards towards the hand you used to draw it back, while spinning your body backwards, in the process. It's a zero-sum game. NASA's skateboard nonsense. NASA claims rockets in space behave according to Sir Isaac Newton's third law of motion. Every action produces an equal and opposite reaction when the forces acting between the two objects are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. When a rocket shoots fuel out one end, this propels the rocket forward, and no atmosphere is required. NASA says this principle is easy to observe on Earth. If you stand on a skateboard and throw a bowling ball forward, that force will push you and the skateboard back slightly. This recoil propulsion explanation to space flight is their way of explaining away the need for atmosphere for effective thrust in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space. However, does this explanation really hold up under deeper scrutiny? When you throw a bowling ball from a skateboard, there are the two vectors of you throwing the ball one direction, and the bowling ball pushing against you, which is the second vector of directional force. However, there is a third vector of force that NASA conveniently leaves out from the solution. And they leave it out to falsify their claim, not because they do not know about this. It is high school physics level stuff. Because you are standing upon the skateboard, there is third vector of force pushing down towards the Earth, due to your mass weight. The Earth, in turn, pushes back up at your skateboard towards you to support the weight of the skateboard with you and the bowling ball on it. When you throw the ball in one direction, the energy used to achieve this is transferred down through your legs into the skateboard and finally into the Earth to support the work of throwing the ball. In other words, you are not just creating an equal and opposite reaction by throwing the bowling ball. You are also activating a downward vector or force towards the Earth, which would, in turn, excite the skateboard to move from the energy exchange, due to the law of conservation of momentum, which states that within a domain, the amount of momentum remains constant while momentum is neither created nor destroyed, but only changed through the action of forces, as described by Newton's laws of motion. But it gets even more complicated. A fourth variable is introduced to the overall equation when you consider the coefficient of friction created by the bowling ball being thrown and the atmospheric density of the Earth. That atmospheric mass of ambient air pressure creates a second resistant force, which would activate Newton's third law of motion. When you add up all these opposing vectors of force, resistance, and pressure, naturally you will move when throwing a bowling ball from a skateboard from Earth. But it is not merely from NASA's explanation of Newton's third law of motion in effect. However, take that same skateboard and place it floating in the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, and then throw the bowling ball. Nothing would happen. It's a zero-sum game. Newton's laws of motion were not created to apply to vacuum conditions. This is the same reason that rockets do not work in outer space. No atmosphere, no resistance, and zero pressure equate to no motion. Newton's laws of motion were not created to apply to extreme vacuum conditions. He invented them in the 16th century, and did not run any tests in vacuum chambers with 1 atom per cubic inch of pressure. His laws require molecular and atomic density, or in other words, a medium. Further, Newtonian mechanics completely falls apart at the quantum level, and scientists had to create an entire new branch of physics called quantum theory to create new laws for the quantum level. And even the quantum level is suspect after we have learned that it may simply be largely repackaged occult Kabbalah, an ancient Hermetic fantasy, and nothing more. The moral to the story is, the significance of Newton's laws of motion must not be considered in a vacuum, pun intended. Nuclear bombs in outer space. The first thing to remember about nuclear theory is that when a nuclear bomb explodes, it creates an impact within the atmospheric pressure of atoms enveloping and surrounding the bomb. When a nuclear bomb explodes on Earth, the huge release of radiation triggers the rapid expansion of air around it, causing the intense blast wave that wreaks so much destruction. However, it is the tremendous pressure of the surrounding atmosphere that causes the explosion to propagate outwards, as a chain reaction of the surrounding atoms collide with each other and expand out in the shock wave from the initial nuclear fission. In the absence of that atmospheric pressure, as in the case with the alleged negligible vacuum of outer space, there are no atoms available to carry the outward blast. In the vacuum of outer space, the lack of air means any principal destructive effects must come not from the outward blast, but instead from the quantum particles and radiation pouring out of the bomb, which dump their energy as heat out into the zero-pressure cavity of space. Nevertheless, in the absence of atmospheric density, the blast completely disappears, and any thermal radiation also swiftly disappears. The signature roaring fireball of nuclear heat that we see in Hollywood movies would be absorbed by the cold dark vacuum of outer space in the blink of an eye, with no trace of heat left in a nanosecond. Now, since outer space is allegedly a near-perfect vacuum, and according to the second law of thermodynamics, anything expanding out into this vacuum, like a nuclear explosion, will seek to establish equilibrium with this tremendous vacuum. After the initial nuclear reaction the blast will struggle to expand outwards as heat, but will quickly meet the infinitely powerful and vast cold, atom-less vacuum of outer space, and be snuffed out like candle flame in nanosecond. A nuclear bomb is no match for the billions of light-years of distance of empty space. Think of a chemical reaction in even a small lab vacuum. If you ignite rocket fuel in an enclosed chamber with air in it, the chemical reaction will burn, but as you suck the air out of the chamber, the heat will not be able to survive the pressure disequilibrium caused by the decreasing atmospheric density. Again, it is the second law of thermodynamics at play here. Isolated systems spontaneously evolve towards thermodynamic equilibrium. The relatively high pressure state of the burning fuel seeks to find equilibrium with the relatively low pressure state of the vacuum. The burning stops because it requires certain amount of atmospheric density, and therefore atomic density, to expand out into. It will keep expanding out to balance the retreating atomic density, but swiftly lose the battle and die. Now imagine a vacuum a trillion times stronger and larger. It is like placing a firecracker in vacuum the size of Europe. The firecracker may detonate from the sheer chemical reaction properties intrinsic to gunpowder, but just as the chemical reaction occurs, it meets zero surrounding atomic pressure to carry the blast. It is snuffed out like a candle in a vacuum. And so, a nuclear bomb simply would not have a chance to blast out before the vacuum of outer space nullified all that radiant heat by absorbing the blast and dissipating any blast particles outwards in all directions to equilibrate the atom-less void of outer space vacuum. To an external observer, a nuclear blast in outer space would most likely look like Hollywood flash powder. All you would see is a microsecond of light, with zero sound, and then nothing, with no shock wave and no outward blast, and certainly no mushroom cloud or developing fireball. Gamma rays would spread from the fission like a solar wind, but nothing you could observe with the naked eye. It's a zero-sum game. Sound also cannot move through a vacuum. When the rebel forces destroy the Death Star in Star Wars Episodes 4 and 6, each Death Star goes out with a loud explosion. Such explosions happen in many sci-fi movies and TV series, such as when Star Trek's Enterprise destroys an enemy vessel, or when the Nostromo self-destructs in Alien. The problem here is that sound does not carry in space. Sound is an example of a longitudinal wave. The sound energy moves along by vibrating molecules of gas, liquid or solid. When the bell in the above animation flexes away, it pulls in on the surrounding air particles. This creates a drop in pressure, which pulls in more surrounding air particles, creating another drop in pressure, which pulls in particles even farther out. Each vibrating air molecule passes its vibration onto the next air molecule between the bell and your ear to make the sound wave propagate. When the vibrating air in your ear canal hits your eardrum, it causes the eardrum to vibrate with the same frequency as the sound wave. The bones of the middle ear transmit this vibration to the inner ear, where the vibration sets up a standing wave in the fluid of the inner ear. The wave vibrates certain hair cells in the inner ear, which transmit nerve signals to the hearing center of your brain, and you sense the sound. The important part of this process is that air molecules propagated the sound wave from its source to your ear. The same thing happens when you hear sounds underwater or through walls. Liquids and solid propagate the sound waves as well. However, in the vacuum of space, there are no molecules to propagate sound waves, and you don't hear anything. The movie poster of Alien was correct with its tagline, "In space, no one can hear you scream." Sound cannot travel through a vacuum either. A vacuum is an area without any air, like space. So sound cannot travel through space because there is no matter for the vibrations to work in. Molecular density affects both rocket thrust and the propagation of sound in outer space. Rocket propulsion and ambient pressure. A rocket blasting off the launch pad changes from a state of rest to a state of motion. A rocket on the launch pad is balanced. Upon thrusting, the rocket begins pushing off the surface of the launch pad, and the pad serves to, in effect, push up the rocket, as it resists the rocket's thrusting force. From there, the ambient pressure of the Earth's atmosphere assumes the role of that force, or mass, which resists the rocket's thrust so that the rocket may continue ascending. Without the surrounding ambient pressure of the Earth's atmosphere, the rocket combustion would have nothing to push off of, and so the rocket would come spiraling back to the ground. Which we have seen many times with NASA when the pressure gradient equilibrium between thrust and ambient pressure become imbalanced. To understand this, we must examine the basic thrust equation, F equals Q times VE plus PE Pa times AEF equals thrust. Q equals propellant mass flow rate. VE equals velocity of exhaust gases. PE equals pressure at nozzle exit. Pa equals ambient pressure. AE equals area of nozzle exit. Ambient pressure. The ambient pressure on an object is the pressure of the surrounding medium, such as air, gas, or liquid, in contact with the object. Within the atmosphere, the ambient pressure decreases as height increases. By measuring ambient atmospheric pressure, a pilot may determine altitude. In outer space, the ambient pressure drops to 0 atm because of the near-perfect vacuum of outer space. The standard atmosphere, symbol, atm, is a unit of pressure defined as 1013.25 mar, 101,325 pascals, 1013.25 HPa, equivalent to 760 mm Hg, torr, 29.9212 inches Hg, or 14.696 psi. Atmospheric density of air. Ambient pressure is a function of the atmospheric density of the surrounding air, denoted ρ. Greek, ρ, is the mass per unit volume of Earth's atmosphere. Air density, like air pressure, decreases with increasing altitude. In the near-perfect vacuum of outer space, the atmospheric density approaches, if not reaches, zero, with zero mass. Atmospheric density and ambient pressure provide the mass necessary for a rocket's thruster to push against in order for the rocket to propel forward. We see this most strikingly at liftoff when the rocket's thrusters push against the launch pad, and then continue to push against the atmospheric density, or ambient pressure of the Earth's atmosphere in the rocket's ascent. Rocket propulsion. A rocket engine is a device in which propellants are burned in a combustion chamber, and the resulting high-pressure gases are expanded through a specially shaped nozzle to produce thrust. The function of the nozzle is to convert the chemical thermal energy generated in the combustion chamber into kinetic energy. The nozzle converts the slow-moving, high-pressure, high-temperature gas in the combustion chamber into high-velocity gas of lower pressure and temperature. Gas velocities from 2 to 4.5 km per second can be obtained in rocket nozzles. The nozzles which perform this feat are called de Laval nozzles, after the inventor, and consist of a convergent and divergent section. The minimum flow area between the convergent and divergent section is called the nozzle throat. The flow area at the end of the divergent section is called the nozzle exit area. Hot exhaust gases expand in the diverging section of the nozzle. The pressure of these gases will decrease as energy is used to accelerate the gas to high velocity. The nozzle is usually made long enough, or the exit area great enough, such that the pressure in the combustion chamber is reduced at the nozzle exit to the pressure existing outside the nozzle. It is under this condition that thrust is maximum and the nozzle is said to be adapted, also called optimum or correct expansion. Nevertheless, we must remember that the part of the equation that rocket scientists use regarding Pa equals ambient pressure, which is dictated by the molecular density of the Earth's atmosphere, needs to be taken into account if we are to understand how rocket thrusters work to achieve forward propulsion. Without this p-value for ambient pressure, the thrusters have nothing to push off of and the rocket will not propel forward. The rocket combustion cannot push off of itself, any more than you can ascend into the air without pushing off of some mass force that, in effect, pushes back. This is what the Earth's atmosphere does for the rocket. It provides a mass or force to resist the rocket's thrust in order to achieve forward propulsion. http://www.brunig.a/space/sup1.htm Hello Dick, yes it's Neil, on the moon. Sorry I did not get back to you sooner, but we had to build a transmission station the size of Rhode Island to reach you here on Earth. We need a 300-foot tower antenna to transmit VHF/UHF 70-mile radius with a required power of 20,000 watts at least. The tower construction and broadcasting digital directional amplitude technology today are nearly 1,000 times more powerful and directional than anything NASA had in ancient 1960. To broadcast from the moon, there would need to be 10 city blocks of interlocked parabolic transmission dishes, and a power station the size of New York, generating nearly 10 billion watts, at the very minimum to travel 294,000 miles, and then through 6 layers of Earth atmosphere, 1. Troposphere 2. Stratosphere 3. Mesosphere 4. Thermosphere 5. Ionosphere 6. Exosphere. What did they actually have? According to NASA, they had the Apollo Unified S-band system using the 2025 to 2110 MHz band for uplinks, Earth-to-space transmissions, and the 2200 to 2290 MHz band for downlinks, space-to-Earth transmissions, with a power output of 2 to 40 watts. As is analogous to current Raytheon missile systems guidance specifications. That is a mighty 40 watts of transmission power, and a 1-inch helmet microphone to travel 294,000 miles. Recall, here on Earth, we need a 300-foot tower antenna to transmit VHF/UHF 70-mile radius with a required power of 20,000 watts at minimum. Just stop and let that sink in for a second. Let it marinate in your brain, the sheer lunacy of the claim to have called Tricky Dick Nixon on his landline. And I do mean lunacy, as in a lunar transmission deception which resulted in the theft of billions of taxpayers' dollars, which is larceny. Mix them together and you get, well, lunacy. My cell phone is 1 million times more powerful technology than anything they had in the 1960s for communication, and I lose reception when I am in the countryside, but Nixon called the moon at 284,000 miles away on a landline. Yeah, right. The myth is that NASA had hundreds of blocks of transmission power station equipment to send the signal to the moon, but did they have hundreds of blocks of transmission power station equipment on the moon to send the signal back? Not on your life. See the problem with that comical Looney Tunes story? People believe anything because they bow to authority and the mesmerism of television images. And it gets worse also. Back in 1969, they went to the moon using a computer with 64 KB RAM. Random access memory. That is 0.064 megabytes. By comparison, a good sturdy modern laptop has up to 32 megabytes of RAM. That is 32,000 KB of RAM compared to 64 KB in the Apollo mission computers. Such computers might be able to navigate from Florida to Chicago, but just barely, and it would take weeks of computations to do it. And yet, we were told that the Apollo 8 took 69 hours 8 minutes to reach to the moon. The impossibility of reaching the moon at 294,000 miles away is so comical as to rival the late George Carlin's best stand-up comedy routine. And it still gets worse. Both temperature and humidity have an effect on the transmission of radio waves. 1. The temperature is inversely proportional to the strength of radio waves. 2. The relative humidity in the air is inversely proportional to the strength of radio waves. 3. Higher temperature increases the resistance of a medium. Therefore, this means that for a voltage, a higher temperature will reduce the current and the power of the device. Therefore, for radio transceivers, it means that a rise in temperature will reduce the signal-to-noise ratio, SNR. The decrease in the signal-to-noise ratio leads to lower and shorter link quality. This causes lower throughput, higher delay, and weaker transmission, which would reduce the Apollo mission's transmissions to white noise nonsense in seconds. And we have 6 layers of atmospheric conditions to contend with on the journey from the moon to Earth's surface, if the heliocentric model were true. The humidity variance and amplitude through 6 layers of atmosphere is an obvious variable, and so it requires no special recognition. And the heat that would affect the transmission from the moon to Earth's surface would be tremendous. The thermosphere, alone, extends from about 56 miles, 90 kilometers, to between 310 and 620 miles, 500 and 1,000 kilometers. Temperatures can get up to 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit, 1,500 C, at this altitude. How did they manage to get the radio transmission back to Earth passing through 2,700 degrees of heat? But then NASA never did bother with things like the law of physics for its movie studio, outer space sci-fi extravaganza. By the way, they are able to control Mars rover, right? And received photos too? Nope, because all of this applies to the fake Mars missions as well. Is the Mars rover able to provide the power output to send back photos to Earth from an astounding and ridiculous distance of 78 million kilometers? We have already demonstrated that transiting voice is impossible from the moon with 1960s ridiculous technology. But sending high-resolution photos is even more comical from 78 million miles away. Then there were those photos of Saturn that Cassini sent all the way back here instantaneously from 800 million miles away with 40 watts of power. 40 watts of power is enough power to send a signal about 17 miles. The absurdity of NASA just keeps piling up, and the ignorant NASA fanboys just keep coming back for more humiliation. And then there is NASA built 2 probes that are now 40 years old using 1970s technology. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are allegedly 11.7 and 13 billion miles from Earth and still sending data back to Earth. 1. Doesn't it seem strange that it made it that far without getting hit by the millions of meteorites and micrometeorites? 2. No issues with radiation or extreme temperatures. 3. No malfunctions or issues with the 65,000 parts each probe was made of. 4. No malfunctions in equipment or power supply. 5. How is the power supply still working for both probes 40 years later, when the most advanced aircraft of today need to recharge after just 2 weeks? Do you believe everything the government tells you? Guess what? NASA is the government, nasa.gov. They are not a space agency. They are military-industrial complex agency. They are just as capable for lying as the other government agencies. NASA fanboys are addicted to the Church of NASA. Again, NASA depends upon people knowing next to nothing about the physics of telecommunications in order to pull off these deceptions. Educate yourself, and NASA is suddenly exposed for what it really is: a really expensive movie studio with expensive rocket props, with sock puppet astronauts. Adapted from Django Echo's information, the Earthrise from the Moon should be 4 times the size of the Moonrise from the Earth. The Moon is said to be a bit more than 1/4, 27%, the size of Earth. That is about a 1:4 ratio. This being the case, the Earthrise from the Moon should be 4 times the size of the Moonrise from the Earth. Again, if we subscribe to the official heliocentric model, the Earth should be 4 times larger than the Moon, from the Moon, and yet NASA has never provided an image of the Earth from the Moon that reflects this fact. How do we explain this? Some staunch proponents of the heliocentric model have suggested that the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's camera magnification properties were at play here, causing the Earth to shrink down 4 times its actual size in the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's alleged photograph of the Earthrise from the Moon. Question: just how much optical zoom magnification was there at play in the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's Earthrise photo? Answer: first, the data from NASA. Earthrise is an alleged photograph of Earth and some of the Moon's surface that was allegedly taken from lunar orbit by astronaut William Anders on December 24, 1968, during the Apollo 8 mission. Nature photographer Galen Rowell declared it the most influential environmental photograph ever taken. Earthrise is the name popularly given to NASA archived image AS-08-14-2383. Taken by astronaut William Anders during the Apollo 8 mission, the first crewed voyage to orbit the Moon. Initially, before Anders found a suitable 70mm color film, mission commander Frank Borman said he took a black and white photograph of the scene, with the Earth's terminator line touching the horizon, AS-08-13-2329. A terminator or twilight zone line is the line that divides the daylit side and the dark night side of a planetary body, and in this case, the terminator line is the demarcation line between the light side of the Moon and the dark side of the Moon. Of course, no person ever sees the dark side of the Moon from the Earth, because the Moon is said to be tidally locked with the Earth, thereby only showing one face to the Earth. Cameras and accessories. The onboard cameras for the Apollo 8 mission were modified Hasselblad 500 EL cameras, with 80mm and 250mm Zeiss Panacolor lenses. For certain photographs of the lunar surface, a 60mm lens with a razo was used. Use of this lens and razo is apparent in the views that show cross-like fiducial marks. For analytical purposes, black and white emulsions were determined to provide a higher degree of resolution and image clarity than the color emulsions, therefore, much of the photography is black and white. Orbital photography. The Apollo 8 photography complements the extensive coverage of Lunar Orbiter. Lunar Orbiter provided excellent high-resolution coverage of the near side of the Moon, and Apollo 8 provided excellent coverage of selected areas of the far side. Many of the photographs derived from Apollo 8 were valuable for updating existing maps and charts of the lunar far side. The photographic equipment and materials carried by Apollo 8 were designed specifically to achieve the principal photographic objectives, which were to obtain 1. Vertical and oblique overlapping, or stereo strip, photographs during at least 2 revolutions. 2. Photographs of specified targets of opportunity. 3. Photographs of a potential landing site through the spacecraft sextant. The camera shed its viewfinder, reflex mirror, auxiliary shutter, and even the leather cover to minimize the camera's weight impact on the mission. The modified 500C then gained a 70 exposure film magazine, instead of the traditional dozen photographs in a single roll. The retrofitted camera was taken aboard the Mercury 8 in 1962, taking photographs while orbiting Earth and paving the way for Hasselblad's first trip to the Moon. The Earthrise photograph. The Earthrise photograph was taken from lunar orbit on December 24, 1968, 1600 hours Universal Time Coordinated, with a highly modified Hasselblad 500 EL with an electric drive. The camera had a simple sighting ring rather than the standard reflex viewfinder, and was loaded with a 70mm film magazine containing custom Ektachrome film developed by Kodak. Taken onto the lunar surface was the silver Hasselblad data camera, HDC. Fitted with a Zeiss Biogon 60mm f/5.6 lens and 70mm film magazine containing specially formulated thin-base Kodak film, it allowed for 200 images per magazine. The Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's camera had a 250mm lens. Immediately prior to taking the Earthrise photograph, astronaut William Anders had been photographing the lunar surface with a 250mm lens. According to NASA, that same lens was subsequently used for the Earthrise images. Now, let's review basic camera optics properties to understand what Anders' Hasselblad 500 EL 250mm lens, using 70mm film, should accomplish. Focal length. The focal length of an optical system is a measure of how strongly the system converges or diverges light. It is the inverse of the system's optical power. A positive focal length indicates that a system converges light, while a negative focal length indicates that the system diverges light. Focal length is the distance between the optical center of the lens and the camera sensor or film plane when focused at infinity. Focal length zoom. In the case of zoom lenses, both the minimum and maximum focal lengths are stated, for example 18 to 55 mm. The shorter the focal length, e.g. 18 mm, the wider the angle of view, and the greater the area captured. The longer the focal length, e.g. 55 mm, the smaller the angle, and the larger the subject appears to be. In short, the longer the focal length, the narrower the angle of view, and the higher the magnification. The shorter the focal length, the wider the angle of view, and the lower the magnification. Optical zoom. With optical zoom, the glass elements inside the lens move to increase or decrease the focal length of the lens. Anytime you hear someone mention a zoom lens, they are referring to a lens with the ability to change focal length by moving its glass elements. Optical zoom is the ideal way to zoom in while retaining as much image quality as possible. Okay, so how much optical zoom magnification was there in the Apollo lunar orbiter Hasselblad 500 EL with a 250mm focal length, using 70mm film? Technically speaking, it is 0x zoom. You see, zoom is a term that is always derived from the two extreme ends of a camera lens. The human eye perspective is approximately 50 millimeters. So assume 50 millimeters is normal sight. Hence, 50 millimeters equals x1 magnification 2. 100 millimeters equals x2 magnification 3. 150 millimeters equals x3 magnification 4. 200 millimeters equals x4 magnification 5. 250 millimeters equals x5 magnification. Given a 250 millimeters lens, the Earthrise photograph should have appeared 20 times larger the moonrise from the Earth. Thus, the 250 millimeters lens that was subsequently used for the Earthrise images would magnify the image of the Earth up to 5 times its actual size for the Earthrise photograph. If we take the known size of the Earth as 4 times larger than the Moon, and we multiply it by 5x magnification of a 250 millimeters lens, we arrive at an Earthrise photograph that should have appeared 20 times larger the moonrise from Earth. However, the images we see of the Earthrise and the moonrise are the same size? Now, if one persists in playing the game of maybe the moonrise photograph was taken with a lens that magnified its size, making it appear the same size as the Earth. You get nowhere, because thousands if not hundreds of thousands of photos exist of the moonrise, with no special magnification to compare the Earthrise photograph to. So that argument is ridiculous. Also, besides, in the heliocentric model, an Earthrise from the Moon is impossible because the Moon is allegedly tidally locked with the Earth. That's right, an Earthrise from the Moon is impossible because the Moon is allegedly tidally locked with the Earth. All you ever see is a straight shot to the Earth from the Moon. You cannot see any rising Earth unless you were to be on the dark side, far side, of the Moon and crossing the terminator line, which is the demarcation line between the dark side of the Moon and the light side of the Moon. NASA tried to bluff their way out of this fact by claiming that the Earth rose because the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter was traveling over the Moon's surface. Obviously, this is absurd because, again, unless the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter was crossing over the terminator line, which again is the demarcation line between the dark side of the Moon and the light side of the Moon, you would see no Earthrise. There's no record nor account in 50 years and hundreds of thousands of discussions, papers, and NASA testimonies about the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter venturing over to the dark side, far side, of the Moon. So it is a little too late to sneak in the fake data now. The Earth's position in relationship to the Moon in the Earthrise photograph, if you were on the light side of the Moon, which is what the astronauts claim, then the Earth would be above them in the Earthrise photograph, and not on the Moon's horizon, as it is in the Earthrise picture from NASA. If the Apollo lunar module traveled from the center of the light side of the Moon, the side facing Earth, to the dark side of the Moon, which NASA calls the terminator line, you would see the Earth appear to set as if it was approaching the horizon of the Moon. This is obviously the claim of those buying into NASA fakery. However, there is one very important detail which defrauds the entire Earth and the horizon narrative. And that is, the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's modified Hasselblad 500 EL camera had a 250 mm lens that was subsequently used for the Earthrise images, and such a lens would magnify the image of the Earth up to 5 times its actual size for the Earthrise photograph. If we take the known size of the Earth as 4 times larger than the Moon, and we multiply it by 5x magnification using a 250 mm lens, we arrive at an Earthrise photograph that should have appeared 20 times larger the moonrise from Earth. However, the images we see of the Earthrise and the moonrise are the same size? Their photo in no way reflects the heliocentric model they are claiming is accurate. Lastly, The only way around this is to claim that the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter was near the terminator line between the dark side and the light side of the Moon, and therefore, the Earth was on the horizon from the Apollo 8 lunar orbiter's vantage point. However, regardless, there would be no rising effect. There would just be a massive Earth in your view, neither rising nor falling in view. You would need to be coming from the other side of the Moon's terminator line in order to see any rise or fall effect of the Earth from the Moon. You have two options. 1. You accept that all NASA's reported sizes and distances of the Moon and Earth and way off by orders of 400% error. 2. Or you accept that the entire Earthrise nonsense is just another NASA hoax to add to their long list of hundreds of poorly executed hoaxes, perpetrated before the average person had the telescopic, Photoshop, and computing power to debunk all the NASA nonsense. Either way, it doesn't fare well for NASA. Either way, they come out smelling like a fraudulent film-making company with expensive rocket props, but zero experience in actual outer space travel. Just like any fraudulent company, they have learned that all they have to do is show people a few photographs and video, now and again, and people will gladly open their wallets to the tune $20 billion a year. NASA just collects money. That's their job. They collect money and make space movies. Is that any different than a Hollywood film studio? Making it up as they go, baffle them with bullshit, dazzle them with big numbers. And so, regardless of the plausibility of the Earth being on the Moon's horizon in the Earthrise photograph, it is irreverent. The image provided by NASA does not reflect the heliocentric model that they are espousing. This is a common flaw with NASA. They frequently contradict their own heliocentric model, because they are making it up as they go. 1. If they need more magnitudes, they just add more digits to the size. 2. If they need vaster distances, they simply make up extra light years. 3. If they need more destructive forces, they simply invent the idea of black holes, and hire Hollywood directors and Walt Disney Film Studios to help them and embed it into people's minds as real, movie after movie. 4. If they need more expanding or contracting forces to make the Big Bang or final singularity work, they simply make up dark matter or dark energy. It's all proved with nonsensical math, which neither they nor you can ever understand, so they got you over a barrel. 5. If they need some cosmic glue, they simply make up magic gravity, which both attracts and repels depending upon what the needs of their astrotheological narrative requires that afternoon. 6. If they need magic outer space phenomena or spacecraft travels to distant planets or stars, they merely have their art staff crank out paintings, CGI computer graphics, and Photoshop to airbrush it all to taste. 7. There are alien, billion, cillion, dillion, alien, philion, gillion, hilion, ilion, jillion, killion, lilion, million, nilion, oilion, pillion, killion, rillion, cillion, tillion, uilion, villion, willion, zillion, yillion. Zillion stars, whatever we say because we are NASA. In a nutshell, NASA the Snake. The onboard camera for the Apollo 8 mission Earthrise photo was a modified Hasselblad 500 EL camera, with a 250mm Zeiss Panacolor lens. Given a 250mm lens, the Earthrise photograph should have appeared 20 times larger than moonrise from the Earth. The 250mm lens that was subsequently used for the Earthrise images would magnify the image of the Earth up to 5 times its actual size for the Earthrise photograph. If we take the known size of the Earth as 4 times larger than the Moon, and we multiply it by 5x magnification of a 250mm lens, we arrive at an Earthrise photograph that should have appeared 20 times larger than moonrise from Earth. However, the images we see of the Earthrise and the moonrise are the same size? No matter how you slice it, you cannot film a huge Earth rising, 5 times its actual size given the Apollo 8's 250mm lens, unless you were actually coming from the dark side of the moon, which they were not. All you will film is a massive Earth in your field of view, 20 times the size of the moon when you multiple 250mm zoom lens, which causes 5 times the magnification, with an Earth that is supposed to be 4 times as big as the moon. For x the size of the moon x 5 mag equals 20 mag. The entire heliocentric model falls apart when you consider that NASA is actually trying to pass off a photograph that has the Earthrise as the same size as the moonrise as science. Not only is it comical, but it is tragic that people try to defend a photograph that has such blatant falsity to it. Not only was it created by using a paper cut out of the Earth, which is easily demonstrated if you put NASA's official photo into Photoshop and change the resolution, but the Earth looms way out in the distance, at a tiny size that only the moonrise exhibits. Again, you have 2 options. 3. You accept that all NASA's reported sizes and distances of the Moon and Earth and way off by orders of 400% error. 4. Or you accept that the entire Earthrise nonsense is just another NASA hoax to add to their long list of hundreds of poorly executed hoaxes, perpetrated before the average person had the telescopic, Photoshop, and computing power to debunk all the NASA nonsense. NASA, the great deception of the Church of Astrotheology again. Either way, it doesn't fare well for NASA. Either way, they come out smelling like a fraudulent film-making company with expensive rocket props, but zero experience in actual outer space travel. Just like any fraudulent company, they have learned that all they have to do is show people a few photographs and video, now and again, and people will gladly open their wallets to the tune $20 billion a year. NASA just collects money. That's their job. They collect money and make space movies. Is that any different than a Hollywood film studio? However, NASA is the worst kind of snake oil salesman. NASA preys off of people's most primitive hopes and dreams about outer space, and the way that it could become their future if they could someday go there. What child does not dream of space flight? Forged in the infantile furnace of youth's fertile imagination, space flight dreams became a billion-dollar film industry for Hollywood, Disney, and NASA. They began cranking out hundreds of outer space sci-fi films to keep the mythos of outer space alive and kicking for those big billion-dollar box office returns. Star Trek, Lost in Space, Star Wars, Alien, Battlestar Galactica, 2001: A Space Odyssey, etc. The dollars rolled in and the world was seduced into looking skywards for their salvation. And now outer space is a religion because of all these movies. NASA is a astrotheological church, with a vast black void for their satanic heaven, and celestial galactic angels, and a pantheon of Greek and Roman gods called planets, moons, stars, and nebulae. NASA worships pagan Gaia. They even hint at the pantheon of gods and goddesses with their Apollo and Mercury space missions. 9. Mercury, named after Mercury, Hermes, the winged god and the messenger of the gods, because the planet appears to move very quickly. 10. Venus, named after Venus, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, because the planet is considered the brightest and most beautiful. 11. Mars, named after Mars, Ares, the god of war, because of the planet's red blood-like color. 12. Jupiter, named after Jupiter, Zeus, the king of the gods, because the planet is the largest of all. 13. Saturn, named after Saturn, Cronus, god of agriculture and time, because it had the slowest orbit around the sun of the 5 known planets at the time. Saturn is no longer the god of agriculture, he was replaced by his daughter, Ceres, Demeter. 14. Uranus, named after Uranus, god of the sky, because he was the grandfather of Jupiter. 15. Neptune, named after Neptune, Poseidon, god of the sea, because of the planet's water-like blue color. 16. Pluto, named after Pluto, Hades, the god of the underworld, because the planet is so far away from the sun, it is in utter darkness. When you enter NASA, you are entering a pagan church with pagan rituals and rites, and pagan deities. They have tried to sanitize this fact with fake science and glitzy props in movies, but the facts remain. The entire world has been indoctrinated into a pagan astrotheological church. Earthshine hoax. Astronauts on the moon. The Earthrise photo was also called Earthshine. So, when you look at the NASA footage that was on television for billions to look at, you see the astronauts standing on the moon with the Earth on the horizon. There is even a famous image called Earthshine, where the Earth is on the horizon of the moon, supposedly proving that the Earth is round and is seen from the moon's surface, etc. However, NASA made a huge fatal flaw with their Earthshine hoax. The moon is supposed to show one side at all times to the Earth, and that side is the lit side of the moon, where the astronauts were said to be, standing upon the gray moon environment that we are all familiar with from hundreds of NASA images of astronauts on the moon. But, if the Earth were on the horizon of the moon, it would have to be at roughly a 90-degree angle from the moon. How could this be if the moon is supposedly geosynchronously tidal locked, facing the Earth straight on? In the heliocentric model, tidal locking happens because an object that is orbiting a faster spinning object, or that is spinning faster than its orbit, will transfer some of the spin angular momentum to the orbital angular momentum via tidal effects. It will do this until the spin period equals the orbital period, as is the case for the moon's spin orbit. It should be noted that the tidal lock idea is just more science fiction nonsense to further convince you of an absurd moon in orbit idea, with one face forever locked to Earth, as though one side of the moon was a strong magnet and the other half was much weaker. With tidal locking, only one side of the moon is always facing the Earth. This is where Pink Floyd got their idea of the dark side of the moon, which we never see. And so the obvious hoax of the Earthshine image is immediately apparent. Not to mention that Photoshop experts have changed the resolution of the NASA Earthshine image to reveal that it is actually a paper cut out of the Earth pasted in the background of a moon image. Double epic fail by NASA. The Bermuda Triangle rocket graveyard for NASA, and the escape velocity. Mythos. Isn't it an interesting coincidence that the Bermuda Triangle became a mystical off-limits place on the same year as NASA starting launching rockets from Florida in the 1950s? NASA claimed they needed to achieve an escape velocity to break out of the clutches of the Earth's gravitational field. According to NASA, a spacecraft leaving the surface of Earth, for example, needs to be going about 11 kilometers, 7 miles, per second, or over 40,000 kilometers per hour, 25,000 miles per hour, to enter orbit. This is all because of the theoretical power of gravity. This invisible and unproven hypothetical gravitational field has such a hold on upwardly ascending rockets that they needed to waste tons of precious fuel in a horizontal trajectory just to escape its mighty power. This is the same gravitational field that butterflies and helium balloons seem to ignore as they go flittering about, unaffected by the powerful gravitational field that the NASA rockets have to contend with. Yeah, I know. Rockets are bigger than butterflies, so they are affected more by gravity. Yawn. We have heard all this rubbish 1,000 times. It's the most unproven, unsubstantiated, pseudoscientific garbage in existence. Gravity knows if you are a small creature with little wings, so it allows you to freely roam. And gravity knows of your streamlined missile with millions of pounds of thrust to help you ascend, so it will not allow that. Gravity knows. Gravity has your number, so you have to travel around the Earth to achieve escape velocity instead. Magically flying horizontally though the atmosphere for thousands of miles gives you more speed than merely flying straight up, where the atmospheric layers become thinner and thinner, so you can go faster and faster. You cannot just apply Occam's razor and fly straight up, thereby saving tons of precious fuel, and achieving the most velocity by avoiding the unnecessary scenic cruise around the Earth under the achieving escape velocity mythos. 3 scientific observations. Things destroy the escape velocity mythos. 1. The higher you are, the less the gravitational pull, obviously, so you do not need to achieve extra speed to escape gravity. You already did the lion's share of world when you left the ground. That is when gravity was strongest, according to the heliocentric model. So the whole argument that you need to achieve a special magical velocity above the Earth is absurd. 2. The higher you go, the thinner the atmosphere, and so the less amount thrust and work is required to go beyond the Earth's top atmospheric layer. The sooner you get to that highest atmospheric layer, the exosphere, located between about 710,000 kilometers, 440 and 6,200 miles, above Earth's surface, the easier it will be to get into outer space. Traveling horizontally to achieve escape velocity is the worst thing you could do to escape Earth's gravitational field. 3. It is not necessary to travel at 11 kilometers per second to escape the Earth's gravity, as any speed will do, as long as you keep going up. That is the reason for rocket thrusters, NASA. 11 kilometers per second is known as escape velocity, because a body traveling up at this speed at the Earth's surface will keep going up without any further force being applied. But again, rockets have thrusters, and so the reverse argument that you must reach escape velocity to keep going up does not follow. Okay, so now that we have established the nonsensical absurdity behind escape velocity, and rest assured, NASA knows it too, why would they push this narrative every time they execute a rocket launch? The answer is 2 words: Bermuda Triangle. NASA has never left Earth's lower orbit, as even they have confessed to, accidentally. They have nowhere else to go but laterally, and so they put on a big show and send the rockets horizontally, as every NASA rocket launch has clearly shown, and they tell everyone that they have to shoot horizontally to achieve escape velocity. It's their little cover-up story. Now you know the rest of the story. NASA claimed they needed to achieve an escape velocity to break out of the clutches of the Earth's gravitational field. According to NASA, a spacecraft leaving the surface of Earth, for example, needs to be going about 11 kilometers, 7 miles, per second, or over 40,000 kilometers per hour, 25,000 miles per hour, to enter orbit. This is all because of the theoretical power of gravity. This invisible and unproven hypothetical gravitational field has such a hold on upwardly ascending rockets that they needed to waste tons of precious fuel in a horizontal trajectory just to escape its mighty power. This is the same gravitational field that butterflies and helium balloons seem to ignore as they go flittering about, unaffected by the powerful gravitational field that the NASA rockets have to contend with. Yeah, I know. Rockets are bigger than butterflies, so they are affected more by gravity. Yawn. We have heard all this rubbish 1,000 times. It's the most unproven, unsubstantiated, pseudoscientific garbage in existence. Gravity knows if you are a small creature with little wings, so it allows you to freely roam. And gravity knows of your streamlined missile with millions of pounds of thrust to help you ascend, so it will not allow that. Gravity knows. Gravity has your number, so you have to travel around the Earth to achieve escape velocity instead. Magically flying horizontally though the atmosphere for thousands of miles gives you more speed than merely flying straight up, where the atmospheric layers become thinner and thinner, so you can go faster and faster. You cannot just apply Occam's razor and fly straight up, thereby saving tons of precious fuel, and achieving the most velocity by avoiding the unnecessary scenic cruise around the Earth under the achieving escape velocity mythos. 3 scientific observations. Things destroy the escape velocity mythos. 1. The higher you are, the less the gravitational pull, obviously, so you do not need to achieve extra speed to escape gravity. You already did the lion's share of world when you left the ground. That is when gravity was strongest, according to the heliocentric model. So the whole argument that you need to achieve a special magical velocity above the Earth is absurd. 2. The higher you go, the thinner the atmosphere, and so the less amount thrust and work is required to go beyond the Earth's top atmospheric layer. The sooner you get to that highest atmospheric layer, the exosphere, located between about 710,000 kilometers, 440 and 6,200 miles, above Earth's surface, the easier it will be to get into outer space. Traveling horizontally to achieve escape velocity is the worst thing you could do to escape Earth's gravitational field. 3. It is not necessary to travel at 11 kilometers per second to escape the Earth's gravity, as any speed will do, as long as you keep going up. That is the reason for rocket thrusters, NASA. 11 kilometers per second is known as escape velocity, because a body traveling up at this speed at the Earth's surface will keep going up without any further force being applied. But again, rockets have thrusters, and so the reverse argument that you must reach escape velocity to keep going up does not follow. Okay, so now that we have established the nonsensical absurdity behind escape velocity, and rest assured, NASA knows it too, why would they push this narrative every time they execute a rocket launch? The answer is 2 words: Bermuda Triangle. NASA has never left Earth's lower orbit, as even they have confessed to, accidentally. They have nowhere else to go but laterally, and so they put on a big show and send the rockets horizontally, as every NASA rocket launch has clearly shown, and they tell everyone that they have to shoot horizontally to achieve escape velocity. It's their little cover-up story. Now you know the rest of the story. The perfectly flat Suez Canal, the 100-mile-long Suez Canal, has no locks, no arcs, nor any curvature whatsoever. Additionally, it travels through multiple completely flat large lakes and connects the Red Sea to the much larger Mediterranean Sea. In order to navigate and construct along this 100-mile length, scientists and surveyors had to establish whether the water was perfectly flat or not, and in using lasers, 100% of them did establish this fact. The empirically unproven claim that a surveyor's laser light bends when near mass has no scientific basis, and even if this claim is falsely accepted, there would have to be 6,666.67 feet of bending laser light. We know from trigonometric geometry that the Earth curves in accordance with the equation miles squared times 8 inches. And yet, heliocentrists will deny these facts and actually claim that the laser light is bending more than a mile, 5,280 feet, in a 100-mile stretch. Obviously, their claim is 100% non-empirical magical thinking. But the truly fascinating thing is how a person will cling to their illusion in the face of raw empirical data. The sheer tenacity of the heliocentric magic flying space ball religion is a feat of wonder to behold, a religion based upon smoke and mirrors, with the never-ending mantra from believers, "You cannot see the curve." That's how we know it is curved. Ha! The Orwellian doublethink in these people's minds is staggering to witness. As great humorist once said, it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled.